Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lockheed presents Mr. Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Look to Lockheed for leadership. The men and women of Lockheed Aircraft present Herbert Marshall in The Man Called X, produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. The Man Called X. He is the man who crosses the ocean as readily as you or I cross town. He's the man who travels today as you and I will travel tomorrow. He is the man who fights today's war in his unique fashion, so that tomorrow's peace will make the world a neighborhood for all of us. He is the man called X. Tonight, Mr. X spins the globe and puts his finger on the Balkans, where he searches for an unknown but notorious international criminal. But right now, his mind is far from the troubled world, as he and his fiancée, Nancy Bessington, listen to Valse Bluette in the Gamut Music Shop on East 44th Street in New York City.
Oh, that's beautiful, Ken.
Then we'll take it, my dear.
Do you think they could play that for our wedding march, darling?
Well, it might be rather tough to waltz down the aisle to, and Mendelssohn and Wagner will probably turn over in their graves, but if you insist...
Have you decided to take it, sir?
Yes, will you rap it, please?
Certainly. It'll just take a moment.
Ah, darling, do you realize how many things we have in common? Good music, good books, good... Ken, are you listening?
Petko.
What did you say, Ken?
Petko Todorovich.
Pet who? Ken, where are you going?
Nancy, that man just leaving the shop. Darn it. Now, which way did he go?
Ken, what under the sun are you...
Petko. I lost him in the crowd.
And just who is Petko, if you don't mind?
I haven't seen him since we were at school together in Switzerland.
School? Oh, an old friend.
A very close friend, Nancy.
Well, thank goodness. For a minute, I thought you were getting mixed up in one of those things again. But, Ken, you still haven't told me how you got Petko's address.
From Jimmy Hale on the Globe. Come on, Petko, open up. I'd heard he was coming over here as representative of Tito's government.
Oh. Well, then this isn't just a social call after all.
Funny. Well, it's open. Petko, are you home or...
Ken in that chair.
Petko.
Look at him.
Yes, Nancy. Shot through the heart.
But, Ken, why?
I don't know. But he was here on important business for his government.
And he must have been working when it happened. See, here's his typewriter. And, he was just writing a letter. It's to somebody named Anna. But it may give us some idea.
Anna.
But you know her, Ken?
His wife, Nancy. Anna was in Switzerland the year I met Petko. She was very lovely.
Oh?
I was in love with her, too.
Oh.
But I left after that summer, and they were married a couple of years later. Oh, it'll be a terrible shock to her. They were devoted.
Well, what does the letter say, Ken?
Dearest Anna, you will never know the agonies I've suffered being away from you. And you will never know how I feel having to leave you again. But, my darling, day and night I dream of the time when we may be together once more. So bless you, and a million kisses from your loving Petko.
Well, I didn't know either of them, but it makes me feel terrible.
Nancy, you had the right hunch when I saw Petko leave the music shop. This is one of those things.
is Anna Todorovich, 1719 Tsar, Osfotoditel Street, Sofia, Bulgaria.
Yes, Chief. That envelope, already addressed, lay beside the typewriter. They must have moved from Belgrade when Yugoslavia was overrun by the Nazis.
Find anything else, Ken?
The violin, Ken.
Yes, a violin. I didn't know he played. But here's the important thing, Chief. In the medicine cabinet, wrapped inside an ordinary gauze bandage roll, I found this. Here.
Microfilm. Let's see. Look at it through this glass, Ken.
I know. 3 million marks. Borrowed by the Reichsbank from the Belgrade State Bank. Anton Gubek, director.
Anton Gubek. Just a minute. Miller, Dufrovsky, Racek, Gubek. I thought I saw that name on the list. Anton Gubek left New York on a plane this morning for Sofia, Bulgaria.
Oh? But why Sofia?
There's a branch of the Belgrade Bank there.
So that's why Petko was here. He must have had evidence that one of his fellow Yugoslavs was in secret collaboration with the Nazis. He traced him to New York and was about to expose him.
But Gubek got to him first.
Could be. Chief, do me a favor.
Well?
Keep this quiet until I have a chance to see Anna Todorovich and tell her about Petko.
Oh, but Ken, Anna is in Bulgaria.
Yes, my darling, Bulgaria.
Oh!
Landing at Sofia in 5 minutes. Sofia, sir. The plane continues on to Istanbul, Cairo, Ceylon, and Sydney, Australia. You may change for planes for Bucharest, Moscow, Arden. That's it. Back
I'm sorry, Anna. You and Petko must have been so happy together.
Oh, it's too happy. Oh, Ken, why? Why, Petko?
Later, Anna. We'll talk about that later.
But I must know. What did he say to you when you saw him?
Unfortunately, the only time I saw him was just a glimpse as he was leaving a music shop.
Oh,
By the way, I never knew Petko was a violinist.
oh, he just played for his own amusement. He loved music. He loved everything beautiful. Oh,
No, Anna, dear, don't.
oh,
Don't.
I'm all right now, Ken.
Anna, do you know a man named Anton Gubek?
Anton Gubek? No, Ken. Should I?
Not particularly. I have an idea he's not a very nice man.
But who is he, Ken?
The director of the Belgrade Bank. He has offices here in Sofia.
But, Ken, what has this to do with Petko?
That's exactly what I want to find out. From Mr. Gubek. Mr. Gubek?
Yes?
My name's Thurston.
Well, what can I do for you?
Mr. Gubek, do you know a man named Petko Todorovich?
Todorovich? No, I'm afraid I don't.
Todorovich was found dead a few days ago in New York City.
So? What has that to do with me?
He was in possession of a photostatic record of dealings between this bank and the Reichsbank.
My dear man, what bank has not had dealings at one time or another with banks of other countries? After all, finance is international. I'm afraid I fail to understand the purpose of your visits.
Oh, I think you do understand. And is there any reason why you shouldn't tell me what you know?
I haven't said I know anything.
Well, in case you change your mind, you can reach me at the Grand Palace Hotel.
Why should I change my mind?
Because the police might be interested in knowing that you left New York on the day Todorovich was murdered. More coffee, Anna?
No, thank you, Ken.
Feel better now?
Much. Thanks to your dear self. Petko always said the best cure for grief was music, food, and laughter. You have given me all three tonight.
Anna, think a minute. Are you sure Petko never mentioned Anton Gubek?
I have been thinking ever since you spoke of him, but you see, I knew very little about Petko's business affairs. And since we came to Sofia, practically nothing at all.
What will you do now, Anna?
Go back to Belgrade? Or perhaps even to your America?
Gypsy music is the same all over the world, but this is one of the best groups I've heard in a long time.
Gancho's gypsy violins are very popular. Do you see how some of the players wander around among the tables?
I certainly do. You believe me, Anna, no gypsy wrote that song. And that arrangement.
So you do not care for my improvisations. Well, what else can one play in a cheese box like that?
Zagon Zellsmith.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. I thought you'd never get here to Sofia, but it was worth waiting for. Will you introduce me?
Oh, yes, Madame Todorovich. Mr. Zellsmith.
Hello.
Poet, scientist, musician, and admirer of beautiful women. I kiss your hand, madame.
Well.
You might as well sit down, Zagon. I suppose it's pointless for me to ask you how you happen to be in Sofia. Or is it just an unhappy coincidence?
Surely, Mr. Thurston, you didn't expect me to abandon you in such a crisis.
Well, why not? You've done it before.
Yes, but only for money, and in case of extreme necessity. And speaking of necessity, Mr. Thurston, there is a little item.
What, already?
Well, in addition to the normal traveling expenses, it was expensive to find out your destination. Taxi drivers, baggage masters.
Not a penny, Zagon. Our relationship at the present is purely social.
No, well, in that case, I guess I better get back to my wretched job.
Now, just a minute. What does Anton Gubek mean to you?
Oh, you are a very fine psychologist, Mr. Thurston. When you say Gubek, I think of money.
Go on, what else?
What else is there to think of, Mr. Thurston?
All right. What do you know about Gubek?
Well, I know he returned to Sofia on this afternoon's plane.
This afternoon?
Yes, I understand that Mr. Gubek was delayed in Cairo. As a matter of fact, on my way down to my miserable work this evening, I saw him enter his own house with his luggage.
Oh?
Oh, a perfect abomination of Rococo. It's over there in 47 Koshkovo Boulevard.
47 Kashkovo Boulevard.
Yes, and now, excuse me, Mr. X and the beautiful Madame. I must return. It is my turn to play a solo. Au revoir, Madame. And if you should need further assistance, Mr. X, I have very flexible business hours.
Your friend Zagon is a comedian, Ken.
Oh, he's amusing enough, but he's got a price list for every laugh. Anna, I hate to bring such a charming evening to a close so quickly, but I want to talk to Gubek tonight. So if you don't mind, I'll see you home first.
Oh, don't bother, Ken. Just put me in a cab. After all, my house is a long way from Koskovo Boulevard.
Yes? What do you want?
Oh, officer, I came here to see Mr. Gubek.
There's Mr. Gubek in there, on the floor. Dead.
Wait a minute. This isn't Gubek.
Oh, no? Well, who do you think it is?
This isn't the man I talked to at Gubek's office yesterday afternoon.
I don't know anything about that. But this man is Anton Gubek.
Then who was the man I talked to?
Just a moment. We will continue with Act Two of tonight's exploit of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. But first, a word from the men and women of Lockheed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lockheed Constellation is the largest, fastest, highest-flying land transport in use today. It is capable of carrying 64 passengers, crew, and cargo across the nation in 7 hours. Its 4 engines provide a cruising speed of better than 300 miles an hour and a flight ceiling of well over 20,000 feet. Now, all these facts might indicate to you that while the Constellation is a fine airplane, its use will be confined to long flights between super airports. This isn't true, of course. For all its size and speed and power, the Constellation easily takes off and lands in any standard airport. Furthermore, even on short flights of 100 and 200 miles, It has been found to operate more efficiently and more economically than the ordinary two-engine transport you fly in today. Thus, while the Constellation is serving the Air Forces now, tomorrow it may serve the airport in your town. As an airline local or as a transcontinental express, it will offer you swift, comfortable, safe transportation to neighboring cities or to lands beyond the horizon. Again, ladies and gentlemen, remember the name, the Lockheed Constellation, another example of Lockheed leadership. Now to return to tonight's exploit of Mr. X, whose search for the murderer of his friend Petko Todorovich has led him to Sofia, Bulgaria, only to discover that his only suspect, Anton Gubek, dubious Yugoslav banker, also has been murdered. As we join him, he is in his hotel room with the ubiquitous Zagon Zelsmith.
Mr. X, I am humiliated at having to bring up such a personal subject, but...
You don't look very humiliated to me, Zagon.
Oh, well, I was so excited with my first solo appearance as a violinist that I neglected to conclude my negotiations with you at the cafe.
I don't recall any negotiations.
But, Mr. X, remember, I divulged invaluable information about the unfortunate Mr. Gubek.
Oh, in that case, you owe me money. Your invaluable information ran me right up a blind alley.
Well, then, perhaps you'll be even more interested in Mr. Macek, president of the Macedonian National Bank. Such an interesting story and not too expensive. Or perhaps Mr. Dobrovici, chairman of the board of directors of the Sofia Exchange.
Now, wait a minute. What kind of double talk is this, Zagon?
No, not talk. Names and figures. All here. See? On this.
Microfilm. Zagon, where did you get this?
Oh, do not misunderstand me, Mr. X. I'm a man of scruples, but she was so beautiful, and I was only looking for her address.
Well, whose address? Looking where?
Why, your beautiful friend, of course, when her handbag lay on the table in the cafe.
Zagon, it's hard to believe there could be worse scoundrels than you, but there are, and not half so amusing.
Again, I am humiliated having to bring up a personal subject.
Well,
but...
perhaps these American dollars will save you from further embarrassment.
Oh, they do. I now recovered my dignity, and now as an honorable man, I must return this property to the beautiful lady.
That, Zagon, is a pleasure I shall reserve for myself. Good evening, Anna.
I wondered what happened to you. You didn't call. You
Oh,
didn't...
just a comedy of errors and mistaken identity, that's all.
What?
Now, you see, Gubek isn't Gubek at all. Or wasn't, I should say.
What do you mean?
Oh, I could put it this way. Gubek is dead. Long live Gubek.
Gubek is dead?
Yes, but the man I thought was Gubek is still alive. And most important of all, whoever he is, he's the murderer of Petko. And he's here in Sofia.
Oh, how could he be? Petko was murdered in New York. And, oh, but Ken, dear, let us not talk about this tonight.
All right. Shall we talk about a summer in Switzerland long ago?
Oh, yes.
About our scrambling for hours to get to the top of some place, only to ski down in a few seconds, laughing at time and space.
Ken, you remember too. We were above the world. Out of the world. Out.
Did this violin belong to Petko?
Yes, Ken. I told you he loved to play. Just for himself.
Well, then he must have picked up the one he had in New York at the music shop where I saw him.
I wondered why he did not take this one with him, but he left so suddenly. Oh, but Ken, let us turn back the clock again. And remember, you returned to America without my ever telling you.
Telling me what, Anna?
That it was you, Ken. You, darling. Kiss me like you once did when...
Anna, something I must tell you about.
Yes, my...
A letter for you from Petko. He wrote it just before he died.
Oh. You read it to me, Ken.
Dearest Anna, You will never know the agonies I've suffered being away from you.
Oh.
And you will never know how I feel, having to leave you again. But, my darling, day and night I dream of the time when we may be together once more. So, bless you, and a million kisses from your loving Petco.
Oh, poor Petco.
Now let me read it again. Dearest Anna, you will never know the agonies I've suffered being away from you, and you will never know how I feel.
Ken, why don't you go on?
Anna, the person who began this letter didn't finish it. Yes, Petco started typing, but see, beginning here, the touch is different, a much lighter touch. Somebody else finished the letter.
But who?
Somebody who didn't want to be exposed as an accomplice in an international blackmail racket. Someone connected with a music shop in New York City. Sounds incredible, doesn't it? But you did use the music shop, didn't you, Anna?
Is this some kind of fairy tale, Ken?
Petco got suspicious. He had evidence in microfilm. And when he traced you to that music shop in New York, he had a hard decision to make.
Go on, Ken.
And so, when he went back to the hotel, he sat down to write you a letter. What he intended to write was, "You'll never know how I feel, having discovered what you really are." So, Anna, you had to shoot him, complete the letter as your alibi, and get back here.
And by what magic do you know all this?
No magic at all. I believed this letter, until you yourself showed me how wrong I was.
I showed you?
You were the only one who knew I came here to see Gubek, and you made sure I wouldn't see him. Who was the man I talked to at Gubek's office, Anna?
Oh, you must be joking.
Unfortunately, this microfilm here is not very funny. Whoever this man is, he's dreamed up an insidious blackmail racket, using photostatic records of secret negotiations between the Nazis and bankers in some of the occupied countries. And he's making them pay off to save their necks from their own people as their countries are liberated.
You are speaking about me, Mr. X.
Oh, there you are. Whoever you are.
But not Gubek, eh? Schmutzige Schweinigel.
So, the trademark of a Nazi. And the portrait is complete, even to the gun in your hand.
This isn't a picture, Mr. X. It works.
I don't doubt it. I've seen enough evidence that it does. Your gun worked too, didn't it, Anna? No wonder Petco didn't look me up when he came to New York. He was ashamed to let me know that his devoted Anna had turned traitor. Not only to his great love for her, but to her people, to her country.
Stop it.
Why did you do it, Anna? Was it money? Was it because Petco lost everything he had when the Nazis moved in?
Stop!
I can imagine what Petco went through when he found you in New York. When he discovered what you were doing, what you become. He tried to tell you in a letter, but you never let him finish it.
Kill him, Willie. Don't let him talk anymore.
Yeah, now, stand aside, Anna. The lights. Who turned them off?
Oh! Willie!
I swear by the father of my father, I am innocent. I didn't do it.
Zagon, you.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Thurston? What big hands you have.
Can you find the light switch, Zagon?
Naturally, I just turned it off.
All right.
There.
And they've got away.
You mean the beautiful lady and my friend Gancho?
Gancho. So that's who he is.
No, he's a lot of people. But mostly he was Willy Heinecke, a very high man once, a useful aide to von Papen himself.
An unpleasant character. Well, Zagon, you saved my life by turning off that light.
Yes, and for no compensation either. But, alas, now I am in a pickle. Gancho and his gypsies gone, my violin gone. And without a violin, Zagon is without a tongue.
That'll be a new experience. But if it's a violin you want, there's one.
Oh, that's a treasure. When I played with the Amsterdam Symphony, I had a Guarnerius. On my last concert tour in Budapest, it was an Amati. And now? Oh, pfui, another one of Gancho's cheese boxes.
Wait, give me that fiddle. Why didn't I think of this before? That flat tone.
It may not be a Stradivarius, Mr. X, but that is vandalism.
Look, Zagon, the sound post.
It should be cheese.
Instead of a solid piece of hardwood, it's a hollow tube. In it, a roll of microfilm. So this is how your friend Gancho concealed his blackmailing evidence and shipped it abroad.
No wonder I could never play the Paganini cadenza from Mendel's own concerto on a Gancho violin.
Zagon, you wanted the job. You have one.
I'm open to suggestion for a slight consideration, of course.
You know where Gancho has gone?
Not yet, Mr. X, but Zagon is not only a virtuoso, he's also a bloodhound. I risked my very life crossing the border to find you here in Yugoslavia.
And how did you know where we'd be, Zagon?
Do you not remember? You said the man who makes all your violins was here in this village.
You are a friend of Thurston's. Why did you follow us?
Oh, my dear lady, is that not obvious? You and Gancho are in a flourishing condition, so to speak, and you will be interested in the information about Mr. Thurston at a reasonable price, of course.
So, it would be much cheaper to liquidate you than to bargain with you.
Oh, but the information...
I'll give it to you for nothing.
Ken.
Oh, Mr. X, don't surprise me like that, and please, Mr. Thurston, just put down that gun. Surely you don't think that
Zagon, I know you too well. You always try to double your profit. So I followed you.
And now I suppose you will kill us.
I'm neither judge nor executioner, my dear. I'll leave that to the proper authorities. In this case, who would be more proper to judge you than your own people of Yugoslavia, whom you've betrayed?
What are they doing, Mr. X? I can't bear to look.
I don't wonder. You're lucky you're not against that wall yourself.
Please don't say things like that.
How different from a pleasant summer in Switzerland a long time ago. A fine friend and a beautiful girl. Seems like two different worlds, Zagon. One of those worlds has ended. A world of treachery and terror.
Before our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall, returns to tell you about next week's exploit of the man called X, here is an announcement from Lockheed. Ladies and gentlemen, when the war is over and final count is taken on those American industries contributing most to victory, the nation's airlines will stand near the top of the list. Here at home, the airlines have worked tirelessly, night and day, to speed essential passengers and cargo. Overseas, the nation's airline crews operating for the Air Transport Command have flown to almost every point on the globe. Many notables have been piloted by airline men on over-ocean trips. President Roosevelt, Generalissimo and Madame Chiang Kai-shek, Generals Marshall, Eisenhower, and Arnold, Admirals King and Leahy, Queen Wilhelmina, Secretary of War Stimson, and many others. Taken together, airline crews have crossed the oceans thousands of times and have flown many millions of miles to foreign shores. Yes, the airlines of America are doing a vital job in the war effort, a job that foretells a great age of flight that you and every American will enjoy in peacetime days to come. Now, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Next week, I look forward to flying to the colorful West Indies, where a strange death occurs within the walls of an ancient church, where the only clue is a message that says nothing but okay. All leading to a climax involving a ton of high explosives. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X.
The Man Called X is presented by the Lockheed Aircraft Corporation. Tonight's exploit was written by Milton Merlin. Original music was composed and conducted by Felix Mills. The entire production was under the direction of Jack Johnstone. Mr. Marshall's appearance is through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture Kismet. The men and women of Lockheed invite you to join Mr. X again next week. Same time, same station. John McIntyre speaking. This is the Blue Network.
highest flying super fighter in all the world. And during the following program, Mr. Hall Hibbard, Vice President and Chief Engineer of Lockheed Aircraft Corporation, will bring you the inside story about this great new plane. Lockheed presents The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. With the music of Felix Mills. Produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. The makers of Lockheed Airplanes present Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X, international troubleshooter who flies the ocean at the drop of a hat, who charms the ladies but is death on crooks. Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X.
Listen to this, Chief. London, February the 13th, Associated Press. The Moscow radio quoted Stockholm reports tonight that the mayor of Berlin, Ludwig Stieg, had been shot to death for cowardice.
Yeah, Ken. One report says that he tried to leave Berlin, but was recognized, arrested, and executed.
Yeah. The tougher the going, the tougher Himmler and company will have to get, even with their own bigwigs.
That's okay with me, Ken. They're just doing some of the dirty work we'd have to do.
Right, Nancy. But unfortunately, some of them are going to slip through. Some of the worst.
For instance, Chief?
Well, for instance, we've got a tip that Schweitzer's going to try to get out.
Schweitzer?
Yep. Reichsbank, economic minister.
Why, he probably has more vital information in his head than any other man in Germany. Can't let him get away, Chief.
Yep. If he gets out, it's just too bad.
Yeah, it's too bad somebody can't go into Berlin and help him escape.
Great idea, Ken.
Kind of ridiculous, too.
Oh, I was just speculating.
It's out of our jurisdiction, too. Anybody who did it would have to be in a zone.
Yeah. Yes, well, Nancy, let's go. See you later, Chief.
Okay, Ken. I'll have something else for you to do in a few days. Bye, Nancy.
Bye, Chief. Oh, and don't strain yourself looking for another assignment for Ken. Berlin, huh?
Well, you heard the Chief. It's out of our jurisdiction.
Well, don't let it get you down. Huh? What would you like to do today, darling?
Oh, I don't know. How about dropping in on Harold Annis?
All right. Haven't seen Hal for ages. Oh, what's he doing now?
Nothing much. Colonel with the ATC.
Yes. Oh, that's what... Wait a minute. What did you say?
Yes, darling. Colonel Harold Annis of the Air Transport Command. Tell me, Hal, how close do your planes go to Germany?
Russia. That's close enough, Ken.
Could you arrange a passage for a passenger?
Well, yeah, I suppose I could.
Hal, do you mind if Ken kisses me right in front of you?
This I've got to see.
Just something to remember you by, Ken. Well... Oh, darling. Darling, when you kiss me like that, I go on a plane trip myself to the stars.
Do you like flying for the ATC, Captain?
Sure, Mr. Thurston. Why, during the last couple of weeks, I've been in Cairo, Sydney, Burma, London, Paris, Saipan, and Long Beach, California.
And next stop, Moscow.
Yep. I'll just have time to say hello to Uncle Joe and go on to Cousin Chung in Chungking.
Transport from New York arriving at Ramp 2. Planes leaving Ramp 7 for Leningrad, Stockholm, London. Ramp number 11 for Budapest.
Товарищ!
Hi, Pagan.
Я приветствую вас от имени любимицы всех советских республик Москвы, красавицы, дорогой товарищ Thurston.
Meaning?
Hello. And welcome to Moscow, товарищ.
Well said, Mr. Zellsmith. Did you get my message?
Mr. X, I saw, I came, I conquest.
Bravo.
I have been busy mapping out some new strategies for the Red Army. But I was able to steal a precious moment to keep this appointment with you.
Oh, so you even steal moments, eh, Pagon?
Ah, but Mr. X, a moment with you may lead to a fortune.
Look, Pagon, you once told me you were a charter member of some band of roving rogues. What were they called?
Oh, you mean the Continental Guild of Mercenaries?
That's it. You still a member?
Well, I haven't paid my dues lately, but I still have my connection.
Good. We can use your fellow guildsmen.
How?
We have a job to do which, incidentally, should cover your delinquent dues and then some.
That interests me profoundly, Mr. Thurston. But what do I do?
Have you ever made a parachute jump?
Who? Me? Geronimo!
Great, Pagon. That would make anybody jump.
Then let's go.
All right.
But where are we going?
Just to Berlin?
Oh, fine. I always...
There you are, Mr. Thurston. If you drop now, you'll land on the forest.
Thank you, Major Malinoff. It is smart of you to pick a place where we wouldn't have to dodge enemy flak.
In this new plane, we could dodge anything. You better hurry and jump, or Marshal Zhukov will be in Berlin before you are.
Okay. You ready, Pagon?
Don't you think, well, maybe perhaps we can wait a little while?
Just close your eyes and jump.
You first, my dear Thurston.
After you, Pagon.
But I insist.
Okay, but Major, you'll take care of my friend, won't you?
To your entire satisfaction, Mr. Thurston. Good luck, Tovarishch.
Good luck to you. So long.
He did it. He did it.
It's very simple. Now watch. I will show you a little trick. With a flick of my finger, my beautiful plane rolls over on its side, so... Ah! Good luck, Tovarishch.
From here on, we'd better go separately, Pagon.
My miserable life is on your head, Mr. X.
Don't worry about my head. Just use yours. Mix in with the refugees on the road. Now, here's our plan. I'm going to make a little call on Schweitzer.
Not old money bags.
Yeah. The head man of the Reichsbank.
Oh, are we going to rob the bank?
We've got something more important to do. But first, we've got to decide on a meeting place.
Now, let's see. Putsy.
Putsy?
Haven't I told you about Putsy? A 32nd cousin.
Oh?
A Zelschmidt's black sheep on the Bulgarian side.
Where does he live?
Due to the misfortunes of his ill-starred career, he's living at 57 Sauerbratenstrasse. But what are you going to do, Mr. X?
Pagon, you've inspired me.
I have? How much is it worth to me?
You know, I've studied your duplicities for a long time, and at last I found a good use for them. I'm going to double-cross a crook to bait a trap for the crook.
Herr Schweitzer.
Herr Schweitzer.
How did you get in? I don't know you. Who are you?
Herr Schweitzer, you're planning to try to get out of Germany.
Who are you?
Oh, call me X.
X? What is this? Some joke?
These are hardly times for joking, are they? As I was saying, you want to get out of Germany.
But
it seems impossible, doesn't it?
Get out of here.
Look here, Herr Schweitzer. You're a shrewd man. A wise man who would like to save his own skin.
Don't move, whoever you are.
I don't think you want to shoot me, Herr Schweitzer, because, you see, I can get you out of Germany.
You? Just what makes you think you... The shelter! Quick!
The Americans are dropping their calling cards again.
Oh, the swine! Come on! Hurry! Now, we'll be safe here.
Not a very happy life, is it, Herr Schweitzer?
It will be over soon.
Oh, Father, here you are. I'm glad I wondered where you...
Oh, a visitor?
Yes, an uninvited visitor. He calls himself X.
I see.
I'm offering your father a chance to get out of Germany.
Oh? And what do you say to that, Father?
Oh, don't take him too seriously, Elena, my dear. He's very amusing. Go on, X.
Let's be frank. Rather punctuates the defeat to come, doesn't it?
Well, go on with what you're saying.
Yes, but defeat may not be the end of everything. Failure can sometimes be turned into profit. To speak your language, Herr Schweitzer.
What do you expect to get for all this?
A small measure of what you expect. A future made out of catastrophe.
And all this, of course, is based on the assumption that Germany has lost the war.
That's your assumption, isn't it? I know you played along with the Nazis because you thought it was good business. That doesn't sound like good business, does it, Herr Schweitzer?
Huh?
To stay here means utter ruin for you. It means the end of business. So, of course, you'll be interested in my proposal.
Supposing I were interested, how could I trust someone I don't know, nor have ever heard of?
You haven't been able to trust those you do know, so I wouldn't expect you to trust me, except that I shall profit as well as you if you get out.
Get out to where?
A plane will be waiting on the other side of the border.
What border?
We'll come to that later.
What border?
It doesn't matter. France, Italy, Yugoslavia.
What about Bremner, this Gestapo? You must think they are fools.
Not for a minute. But there are some things that even Bremner can't stop. What do you say, Herr Schweitzer?
I shall report you to the Gestapo.
Won't Bremner be a little curious about the fact that you've been approached with this kind of proposition? Bremner's a suspicious man, you know. In case you shouldn't report me to him, you'll meet me at 6 o'clock this evening?
You are very bold, aren't you?
Maybe just foolish. I've offered your father a deal. I don't know whether you'll buy. May I expect to see you this evening, Herr Schweitzer?
Perhaps.
57 Sauerbratenstrasse.
But, Mr. X, what makes you so sure Herr Schweitzer is coming?
If he weren't coming, I'd have been arrested long ago. Pagan, can we trust this cousin Tootsie of yours?
Mr. Thurston, of course not. He doesn't even trust himself. That's why he will be so useful.
A true Zelsmith.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. But it's already 5 minutes past 6 and no Herr Schweitzer.
It's worth waiting more than 5 minutes for Schweitzer, Pagan.
Cousin Pagan. Shh. I'm busy, Pootsie. Later.
But I have to talk to you. Small Taylor's just turned up.
Well, all right. Excuse me, Mr. X. Don't mind Pootsie. He's not very bright.
I know, he's only a 32nd cousin.
Thank you.
But don't stay too long. We'll be shoving off as soon as Schweitzer gets here.
If he gets here, Mr. X.
You lose, Pagan. Herr Schweitzer keeps his appointments.
Cousin Pagan, it is imperative.
Be right back, Mr. X.
Coming. Oh.
Yeah, Mr. X. The Gestapo.
You are under arrest as a spy.
In a moment, we'll continue with Act Two of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to present a special visitor from Lockheed. He is Mr. Hall Hibbard, Vice President and Chief Engineer. Mr. Hibbard will talk about Lockheed's new fighting plane, the sensational jet-propelled Shooting Star. Mr. Hibbard.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I am glad to be able to tell you about the Shooting Star because I believe it to be more than merely a weapon of war. It is a significant airplane, significant in war and significant in peace. First of all, it may now be revealed that the development of jet-propelled aircraft in this country has always surpassed that in enemy countries. In fact, Lockheed has been working in this field for many years. Some months ago, then, when the Germans introduced jet planes in the European theater, both the United States Army Air Forces and we here at Lockheed felt that we had something better. We had the jet-driven Lockheed Shooting Star, which had been secretly test flying for more than a year. The Shooting Star is an extremely fast, maneuverable, and high-flying airplane. It is the fastest plane in the world. We are naturally gratified to have designed such an airplane. But more important, the Shooting Star reaffirms the fact that American skills and American ingenuity can always turn out superior weapons. And now, a word about the future. In my opinion, the Lockheed Shooting Star introduces an entirely new chapter in the history of flight. It is just the beginning. We at Lockheed can foresee and are working toward the time, a matter of a few years, when the largest transports equipped with jet engines will fly across continents and oceans at tremendous speeds. Today, our job is to help maintain air supremacy for the United Nations. Tomorrow, with the knowledge thus gained, we hope to aid in maintaining a full and lasting peace. Thank you and good night.
You've just heard a talk by Mr. Hall Hibbard, Vice President and Chief Engineer, Lockheed Aircraft Corporation. Thank you, Mr. Hibbard. Now to return to Lockheed's man called X, who has managed to get into Berlin, where he has been trying to kidnap one of the highest officials in all Nazism by helping him escape from Germany. But his plans have apparently blown up in his face, for he is now a prisoner of the Gestapo. At the moment, we find Mr. X in his cell, somewhat the worse for the customary treatment by the Gestapo.
Well, what are you going to use this time? Lashes or lighted cigarettes? I don't know. Why don't you put on the light? You usually like to see your handiwork. Well, say something.
You should never have come to see my father.
Elena.
You remember my name.
That isn't all I remember, Miss Schweitzer.
But I don't even know yours.
How did you get in here?
The way people usually get into places.
Oh. The Nazis have their little weakness, too. Why did you come?
I couldn't help it. I had to see you again. But I feel foolish having to call you just X.
My name's Ken.
Ken. Oh. Why were you trying to help my father?
For the reason I told him. For profit.
But you look like a man of ideals, Ken.
And you look like one of those ideals, Elena.
Well,
It's very sweet of you to come to see me. That's taking chances, you know.
I told you I had to. Did they hurt you?
What do you think?
Oh, Ken.
My mother used to tell me that a kiss would take away a hurt. She was right.
That isn't why I kissed you.
Elena, you tell me something?
Yes?
Did your father call the Gestapo?
No. No, I did.
That's what I thought.
I still don't know who you are. You're still X, but you're a traitor to the Fuhrer. You would have made my father a traitor. I would kill him first.
And me.
Oh, the Gestapo will make you wish I had killed you.
So this is the woman of the future. The Fräulein modeled after her Fuhrer. The essence of Nazi superiority.
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler. Fräulein Schweitzer.
I have been expecting you, Herr Bremner. Our friend here is quite susceptible to lovemaking, but he says nothing.
Perhaps love-making isn't the right method.
Then I bow out in your favor, Herr Bremner.
Leaving so soon, Miss Schweitzer. Auf Wiedersehen, Elena.
Not auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye.
Lovely specimen of your womanhood, Herr Bremner.
We shall not talk of women, Mr. X.
Is there a better subject?
There is a more important one. Who are you?
You seem to know.
Who are you?
Have a smoke?
Who brought you those?
Your Gestapo, of course.
What do you mean?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Herr Bremner. You know as well as I do. You can buy anything. In fact, your Gestapo has a very well-organized black market.
Shut up. That's enough, Hans. Go on, Mr. X.
I've always thought of the Gestapo as an invincible, incorruptible machine. It's very interesting when you see it from the inside.
Or so?
Everyone a prisoner of everyone else. All linked together in a chain. But the chain is held together only by fear. Fear of each other.
Stop. You will not tell us who you are. But we do not need to know. We know enough. You are a spy. And spies are shot.
When do you plan to give my little party?
In the morning, Mr. X. Also, what mit?
Herr Bremner, back so soon. Have you changed your shooting schedule?
Mr. X, you are an intelligent man. You could be very useful if you would talk.
Apparently I've talked too much.
I know, of course, about your attempt at negotiations with Herr Schweitzer.
Of course, his adoring daughter told you.
You were very sure you could get him out of Germany, weren't you?
Yes?
I see, but unfortunately, you will be shot in the morning.
Yes, unfortunately.
And you still won't talk? Mr. X.
Yeah?
Mr. X, can you get me out of Germany?
Frida, here comes the slaughter wagon once again.
It's as sure as the sun comes up.
Not one of Herr Bremner's victims, eh?
I wonder who it is this time. Driver, is it another field marshal you're burying?
Sorry to disappoint you, old woman. All I've got today is an American spy.
American. Come along, Frida.
A very bad character. Mr. X. Mr. X, are you dead or alive?
I'm pinching myself, Pagan. Bremner promised to put blanks in the guns, but I still have to sweat it out before that wall.
But how could you know he would really use blanks?
Only because he was saving his own skin with them, or so he thought. Have Putzi and his mercenaries paved a road out for us and our celebrated companions?
A regular fortune it cost, Mr. X. The road is paved with gold and silver.
Yes, Pagan. But there's a rainbow at the end of it.
It's very hot in this ridiculous clothing.
But Herr Bremner, who would suspect that two fat old ladies in black would be those well-known gentlemen, Bremner and Schweitzer?
I must admit, Mr. X, the costumes have served their purpose.
The idea came from Pagan, the fount of all chicanery.
Thank you, Mr. X.
Here we are. Here is the border.
Doesn't seem much different, does it? Except that the air smells free.
Nobody but me, gross Uncle Heinrich, knows this pass.
Good for you, Uncle. Mr. X has your bonus for you like I promised.
That's right, Uncle. Here you are.
Danke, schön.
Are you sure nobody but you knows this way out, old man?
Nobody. I've lived here for 70. No, what are you?
Uncle Heinrich!
Well, Bremner, why did you shoot the old man?
You think I'm a fool, Mr. X? Nobody will know how I left Germany. Or that I have left Germany.
Oh?
Nobody.
No blanks in the gun now, huh? You're sure you're safe now, so suddenly you're a brave man.
You've been a very convenient guide, Mr. X, but only one of us will cross the border alive.
You wouldn't dare kill me, Bremner.
You Schweitzer, who think only of money and... Who's there?
Captain Pagan! Pagan! Ah, Bootsy, you're a regular Marine. What is it? The American flyer. He's coming.
Good. Americana.
As I promised you, gentlemen, there's a plane waiting. A plane which will take you for a nice long ride to America.
You'll never get me to...
Nice work, Mr. X. Here, I have his gun.
Come on, Bremner, get up. Schwein. Oh, I'm getting awfully tired of that word. But perhaps pigs know no other language. What are you trembling for, Bremner? And you, Schweitzer? You afraid? Did you really think you'd get away? How could you get away from yourselves? Maybe you've forgotten that. He that fleeth from the fear shall fall into the pit. And he that getteth up out of the pit shall be taken in the snare. Maybe you've forgotten that for the creators of destruction and disaster, there is no way out.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jet-propelled Lockheed Shooting Star is the fastest plane ever built. Trim as a bullet, highly maneuverable, armed to the teeth, this sensational new plane is capable of fighting at high altitudes, striking, disappearing, bringing fear and terror to the enemy. The jet-propelled Shooting Star. With it, Lockheed has again established new standards in the field of aircraft design and manufacture. Again, Lockheed originality, Lockheed science, and skill have helped maintain air supremacy for the United Nations. This time with a plane so superior that it may revolutionize all flying, be it for war or for peace. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Lockheed leads in jet propulsion. And in the great age of flight to come, you may well look to Lockheed for continuation in this leadership. Lockheed, makers of the new jet-propelled Shooting Star. Years ahead in the science of flight. And now a word from Lockheed's star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is our last program in the present series. So I'd like to say a very sincere thanks to the men of Lockheed Aircraft Corporation who have given every possible assistance in making this show as good a show as we could make it. And, of course, my thanks to my favorite company of artists and technicians. Felix Mills, our superlative music master. Milton Merlin, author of tonight's exploit and most of the stories in this series. Francis Farrago, writer. Thor LaCroix, our excellent engineer. Floyd and Monty, our sound effects wizards. John McIntyre, our grand announcer. And the cast. Gigi Pearson, who plays the charming Nancy Bessington. Leon Velasco, who is my rascally shadow, Pay Gonzell-Smith. And such fine actors as Bea Benaderet, Lucille Meredith, and Jeanette Nolan. Frank Graham, Theodore Von Eltz, Will Wright, Joe Granby, Charlie Lung, Bob Bruce, Vic Rodman, Ed MacDonald, and my many other friends in the cast. Well, naturally, I've saved my final salute for Jack Johnstone, our producer and director whose magic wand has safely and brilliantly guided the man called X through his many adventures. And to you, my most highly esteemed audience, my profoundest thanks of all. So until we meet again on the air, good night.
Herbert Marshall's appearance is through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn Mayer. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. John McIntyre speaking. This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, and all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. For Frigidaire is made only by General Motors. And it is this association of experience with experience, of skill with skill, that makes Frigidaire America's favorite refrigerator. Remember this when you choose your new refrigerator. Remember that millions of Frigidaires in millions of American kitchens have established Frigidaire's reputation for complete dependability, for lasting satisfaction. Yes, you're twice as sure with two great names. For Frigidaire is made only by General Motors. No one else can make a Frigidaire. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, The Man Called X.
Good evening, Mr. Thurston. I have a little message for you. If you don't mind, I'll give it to you right now.
Yes? Have you got Cairo?
Not yet, Chief. We're still trying, but the wires to Cairo are all...
I don't care how busy they are. There must be some word by now about Thurston's killers. Get after them again. Tell them I want action, fast.
Yes, sir. I'll try immediately.
Now, what do you want, Pagon?
I wanted to tell you something very important about the late departed Mr. Thurston. Something I'm sure you never realized, Mr. Chief. I happen to be his only heir.
His what?
So many times he told me, Pagan, when I go, I wish to leave everything to you.
Oh.
Unfortunately, I don't know where all his money is. But if you would help me to locate it for a reasonable commission...
Pagon, you dirty, chiseling, black-hearted...
Yes, I know. But if you would help me collect his estate, I could give you a percentage. A small one, of course, but...
Get out of my office. Get out before I... Yes?
That's a call from Cairo, sir. It just came through.
I'll take it. Hello. Hello.
You sound a skeptic, Chief.
And what if I do? What business is it of... Ken Thurston.
Hiya, Chief.
But, why, it can't be you. The reports of your death. Ken, what's happened there in Cairo?
A local lab was working with me. He was in my room alone when a female visitor came calling on me. Her charms proved fatal.
Yes, but why send out the story that you were killed?
Chief, if the boys we're after think I'm dead, maybe they'll relax a little.
Oh, then the looting of that steamer carrying an American relief shipment isn't just an isolated case.
Not a chance. The pirates who boarded on the Red Sea were too well organized.
Oh, what a filthy racket. The American people pay for shipments of food and clothing for those poor, starving unfortunates.
I know. And they pay Captain Kidd to make a fortune on the black market.
Any lead yet on who's behind it?
Chief, send me the Harborman file by the first train.
The Harborman file? Good Lord, Ken, what makes you think he's mixed up in this?
Because I was killed with 3 silver bullets.
Silver bullets?
Do I get that file?
Yes, right away. Where'll my man get in touch with you?
At the Kismet. A crummy little cafe near the Nile.
A good place for you to hide out?
No, terrible. But they serve the finest martinis I've ever tasted.
Here, Effendi. You martini with the onion.
Good. Now I'll bring another for the young lady.
I see no young lady at your table.
Now, you will in a second.
Very well, Effendi.
I heard you order that drink for me.
Too bad. I wanted to surprise you.
How did you know I would join you?
I saw you come in and check the unattached mails, and I thought, well...
I had a friend once who liked onions in his martini. He had excellent taste in drink.
Nothing wrong with his taste in women.
Your martini, Effendi.
Oh, good. Here.
Thank you, Effendi.
Shall we drink?
To our meeting?
To your friend who brought it about.
To my friend.
What was your friend's name?
I thought it was Ken Thurston. Unfortunately, he died before I learned his real name.
Too bad. How did it happen?
I killed him. The martini, it is too strong, perhaps?
So this meeting is no accident.
You knew it was not.
You going to shoot me again?
That depends. I'm very fond of money.
I'm very fond of living.
We could both be happy.
Oh.
If you were to remain alive, you could pay me money for information.
Would it be worth it?
Would it not be worth almost any amount if it concerned silver?
You're a very interesting person.
I could be even more...
What's the matter?
Outside through that window, I thought I saw... I should have to leave now. Can you meet me later tonight?
Where?
At the Silver Scarab. Meet me there in an hour.
Have the martini waiting.
The young lady is leaving, Effendi.
She's left. Try counting up to 10. I'll be gone, too. Never mind counting. It's too late now.
No, Mr. Thurston. No, Mr. Thurston, don't go out there.
Hagar, where'd you come from? No, wait, I'll talk to you later. Get out of my way.
No, Mr. Thurston, people are shooting out there, killing each other.
I've got to get to that girl. Well.
Is that the girl you were after, Mr. X? That one lying there in the street?
Yeah.
Oh, I say, what's all this rumpus about? Fearfully noisy neighborhood. Fellow can't get a decent night's sleep. Girl's been hurt, eh? Well, let's have a look at her.
You a doctor?
Have been for 40 years. Sibley's the name. Dr. Ford Sibley. My place is right across the street. Been practicing here, but let me see.
Never mind your life's history. What about hers? Any future to it?
The girl's future's all in her past, young man. She's dead.
Yes, I saw it all, Mr. Thurston. The car was parked waiting for her. She opened the door, she screamed, and then came the shot.
So you do for the doorway of the kids like a scared rabbit, instead of getting the license number.
For which you should thank me. We have no time to chase local murderers, not while this dangerous Haberman is still alive.
What do you know about Haberman?
Huh? What do I... Oh, why else would the chief send me to you with this file?
Probably because you talked him into it, for your usual slight consideration. So that's what you're doing here in Cairo. Pagan. Oh, skip it.
Well, as I was saying, did you know that this fellow Haberman is an international soldier of fortune and a pirate?
I did.
Oh. Well, did you know that there is no description of him anywhere? Not even his sex? The only clue is that he's nuts about silver. All his jewelry, ornaments, even his weapons are of silver.
Remind me to buy you a dictionary, Pagan.
Dictionary?
So you can learn the meaning of secret and confidential. They're stamped on the outside of the reports you brought me.
Oh. But, Mr. X, why do you think Haberman is here in Cairo?
The bullets that killed that man in my room were made of silver.
This Haberman deserves to be caught and hung. Using such a precious metal in such a wasteful fashion.
I'll work on it, Pagan, starting right here.
Here? But we've stopped in front of a nightclub.
That's right. The Silver Scarab.
Aha! The floor show. And a female dancer, too. You know, Mr. Thurston, there's nothing I like better than a female dancer. Unless it's a female. Mr. X. She's the dead girl. That dancer is the dead girl come back to life.
The resemblance is close, but not that close.
Oh, yes, you're right. I can see that now.
Sure.
But for a minute I thought... Look at those silver spangles in her dress. Fascinating.
Yeah.
Oh.
Stay here, Pagan. I'll pick you up later.
But why leave now, Mr. Thurston? There'll be other dances, I hope.
Yeah, I want to see this one. In her dressing room.
I know nothing about it. It was her own idea.
I think that you lie, Zaida. Why did she visit this man?
I tell you, I do not know. Oh!
Again, I ask you, Zaida, why did she visit him?
Playing pretty rough, aren't you?
What is the meaning of this intrusion?
Do I have to write it out for you?
Your humor is as badly conceived as your entrance here. Perhaps this will teach you to mend your manners.
Never lead with your right. It gets into trouble.
Release my arm. You're breaking it.
Funny thing about judo, it's liable to hurt people.
I'll kill you for this.
Let's talk about it later. Good night.
You are very foolish. He meant that.
I've been foolish before.
Not with men like that.
Worse. With women.
Oh?
Do I get a choice tonight?
That might depend on what you can tell me of my sister Deborah's death, Mr. Thurston.
Good old Egyptian grapevine.
Well, are you still in a foolish mood?
Sure, but not here.
No? Then where?
Why not a little boat ride on the Nile? A full moon.
You see, Ken, my sister Deborah preferred the easy life. Quick money, men like Polzine, the man you threw out of my dressing room. He's a wealthy and powerful man, Ken. Owner of the Euphrates Shipping Company.
Euphrates Shipping Company.
Yes, he was her friend. It was because of him, I think, that Deborah was involved in his trouble.
What trouble, Zeta?
That's just it. I do not know any details. That was why I wished to speak with you. I thought perhaps you could tell me something about it.
Oh, you're drawing a blank here, Zeta. I only met her a couple of hours ago, and then only for a few minutes.
I see. And now my poor sister Deborah is dead. Well, the fates have decided. There's nothing we can do to alter their decision. I'm a great believer in the fates, Ken.
What did they tell you about the immediate future?
I do not know, Ken.
You'd like to guess?
I'm not sure.
Afraid to find out?
Afraid, yes. But you could give me courage, Ken.
I could try. If you want me to.
Yes, Ken, yes, I want you to. Very much.
Then I'll try. But first...
Oh!
Drop that gun.
Oh, let go of my wrist. Let go, I say.
Drop the gun, I drop your wrist.
No, All right, Ken, all right.
How'd you get that little inspiration?
Because I have sworn to kill the man who murdered Deborah, and I think you are the one.
Let's keep an open mind about this.
You cannot convince me otherwise.
No, I can try. And hold you in my arms this way, there isn't very much you can do about it.
Oh, Ken. Everything is so mixed up. What can I do?
I don't know yet. But you've got to change your mind, Zeta. And this is the pleasantest way of trying to convince you I can think of.
Mr. Thurston, this is a definite imposition on my good nature. Dragging me around in dark alleys like this. Would you mind telling me why we're here?
To find out what makes the wealthy Mr. Posey wealthy.
And you think you can find that out by sneaking around behind all these warehouses?
Not all of them, just this one. Euphrates Shipping Company. Now get out your jackknife, Pagon, and jimmy that window.
You talk as though I was a professional warehouse breaker. I don't know how to do that.
I'll give 8 to 5 that Hardeman loses most of his silver.
Oh, of course, merely as a favor to you, Mr. Thurston, I might try. Being new at this, I don't know how successful I will be, but... Why, look, Mr. Thurston. What?
Amazing. Let's climb in.
It's as black as Haberman's soul here, Mr. Thurston.
Quiet, people. The light under that door.
There's somebody in there, probably with a gun or a knife.
Let's go in and see.
Do we have to? Can't we just...
Well.
Coffins. The room is filled with coffins. What would they be doing in a warehouse of the Euphrates Shipping Company?
I'll bite. Let's see if we can find the answer. We'll look inside one of them.
Huh? Oh, no, Mr. Thurston. Let the dead rest in peace. If we leave them alone, maybe they'll leave us alone. Huh? Maybe. Mr. Thurston? Look.
Yeah. Rifles, submachine guns, all kinds of guns.
What a peculiar cargo for coffins.
Yeah. Let's check this one. This one's different, Pagon.
I'm leaving. I just remembered an important engagement. I left my waffle iron burning.
Don't be a fool. She can't hurt you now.
How do I know? If she can move from the street in front of the Kismet into this coffin, she can do anything. Mr. X, there's no chance of a mistake?
No. No. The girl in that coffin. That's Deborah.
In a moment, we continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, originated by J. Richard Kennedy. This is Wendell Niles speaking. Just think how many times a day you go to your refrigerator and you'll realize how helpful even one extra convenience would be. Then look at all the ways Frigidaire engineers have planned to save your time and energy. They gave the interior of the Frigidaire refrigerator plenty of shelf space. They made it easy to store all those special things you keep in a refrigerator. Gave you space for tall bottles, a big meat tender, handy glass-topped hydrators for fruits and leafy vegetables. Lots of room for the frozen foods you like to have on hand for quick, easy meals. They finished the interior of the food compartment with lifetime porcelain. A wipe with a damp cloth, and it's clean. Yes, and they even designed special ice trays, unique Frigidaire quick cube trays to give you trigger-quick ice service. Most important of all, Frigidaire engineers powered the Frigidaire refrigerator with a mechanism that requires no attention and uses less current than an ordinary light bulb. It's the famous meter miser, simplest refrigerating mechanism ever built. Remember, Frigidaire engineers designed the Frigidaire refrigerator to save your time and energy. And remember, you're twice as sure with two great names. For Frigidaire is made only by General Motors. And now to return to Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Mr. X is in Cairo to track down the international bandit Haberman. The trail has led him to a warehouse of the Euphrates Shipping Company, which he finds filled with coffins containing rifles and machine guns, except one, which holds the body of the mysterious Egyptian girl, Deborah. We join him now as he and Pagon stand there looking down at her.
Please, Mr. Thurston, let's get out of here.
Small round bruise on her throat, just above the artery. I wonder.
The only thing I wonder about is why are we still standing here?
Wait till I check the shipping tags on these coffins. That's in Arabic, but a few words. Pretty clear. Port Said, Mohammed Bay, Mecca. Come on, Pagon, we're leaving.
But where are we going?
To Port Said, by way of Dr. Sibley's joint across from the Kismet Cafe.
Waiting for the authorities to arrive to get the girl's body, you know, when this Arabian fellow approached and struck me unconscious. Came to, and the girl was gone.
Ever seen him before, Doctor?
Once or twice, Mr. Thurston, frequenting the Kismet. Never even been introduced. Makes me furious. Can't do that to me. I want to be in the know, Thurston, definitely. Don't know what's up. All that sort of thing, but I want to be in the know.
How well do you know Port Said, Doctor?
Been in the Middle East 40 years. Know the place like a book.
Good, you're in. I'll brief you later. Right now, get us to Port Said in a hurry.
Right. What's the time? Don't have a watch. Never carry the beastly thing.
Huh?
Always stopping on me.
It's 11:43.
Oh, splendid. Time enough to catch the last night train. I'll phone for a cab. Be right back.
Mr. Thurston, I am not going to ask you about the guns, or about the pole scene, or the dead girl, or the dancer Zaida. Not even about Haberman. I just want to know one thing.
Why we're going to Port Said?
Yes, why we're... You said it.
Pagon, we're going there to find out about the guns. We're going to find out about Rosine, Deborah, Zaida, and Haberman.
There it is, Thurston. Night train to Port Said. First-class carriages are on this side. Shall we get aboard?
Yes, but not together.
Oh,
No, you got a compartment for yourself. We'll meet in Port Said.
quite undercover sort of thing. Well, suggest we meet at the El Akbar Hotel.
El Akbar.
A middle-class traveler's lodging. Quite respectable.
Write it down for me, will you?
Sorry, Khan. No pen or pencil.
Hmm?
I'll never carry them. Pens always leak and the pencils run out of lead.
That's all right. I'll remember. See you there.
Right, cheerio. I'll see you at the good old Akbar.
Well, Mr. Thurston, did we get aboard too?
Yes? No.
Huh?
Hello, Posey.
You have a faculty for appearing where you're not wanted, Mr. Thurston.
So I've been told. Going somewhere? Port Said, for instance?
Prying into my affairs or interfering with them is a very dangerous pastime. Good night, Mr. Thurston.
You know something? That man's personality doesn't like me.
He doesn't exactly send me. Let's get aboard. We'll take the third compartment on the left,
Why the third one?
because Posey's taking the second.
Well, wouldn't it be less crowded if we took the fourth compartment? A little farther away?
There's another friend of ours in 4.
Huh?
She got aboard while Posey was talking to us.
She?
Zaida.
Oh, Ken, it's been so wonderful. Just the two of us here in this compartment. And now we're nearing Port Said, and our journey together will end.
I wonder.
Ken, listen to me. You must forget this business that brings you here. You don't know how powerful the forces are working against you.
I took a correspondence course in muscle building once.
Please, Ken, this is no joking matter. The pit has already been dug. The pit intended to be the grave of the man called X.
There must be another letter in the alphabet. I better find it. Too many people seem to know that one.
Then you will not listen to me. Oh, Ken, please don't die. Please.
That's good advice, Zaida. I'll try to follow it.
There are times, Mr. X, when you're the most tiring of all men. No sooner do we arrive at Port Said when you rush me like mad to commissioner of the fort.
Well?
And then before I have even had a chance to chase my breath, we're off again. This time down here to the docks. Mr. Thurston.
There's your answer, Pago. The Mohammed Bay.
The Mohammed... So that's what Mohammed Bay stands for. A rusty old tramp steamer. And look at the cargo they're loading. Coffins. Coffins?
Yeah. Rosian's built up a live trade in dead Mohammedans, lugging coffins to Mecca. Who suspects a sanctimonious guy of substituting guns for bodies and dropping him off to Harborman?
Ah, so that's how he can be a regular pirate and steal the American relief supply.
Sure.
But how do you know that these coffins are the same ones that we saw in the warehouse?
I don't. That's why I'm going to sneak aboard and find out.
Huh? Oh, no.
You meet Dr. Sibley at the El Akbar Hotel. Wait for me there.
And if you don't happen to show up? They could kill you, you know.
Find yourself a nice nightclub. Maybe the dancers can help you forget your bereavement. What?
It's now my turn to ask the question, Mr. Thurston. Are you going somewhere?
Posine, you remind me of a summer cold, very unpleasant and hard to get rid of.
Sometimes, if colds are ignored and get bad enough, they can prove to be fatal.
What is this? National Pistol Week? I haven't seen so many guns since the last gangster picture.
Unlike the weapons in the cinema, this one does not shoot blanks.
Huh?
Turn around with your back toward me.
Haven't got much choice, have I?
You are going aboard the Mohammed Bay to a much warmer welcome than you had expected. Mr. X. Well, Thurston, how do you feel now?
I see your cabin has all the latest conveniences, including the lovely Zaida.
I'm sorry, Ken. I tried to warn you, but you would not listen to me.
It sounded appealing, but I couldn't go for it. Now, while Haberman was... No, not while he was still running around loose.
Ah, yes, Harperman. Now that the Mohammed Bay has started her journey, you can forget about him. Long before we reach Mecca, you will have forgotten about everything. Because you will not...
Stand fast, everyone.
There you go.
Mr. Thurston, we have come to the rescue. Shoot the first pirate who moves, Miss Dr. Sibley.
Sibley.
We will make them walk the gangplank later.
Take on, you idiot. How'd you ever dream this up?
That's gratitude for you. I meet Dr. Sibley on the dock. We witness your abduction, risk our lives to come aboard and save you from sudden death. And you call me an idiot.
Don't take my word for it. Ask Haberman.
What's he got to do with it?
You brought him aboard with you.
Mr. Thurston, this strain has caused you to lose your mind. I only brought Dr. Sibley aboard. So how could I... Oh, no. Oh, tell me he's wrong, Doctor. Tell me he's...
Impossible, old chap. He's quite correct. You can relax now, Polzin. Zyda, I have them covered. Tell me, Mr. X, how did you know?
Your old weakness, Haberman, silver. It showed up in your disguise.
Nonsense. I deliberately wore nothing metallic on me.
Oh, that's what I mean. You went overboard. I never heard of a doctor not carrying a watch or fountain pen or pencil. When I thought about it, it wasn't too tough to figure out why they'd all be silver. But the worst mistake you made was in killing Deborah.
Killing Deborah? But my sister was killed by shots from a car.
One of Haberman's stooges shot her all right, but the bullets didn't kill her. The small, round bruise on her throat proved that.
I do not understand, Ken.
When Haberman was playing doctor, he must have found a pulse in her throat. That meant she might still talk.
After she failed to kill you at the hotel and was going to double-cross me by selling information to you, I had no alternative but to strangle her.
Kind of looks like he's the man you've been looking for, Zaida.
Yes. The man who killed my sister. The man I swore I would kill in turn. The man I am going to kill.
Zaida, that knife. Put down that knife or I'll...
Zaida, you fool. What have you done?
Hold it, Polzin.
Some knife throw right through the shoulder.
Pick up his gun, Pagon.
Sure, Mr. X.
Swine.
Thanks, Zaida.
Ken, I don't know what to say.
So you've tied up with these two to find out who killed Deborah.
It's true, Ken. I swear it.
Well, Polzin?
You forget we're practically on the high seas, Thurston. You cannot possibly hope to take this ship over by yourself.
Well, that's why I arranged for a little help before I came aboard. You'll notice we're losing way. That means a destroyer is coming alongside.
You're right, Mr. Thurston. But we don't have to make a pilgrimage after all.
No, Pagon. But Haberman and Polzin do. A one-way pilgrimage to the final payoff of piracy. There's nothing in this world lower than the rats who profit by stealing from the poor and starving. That's why we've got to stop them. It's a long, tough job, but you know, I can think of 140 million people who just love to roll up their shirt sleeves and do it.
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall will return in just a moment. The Man Called X is presented each week with the best wishes of your Frigidaire dealer, who invites you to come in and learn about the famous line of Frigidaire electric refrigerators, electric ranges, electric water heaters, home freezers, and a wide variety of refrigerating and air conditioning equipment for homes, farms, stores, offices, and factories. And our Frigidaire star, Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And next week, I promise you another story filled with suspense and mystery. As usual, there'll be Leon Belasco along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, where next I return as the Man Called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. By transcription. You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. Your price is sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. For Frigidaire is made only by General Motors. And it is this association of experience with experience, of skill with skill, that makes Frigidaire America's favorite refrigerator. Remember this when you choose your new refrigerator. Remember that millions of Frigidaires in millions of American kitchens have established Frigidaire's reputation for complete dependability, for lasting satisfaction. Yes, you're twice as sure with two great names. For Frigidaire is made only by General Motors. No one else can make a Frigidaire. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X.
Ken Thurston, care of the Bureau, and so on. Imperative you come to Algeria immediately. My assistant, Benali Yassaf, will meet you at Nadig. In old Roman ruins here have found thing we talked of once in Casablanca. Believe the peace of the entire world may be threatened if this thing falls into the wrong hands. If you fail to find me, then look for Dalla. And it's signed Dr. Webb. Well, Chief?
Well, what's he mean, Ken? Thing we talked of once in Casablanca.
It's something he was planning to look for in Algeria after the war. He was in British Army intelligence then, but he had been an archaeologist.
Yes, but what the Sam Hill could be buried in an old Roman ruin that had threatened the peace of the world?
I don't know, Chief. But Webb thinks it was plenty important for him to find the thing before anybody else did.
Ken, I know Webb's a friend of yours, but I don't see how this affects us, the Bureau.
Chief, a lot of the food for all France comes out of Algeria.
Yes, Ken, you're right.
With Europe starving and this country trying to help feed them, no time to have any supply of food cut off. And one thing we don't need in this shaky world is another hot spot like Palestine.
But, Ken, Algeria, that sounds pretty far-fetched.
Sure it does. Sounded the same way in 1914. About a little town in Serbia. But in the next 4 years, because of that town, over 100,000 Americans died. Chief, I'm going to Algeria.
But it is no more than a day and a half since I sent you the message from Ain Sefra. Truly, Thurston Effendi, you have come with the speed of the wind.
Is, Dr. Webb here in Nadi?
No, Effendi. Our camp is on the desert by the old ruins of Timbuk, 10 kilometers from town. I have camels waiting to take us there.
Good. Then let's get started.
Oh, you are a man of quick decision. I believe Dr. Webb counts on that. Come with me, Effendi.
Oh, I say there, this is a bit of a surprise.
Huh?
Thought I heard a plane come in. Hope you'll pardon my barging in. Bit unusual, you know, two foreigners in Nardig.
Yeah, I see what you mean. My name's Ken Thurston.
Llewellyn, George Llewellyn. Happy to know you, old boy. Over from London?
No, from the States.
An American, I say. You are a long way from home.
Well, we both are.
Oh, I live up in Algiers. I run an export business. I say, suppose we crack open a bottle of something. Nothing else to do here, you know.
I'd like to, but we're just leaving for the Timbuk ruins.
Oh, now, really can't do that. It's nearly dark. Man might run into this Arab bandit who's been prowling around. What's his name? Colomb Bechar.
Colomb Bechar?
You seem to have heard of the man yourself.
Oh, even the vultures have heard of him. But you are mistaken in two things, Effendi.
Oh, really? What do you mean?
Colomb Bechar is not an Arab. He is a Kabyle from the hill country.
Oh.
Nor is he a bandit. He is something a great deal worse.
Oh, now, son of 1,000 devils. This here way stop, brother of a turtle. Oh, now, up!
Thurston Effendi, we have arrived.
Something's gone wrong at this camp, yourself. Look at that tent.
Yes, the ropes are cut. It lies up on the ground.
My word, appears somebody's really made a mess of things around here. Dr. Webb? Dr. Webb?
Never mind, Mr. Llewellyn. Webb won't answer.
Oh, I say.
Hold the flashlight, yourself.
Oh, I say.
Wheresoever a man may be, death shall overtake him, though he hide in lofty towers. Mechtub, it is written.
Only in Webb's case, it was written on his back with a bronze knife. Oh. Ever seen one like this before?
Yes, Thurston Effendi. Such knives are made by the people of the hill country, the Kabyles.
That's what I thought. Seen them in bazaars in Tangier and Tunis.
Wicked-looking little instrument.
By the way, yourself, you're not an Arab, are you?
No, Effendi. I am a Kabyle.
Halt, monsieur. You will please not to move.
Oh, I say, now, really, this is too much.
Do not move in the name of the Republic.
So that's it.
Oh, the Foreign Legion.
Now, Captain, all is well. I have them covered.
Now, go, gentlemen. I order you hold and desist in the name of the Great White Father in Paris.
Pagan Zelschmidt, on now.
Whatever's going on, I've got to stop him. Mr. Thurston.
Nice uniform, Pagan. Where'd you steal it?
But I didn't. I only Detachment, retire 10 paces and look for clues or something.
Oui, mon capitaine. I shall keep everyone covered.
That's a cheerful prospect.
Mr. Thurston, you gotta help me shake this little character. He thinks I'm a captain, and he's not only follows me around like a bloodhound, he's also a nuisance.
Well, why don't you let him be captain a while?
Why, because say, maybe I could. It's very stupid. Hey, you, look, I want to talk to you.
Well, yourself, with Dr. Webb gone, I better try to find Dalla now.
Dalla?
Oh, the name seems to be familiar.
Seems I've heard of a dancer by that name. A girl up in Algiers.
Dalla Effendi is the most beautiful girl in North Africa.
Well, maybe I ought to go to Algiers.
Good idea, and if you have an extra seat in the plane, I'd like to go along with you.
Okay, I'm ready, Mr. Thurston. Let's go to Algiers.
Pagan, what in blazes did you do with your clothes?
Oh, I sold them for 10 francs. I told you he was stupid.
Merci, Monsieur Zelschmidt. Think of it. I am a captain with 2 uniforms. Brave new world.
And now, Mr. Thurston, if you would be so kind as to lend me one of your extra suits.
What extra suits?
Huh? You don't mean? Oh, no. Mr. Thurston, you can't let me go running around Algiers with nothing on but my ABCs. But, Mr. X, I'll be the laughing stock of Algiers walking the streets in a white nightgown.
Pagan, all the natives wear things like that. Now, get on up to the Casbah, see if you can locate Dalla. When you find her, come back here to the hotel and let me know where she lives. You got it?
Hanging clear down to the ground, stepping on a hem every 10 feet, and falling flat on my face.
Well, you can stand around if you want until somebody recognizes you. In the Foreign Legion, they only shoot deserters.
Huh? Mr. X, which way is the Casbah, huh? And so I walked on and on. Mr. X, up one dark, sinister alley after another. Mile after mile through the Casbah, risking my life, facing terrible dangers on every side.
Pagan, did you find Dalla?
But I'm coming to
Yes
that.
or no?
Oh, I'm disillusioned. All the way back there, I kept thinking you would say, Pagan, you would say, you have risked your life in my service. Here is 1,000 francs.
Pagan, something's been turned loose around here that a pretty smart man thought might threaten the peace of the entire world. I haven't got a lot of time to waste. Did you find out where that girl lives?
Huh? Oh, sure I found out. Mr. Thurston, maybe I could have 200 francs.
All right, it's quicker than trying to bargain with you here.
Then maybe only 100 and... Mr. X!
You can faint later. Now, where is she?
Where is she? Mr. X, come with me to the Casbah.
In just a moment, we continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, created by J. Richard Kennedy. This is Wendell Niles speaking. Think for a moment how you would design a new electric range. Well, Frigidaire engineers asked for the opinion of hundreds of women just like you. That's how they were able to match your ideas so closely. Knowing you have an eye for beauty, they gave the new Frigidaire electric range modern, free-flowing lines, gave it a finish of sparkling white porcelain and rich chrome, touched here and there with a golden gleam. They knew you wanted speed in your cooking. So this new Frigidaire electric range has radiant tube units that start getting hot the instant you turn the switch. The big oven is so fast heating, it's up to baking temperature in just 5½ minutes. Yes, and Frigidaire engineers knew you'd welcome anything to make cooking easier. So just see all these work-saving features. A deep well cooker that cooks a complete meal. A broiler that's waist-high to save stooping. Automatic time and temperature controls. Most exciting of all, an automatic oven control that cooks an oven meal while you're away from home. Actually turns the oven on and later turns it off all by itself. Remember how Frigidaire engineers designed the new Frigidaire electric range to give you all the advantages you want. And remember, you're twice as sure with two great names. For Frigidaire is made only by General Motors. And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall.
I am Dalla, Monsieur Thurston. And before you comment on the unusual combination of brown skin with blue eyes, I might tell you my father was French, my mother a Cabal. Sit down, please.
Thanks. Matter of fact, I was only going to say you're very lovely.
Merci. And is that why you came to see me?
It might have been if I'd known about it before. But let's just say Dr. Webb sent me.
You mean, of course, while he was still alive?
News travels pretty fast in Algeria. You knew him then?
I met him here in Algiers. He was sent to me by a friend.
Did he tell you what he was looking for?
Yes. And they found it. Would have been better if he had not.
Donna, it wouldn't by any chance be the seal of Boucaille.
The seal?
Yeah. And he told me to come to you.
I see you know a great deal, Monsieur Thurston. Perhaps too much. You have heard everything, Benali?
Yes, mademoiselle. I have heard everything. Good evening, Mr. Thurston.
Well, yourself, I thought I left you in Nadig.
If the wind goes where it wishes, may not a man do the same?
What is to be done, Benali? Do not forget, he's a friend of Dr. Webb.
There is only one course. In the morning, he shall be taken to the hill country.
Maybe I'll make some choice about that myself, yourself.
I have taken the liberty of making the choice for you already.
Oh?
Ismila.
Monsieur Thurston, you have known Benali Yessef as a driver of camels. It is well that you know now he is the chief of all the cabals. Out there in the hills, his word is the law for 1 million people.
I'm beginning not to like this so good, Mr. X. At least 24 hours now we've been prisoners in this little room.
What gives you the idea we're prisoners, Pagan?
If we're not, then why doesn't something happen? Isn't this Yusuf fellow the head boss of all those people? All right, then.
Relax. If Yusuf's right, we won't have to wait very much longer now.
Wait. That's all you have been saying. Mr. Thurston, I think I'm going to scrum out of the joint.
Sure, go ahead. Of course, if you do manage to get out of these hills, you'll probably still be shot as a deserter.
But I didn't join the Foreign Legion. You see, I was on this boat and I got kicked. I disembarked very suddenly at Algiers. Then I borrowed that uniform and started out...
He has arrived, Thurston Effendi, just as I told you he would. He is out here in the Great Hall now.
All right, Yusuf. Let's go.
You have a gun, Effendi?
Yeah. Straight ahead?
Yes, come with me, please.
I say to you, the time is now. For 1,000 years we have lain in the hills and waited, shivering before the hearth fires, led by old men with water in their veins. The time is now!
Colombachar! One has come for you, Colombachar.
Well, so the daring Monsieur Thurston has come to the hills, walked into the lion's den.
Hello, Bichar. I'm taking you back to Algiers.
So, you hear this man? He comes to take me a prisoner to Algiers. He comes to destroy your leader, me, who will bear the seal of Boucaille. What say you to that?
And what do you say, Monsieur Thurston?
I'm taking you back to Algiers, Béchard.
Men of Kabyle! Men of Kabyle, silence! I am your chief. The light of your own council fires, you have made me so. And I say to you that Colombe Béchard lies. He does not possess the seal and never will. His words bring only evil to the hills. Let no hand be raised to help him. This I command you.
Here's your prisoner, Mr. Thurston.
Boy, what a highway. 60 miles an hour, this car hems like a billiard table. How much farther to Algiers, Mr. Thurston?
Oh, around 12 or 14 miles, Pagon. Maybe our friend Béchard knows exactly.
Yes, I do. And I would suggest you slow down for this next curve.
Ah, what for? It's a cinch. I can do it with one hand tied. Hey, there's a truck parked across the road.
It's a roadblock. Jam on those brakes, Pagon.
This is why I told you to slow down.
Hey, look, a whole gang of stick-ups.
The men with the rifles take their orders from me. I had no intention of going to Algiers, at least not under escort. I'll take your gun now, Monsieur Thurston.
At 10 to 1 odds, I'm not going to argue here.
Merci, monsieur. Au revoir, Effendi.
Not again. Please don't shoot me again. I'll pay you all my money, 100 francs. All right, 200 francs.
Pagon, come off from under that dashboard and shut up.
But I can't, Mr. X. I'm dead. They got me.
Those shots would have smashed the carburetor. From here on, we walk. Let's go.
But...
It's only 14 miles to Algiers.
Oh.
Hello, Darla.
Ken, Monsieur Zelsmith.
Nobody answered the door downstairs, so we came on up. Were you expecting somebody else?
No. Ken, no. I heard someone on the stairs. I did not know who it was.
Oh, I see. Yosef turned Colombe Béchard over to us. He escaped while we were bringing him in.
Yes, I know.
That's why we lost no time coming here. One thing we can't do is to let Béchard get a hold of the seal.
The man who holds the seal of Boukail can command the Kabyles to his wishes, Ken.
Yeah. Yes, it's the old symbol of unity in the hill tribes, isn't it? Lost since the days of the Roman conquest. Until Dr. Webb dug it up.
They still believe in it, Ken. They would still follow the seal. The selfish, greedy ones, at least. The others, they would be drawn in.
Yeah. And then civil war, death, disease, starvation here, and famine in France. And that's what Colombe Béchard was planning. That's why he murdered Dr. Webb.
Yes, Ken.
Yes. All right, Béchard, come out of there with your hands up. You're covered.
The situation seems to be reversed again, Monsieur Thurston.
Permanently this time.
Ken, I tried to think of some way to tell you he was hiding here.
Yeah, I got the idea. All right, search him, Pagon.
Well, I'll be only too glad.
Oh, no, you don't.
Look out, Darla.
If you shoot, you'll kill her. I'm getting out of here.
Let me go.
You haven't got a chance.
Let me go.
All right, I will let you go.
He knocked her out, Mr. X. Got away.
Look, see anything out of the window?
I don't know. No? Nothing yet.
No, it's all right, Darla. Take it easy.
Okay.
Hey, there he goes, Mr. Thurston.
What did I shoot?
No, Pagon. He didn't get away.
Was that? He's in there.
Yes, Darla.
Oh,
Pagon, go down, find the commanding officer. Tell him I'll talk to him later.
Okay, Mr. Thurston. And say, what about that George Llewellyn guy, too?
Oh, he's just an old busybody with too much time on his hands.
You mean, I mean that...
On your way, Pagon. How do you feel, Darla?
All right now.
Why'd you do it? Why'd you risk your life to get mixed up in this thing?
Ken, I could not let Béchard have the seal. It is here, you know. Dr. Webb, he gave it to me. There was no one he could trust. He was afraid to keep it in camp.
Yeah, I thought you had it. There wasn't any other reason for Webb telling me to find you. But there's more to it than that, Darla.
I told you my mother was a Kabyle, Ken. The hill people, they are my people. They have found a way of life that is good. They've learned to raise crops and sheep, to sing in the village at night. Colombe Béchard would have given them only the sound of war in place of that. I have heard those songs, Ken.
Yes, so have I. You said the seal was here, Donna.
Yes, I hid it here in the charcoal brazier. There. It holds too much power for any man to destroy it.
Carved in obsidian, inlaid with gold. Huh, that's all there is to it. And a thing like that is the price of death.
The price of peace is even higher, Ken. I paid it.
What do you mean?
Colombecha was my brother.
The price of peace. How many times will that price be paid? How often has the world said never again and solemnly written the words in the sand? And how many times has the world stood by while the storm blew the words away? Must they always be lost? Forgotten? Are they being forgotten again? Now?
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall will return in just a moment. The Man Called X is presented each week with the best wishes of your Frigidaire dealer. We invite you to come in and learn about the famous line of Frigidaire electric refrigerators, electric ranges, electric water heaters, home freezers, the new Frigidaire automatic washer, electric dryer, electric ironer, and a wide variety of refrigerating and air conditioning equipment for homes, farms, stores, offices, and factories. Our Frigidaire star, Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Friends, there are millions of people in this world who need food. Men and women and children who must have food if they are to go on living. So let's all of us do all we can to help them by saving wheat and saving meat. Now, next week, our story is called Journey to Xenophon. And if you know where the island of Xenophon is, well, you're way ahead of me. Anyway, we have a real thriller lined up for you, and Leon Belasco, of course, will be along to complicate matters. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the Man Called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental.
The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, came to you by transcription and returns next week at this same time over these same Columbia stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now we present Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X, the Saturday night feature on NBC's five-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. When we ask you to try Anacin for the relief of pain due to a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, we are not asking you to try a new or unproved method, for there are many people listening in now who have been introduced to Anacin tablets by their own dentist or physician. You who have received Anacin this way know the effective, incredibly fast relief these tablets bring. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. People by the thousands are using modern Anacin today instead of other ways. Doesn't their experience seem worth following? Try Anacin the next time you suffer pains from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You will be delighted with the results. Ask your druggist for Anacin today. Anacin is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Inside a tiny engineer's shack at a uranium mine near the village of Kutu in the Belgian Congo, two white men sit in pitch darkness watching the natives outside dressed in the skins and claws of leopards and panthers as they writhe and turn in the firelight to the age-old rhythm of the Congo drums, the rhythm of death.
I tell you, Dubek, I don't like it. Those devils are working themselves up to no good out there.
Oui, I know what you mean, mon ami. And after what happened at Bosoko.
Yeah, and Ajolu and Ikela.
But what can we do about it, after
Wait,
all?
look.
Oh, yes, I see. They wave now the spears like a dance of war.
What do you mean spears? Those are guns.
Guns? C'est impossible.
Do you see the glint of them in the firelight?
But how could they have guns?
I don't know, and I'm not going to stick around to find out.
Guns like a dojour.
Come on, we've got to get out of here while we're still in one piece.
But where? Behind us is the jungle, and in front... Listen to them.
I'll chance it through the jungle. Here, help me with this window. Yeah, if we can make it to the river in the old power boat, we can... Oh, Dubek.
Fred, mon ami, you are hurt.
Go on. Keep going. Run for it.
No, I cannot leave.
Thurston. Ken Thurston.
What? What?
New York. Thurston. The Mac.
Fred! Fred!
Well, all I know about him is what he says in his letter, Chief, that he was associated with Fred Stevenson in the mining operation in the Congo.
Stevenson, yeah.
And apparently Fred told him to contact me just before he died. You remember Fred. Helped us out in that Brazilian copper setup.
Oh, of course. Top-notch mining engineer, wasn't he?
That's right.
Oh, that's too bad. But what is he doing in Africa?
He's working as mine supervisor for an outfit called Congo Uranium Limited, a Belgian-American-British combine licensed under a Belgian government permit. They've been shipping out a lot of high-grade ore, most of it directly to Oak Ridge.
Oh, well...
According to Dubec, 4 of the company's 5 major installations have been forced to shut down because of local opposition, strikes, and native raids.
Oh, yeah. I guess that's what's apt to happen when civilization starts to cramp the style of the petty native chiefs and witch doctors.
I wish I could be sure that's all that's causing this trouble.
I don't get you, Ken.
Suppose some foreign power were interested in cutting down our supply of atomic weapons. Why wouldn't they stop it at the source by slowing up our supply of uranium ore?
Yeah.
A clever agent who really knows those natives could make a real play on their superstitions, their taboos, and their magic.
Ken, I'll have Miss Brooks contact Sabina Airlines right away and get you on the first plane for Leopoldville.
Already done.
Well, then I'll cable this Dubeck fellow that you're on your way.
Oh, I did that the minute I read his letter. So long, Chief. Send you a postcard.
The Royal Albert offers little luxury, Monsieur Thurston, but it is the best we have in Leopoldville. Now, if you will come with me to the bar, perhaps a vermouth cassis?
Well, I'll settle a dry martini with an onion.
C'est bon. But our bartender Galou is a full-blooded Bakongo tribesman.
Galou?
I do not think he will understand the martini. However, let us sit down and try.
Yes, let's.
Monsieur Dubec.
Ah, Galou, a vermouth cassis.
Martini avec l'oignon pour Monsieur Thurston.
What?
Galou, you have a good memory, how are you?
But...
Galou have good memory for good ami, monsieur. Martini avec.
You have been here before, Monsieur Thurston?
Oh, a couple of times.
Then perhaps you know what our trouble is all about.
No, but I'd like to find out. Why not start at scratch, Dubec?
Then we start with the natives. The natives on whom we must depend to work the mines. But it may be you know them as well as I, monsieur.
Go on, Dubec.
We have all thought of them as just a sulky child. Monsieur Jerry Pickens has often said...
Jerry Pickens?
Yes, the what you call Cockney trader at Lucala.
Oh.
He says they are nothing but children. Treat them that way and they are all right. And that is what I used to think myself, until 6 weeks ago, when the trouble started.
Your letter said something about playing on their superstitions.
Yes, we employed some 3,000 native workers, and one day, none of them reported for work.
You mean no matter how much you offered them in trinkets and money, they wouldn't come back?
It was as though some spell had been cast. 4 of the mines were destroyed. The buildings burned to the ground. I tell you, monsieur, when you sit in a tiny board shack and watch those devils twist and turn to the beat of those drums, the hysterical cries of the witch doctor, it is hard to think you are not bewitched.
Yeah, I can believe that. What about the witch doctor? Is it always the same one?
I think so, for he always wears the same skin, that of the giant black leopard.
Well, is he from one of the loyal tribes?
Who knows? He might be from here, or the Ivory Coast, or Mozambique. He might even be a white man.
Yeah? Or a woman?
Who knows?
Quebec. You haven't told me how you managed to escape the night Fred Stevenson was shot.
Both cassis, Martini.
Oh, fine. Here, I'll do.
Ah, merci, merci.
Martini in the middle of the jungle. Your friend must be a very important man to deserve such a luxury, Gaspar. I should enjoy meeting him.
Tanya Stevenson, Monsieur Thurston.
How do you do?
Tanya was Fred's wife.
Oh, well, I can't tell you how sorry I...
Thank you. Oh, please sit down.
Well, won't you join us?
Well, just for a moment. There. Thurston, I'm sure I heard Fred speak of you. Oh, but of course you're Ken Thurston from New York, isn't it?
More or less.
Whatever are you doing in Africa?
Oh, I spend a lot of time just traveling around. Monsieur Dubec has been kind enough to invite me to visit the mine at Lucala.
Oh, what a coincidence. If you are leaving tomorrow night, we shall be on the same riverboat.
Tanya, surely you are not going to Lucala?
Oh, but of course, Gaspar. The company has been kind enough to offer me work as a bookkeeper, to carry on the work that Fred was doing, the work that cost him his life. And now, if you will excuse me, I must begin packing. Until later, Mr. Thurston. Goodbye, Gaspar.
A man can never understand a woman, and he is a fool to try.
Any woman, Dubec, or that one in particular?
That one especially. While her husband was alive, she refused to go near the mines. She hated Africa and begged him to give up his job. She even threatened to divorce him if he would not. And now...
Yeah. I see what you mean.
Good evening, Ken.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Stevenson.
Won't you call me Tanya?
Tanya? Russian, isn't it?
Why, yes, quite Russian.
Of course.
Oh, this trip up the river is really quite fascinating, isn't it? The jungle in the moonlight, the birds, the sound of the animals. Oh, fascinating.
You really think so?
Why, of course. No, I see. Gaspar has been telling you about me.
Well...
It is true. I despise the Congo. Everything about it. It is a land of heat, and disease, and darkness, and death.
And yet you're staying here. Why?
What choice is there? Fred left me no money. I have no friends, no family, nowhere to go, not even a passport.
Well, as the wife of an American citizen...
I have made application, but everything takes time, Ken. So I have taken a job with the mining company. There was nothing else.
Right now, it might be a good idea. Take your mind off Fred. Occupy your time.
I shall hate it. The mines killed my husband. I warned him, begged him to leave, but he would not listen. The mines kill everything they touch. Remember that, Ken. Don't stay at Lucala. Go back to America as quickly as you can.
The devil's there. Sounds like a... Yes, that's the Geiger counter.
Oh, yes, one of the passengers.
Hmm?
A silly little man who says he is looking for uranium.
Oh, no. Excuse me, Tanya.
You won't forget what I told you.
No, I won't forget.
All right, Pagan.
Oh, hello, Mr. X.
What are you doing on this boat?
Well, I've been riding up and down this river for the past 10 days waiting for you. I know every nick and cranny. I was visiting my cousin in Brazzaville when I heard about the trouble in the uranium mines. So I said to myself, Mr. X will be turning up and needing my expert assistance.
No, thanks.
But it won't cost you a thing. Well, maybe just a fare back to United States.
No dice, Pagan.
All right. If that's the way you feel, I'll go along for free. It isn't that as though I have broke or something. When 10,000 smackers ride in my lap...
10,000 what?
Sure, didn't you know? That's what you get for finding a uranium mine. What do you think I rented this gadget for?
Any uranium found here belongs to the Belgian government.
But they can't do that to me, Mr. X. It's an American.
Good morning, Monsieur Thurston.
Oh, hello, Dubeck. We ought to be getting to Lucada pretty soon, hadn't we?
Yes, the village is just around the next bend, but from there to the mine is nearly a 6-hour trip.
I see. Dubeck.
Yes?
Is that the village up ahead?
Why, yes, it... Monsieur Thurston, that's smoke. There must be a fire.
There was a fire.
What?
Lucada's been burned to the ground. This must have been the trading post right about here.
Sure. There's what's left of the sign. Jerry Pickens, proprietor.
Now, you see what I was talking about in the boat, Ken. The mines bring nothing but destruction and death to everyone.
Now, here comes Dubeck. Maybe he's found out what happened.
Who's that character with him? And what's he wearing all that paint on his face for?
Those markings show his tribal rank.
Huh?
It is as I expected. The witch doctor, he aroused the tribe to another frenzy. They attacked the village and burned it. The natives who lived here have fled to the hills.
What about the trader, Pickens?
Oh, how stupid of me. I had almost forgotten. Embo, where was Mr. Pickens last night?
Him go up river last morning. Not be here.
He owns another trading post at the next village. He must have been staying there.
I picked a good night to be somewhere else. Embo, did you see the raid?
Hear drum, see fire come down from mine.
Good for you. And the witch doctor, did you see him too?
Not see face, see black leopard skin.
Ah, yeah. Well, let's go look at the mine.
If we are to arrive before dark, we must leave at once. Embo, bring Mrs. Stevenson's luggage.
Dear Juana, Embo follow.
Lubeck, how long has Embo worked for you?
Perhaps 6 months. Why?
Oh, it's strange that he stays loyal while all the other natives are running off, especially when he's of such high rank.
High rank? What do you mean?
Oh, that red line across his forehead and the way his hair's cut.
Yes?
They indicate that our friend Embo is a tribal chieftain with the powers of a king among his people.
What? Are you sure?
Yeah. I'd say we have a very important man carrying luggage for us.
Do we have to keep going so fast, Mr. Thurston? We've been walking all day, and I'm getting tired.
You invited yourself on this safari, Pagan.
I don't like that Ember character behind us, neither. He looks like he would double-cross his own grandmother for a half a buck.
Hold on a minute.
Jerry Pickens.
Oh.
Been trying to catch up with you chaps all day. Oh, hello, Mrs. Stevenson. Heard you was coming up to work at the mine. Sorry, I don't believe I've had the pleasure of meeting you, sir.
This is Ken Thurston, Jerry Pickens.
My pleasure, sir.
Surely we've met before, maybe at Leopardville.
Oh, I don't think so, Mr. Thurston. At least it ain't likely. Ain't been there for the last 6 months. Spends all my time trying to keep my trading posts running. Not that it's done me much good.
I am most sorry about the fire at Lucala, Mr. Pickens. We saw what has happened.
Ain't it a crying shame? There's not 5 shillings of salvage left. I just takes one look and decides to hightail it off to you.
How'd you find out where we were?
Some of the natives come sneaking back. They've been watching you from the hills and tipped me off. I practically had to run all the way to catch up.
We had better move on. It will soon be dark. Embo?
Deal. Embo lead way now.
That won't be necessary. Embo will...
See in dark. Embo will lead way.
All right, whatever you like. But we must hurry.
Hey, Mr. Thurston, what's that noise?
Talking drums, Pagan. The natives are sending some sort of message. Embo,
Yes?
what do the drums say?
I, not know.
Of course you do. What do they say?
I no want tell.
Embo, answer Mr. Thurston's question.
Drums say, evil one in jungle, very evil,
Huh?
destroy mind tonight. Destroy power of evil one.
Evil one? What does that mean, Embo?
Drums say, man called X.
We will continue with The Man Called X in just a moment. Here's a word from RCA Victor. What do most people wish for during the new year? Health and a happy home. Making your home happier is the specialty of your RCA Victor million-proof television dealer. He knows, as well as over 1 million families know, that RCA Victor million-proof television brings excitement, adventure, and beauty right into your living room. And the moment you see the new RCA Victor million-proof television, you will easily see why it's America's favorite television. Your RCA Victor dealer will show you RCA Victor million-proof television in a wide variety of models, every one a thrilling buy. But the most exceptional buy of all is an RCA Victor television radio phonograph combination, which gives you 5 great instruments in one luxurious cabinet for much, much less than comparable instruments would cost separately. See your RCA Victor dealer soon and make your home happier in 51 with RCA Victor Million Proof Television. Now Act 2 of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall with Leon Velasco as Pagan Zellschmidt. Ken Thurston has reached the uranium mine near the village of Lucala, deep in the Belgian Congo. In the distance, native drums reiterate their baleful message, and Ken knows that a leopard-skinned witch doctor who has roused the natives against the mines and focused their hate by witchcraft is waiting to kill him.
This is the main administration building. It is of better construction than the others, but it is still only wood and straw. Oh, you hear? The drums have stopped. They will now prepare to attack us.
How long would you say we have, Dubé?
Oh, an hour, perhaps 2 hours, until the moon goes down.
Are we just going to sit here and wait for them to kill us?
She's got a point there. How about weapons, Dubeck? At least we could give these blighters a taste of their own medicine.
Yes, yes. The guns are hidden in the mine shaft beyond the compound. I took that precaution when I left for Leopoldville to meet Mr. Thurston.
Good idea.
Embo, bring us the rifles.
Never mind, Embo. I'll get them. I saw the shaft as we came in.
They're on the first level. But you do not
Come
need...
on, Pagan.
Well, I...
Come on.
So this is a uranium mine, eh? Well, maybe we're to stop and take a few samples. Hey, maybe there is $1 billion worth in here.
Oh, shut up and flash that light over here.
Well, what do you know? A pile of rifles, just like Mr. Dubeck said.
Yeah. Only one trouble. These guns are empty.
How do you like that? What are we going to do now?
I'll take these rifles to the others. You wait here for about 5 minutes and then join us in the administration building.
Wait here. But, Mr. X, I don't like this.
You're in one of the richest spots in the world, Pagan, so relax and enjoy it.
Ah, you found the rifles. C'est bon.
Here you are, Dubeck. Here, Pickens.
What, wait a minute here, Thurston. Afraid this gun won't do much good. There ain't no bullets in it.
Huh? No, in this one.
We had a little trouble finding the cartridges, but Pagan will be along with them in a minute or two.
No, it's not true. Shells are not...
Go on, Embo. The shells aren't what?
Oh, you mustn't pay no attention to him, Thurston. These natives don't know what they're talking about.
Embo knows what he's talking about. He got rid of the ammunition on somebody's orders.
I do not understand. Whose orders?
The witch doctor who wears a leopard skin.
Thurston, I think you've got something there. If we only could get our hands on him, if we knew who he was,
We do know who he is, Pickens.
What do you mean, monsieur?
Remember when we left Ducado and started for the mine? Embo followed us. But as soon as Pickens joined the group, Embo insisted on marching in the lead.
Yes, I thought it strange at the time.
It wasn't strange. The natives of the Congo tribe believe that it's wrong to walk in the footsteps of a witch doctor. They believe the witch doctor stamps down evil as he walks along, and anyone who touches his tracks will pick up that evil. That's why Embo wouldn't walk in back of Pickens.
Pickens? I'd heard about you, Mr. X. Heard you was plenty smart. But I didn't expect you to figure out things this fast. Not that it makes much difference, you see. This here pistol has got bullets in it.
I'm sure it has.
Embo, tell your tribe we've made prisoners of the evil spirits that's cursed your land. And we're going to bring him to quick justice.
Why are they keeping us in this hut, Mr. X?
Well, I imagine they're preparing the fires, Pig, huh?
Fires?
Yeah, these natives think that the only way an evil spirit can be destroyed is by flame.
You mean if I ask what's cooking, the answer will be it's me?
Come now. Everything ready.
You really intend to burn us, Embo?
Fred, he hasn't got much choice, Thurston. Evil must be destroyed. Natives won't have it any other way.
That's the native religion, I know that. But what about the preliminaries?
Preliminaries?
Sure. The accused is entitled to trial. Trial by poison.
Huh?
You've had all the trial you get, Mr. X. As witch doctor, I'm the only judge here, and I says you're guilty.
What about it, Embo? If we really are evil ones, the trial will prove it. And if not...
Him speak true. Old wise men always test by poison.
I'm your wise man now, Embo, and I say that...
Embo still chief. Embo say evil wants to have trial.
Huh?
You fix poison. Come. Now.
All right, but it'll only prove what I've been telling you all along.
I don't get it, Mr. X. What's all this talk about poison?
The natives who practice black magic...
Black magic?
...believe in what they call trial by poison.
Yes, I have heard of
The
it.
accused person and several other members of the tribe drink a mixture concocted by the witch doctor. Then the guilty one falls to the ground in agony, while the others apparently feel no pain.
What a trial. It don't make sense.
Psychology, Pagon, like all witchcraft.
Say, you're right, Thurston.
Sure. The so-called poison is just strong enough to cause a little nausea. But the guilty one exaggerates the sickness in his mind and thinks he's really been poisoned.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Mr. X. You know, I was afraid I might lose you.
Not a chance of that, Pagon. You see, you'll have to drink the poison, too.
Yeah. The Jerry Pickens character sure looks like a fugitive from a nightmare, Mr. X. He even forgot to take the head of that leopard skin coat he's wearing.
Yeah.
But hey, why he's keeping dancing around that pot and scraping pieces of bark into that boiling water? It's not sanitary, and we got to drink it.
That's the bark of the blood tree. These natives think it makes the poison I told you about.
Mr. X, if you don't mind, I don't feel very thirsty.
Mr. Thurston, blood water is ready.
We are ready, Embo, and unafraid. For our hearts are free of evil doing, aren't they, Pagan?
Yeah. Oh, yes, sure.
You, Chief Blood Devil, you drink first. I, Chief, drink with you. And 3 elders from village.
Wait, Embo. As the person on trial, it's my privilege to pick who must share the test with me.
It's true. It's tribal law.
Then I choose your witch doctor, Mr. Jerry Pickens.
Hey, what? You're crazy. I makes the stuff. You drink it.
This time you're going to drink it, too.
Oh, no, I'm not.
You heard, Embo? It's the tribal law. Or are you afraid that my magic will turn out to be good? That you'll double up in pain from the evil inside you?
Don't be ridiculous. Make him drink up, Embo. Let's get this over.
How about it, Embo? You're chief, and the law is the law.
Embo ask elders of tribe. Elders say witch doctor drink or no make true medicine.
All right, but he takes his first.
No. If you not evil, blood water no hurt. You drink first.
No, I won't do it.
You go on, Jerry. You're an intelligent Westerner. You know it's only the bark of a tree, isn't it?
I tell you, I won't touch the stuff.
Drink.
No. I won't do it. You can't force me to. Get away from me!
Drink.
No!
Death.
Yes, Embo. Your people can take off their leopard skins now and go back to the mines. The taboo is over. The evil spirit that cursed the jungle is gone.
It's good, Wanamakubra. It's good.
Mr. X, that Bloodwater sure finished off that Pickens character.
You see, monsieur, why I tell you we must almost believe in this witchcraft?
It wasn't witchcraft that killed Jerry Pickens, Dubeck. The stuff in that cup smelled to me like potassium cyanide.
What?
Pickens realized that bark mixture wouldn't affect me because I knew what it was all about. And the test would prove me innocent.
But Mr. X...
He couldn't risk that. So he put some real poison in it.
I knew all the time there wasn't any such a thing as black magic.
Oh, but there is, Pagan. And not just in the jungles. It swept whole countries of the world. Wherever lies are repeated and repeated until ignorant men believe them, wherever peoples are deceived into hate and greed, there you have witchcraft. The most evil witchcraft of all. And only truth and faith and courage can destroy this false belief.
Now, here is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, our story is called Operation 50, and it concerns the most important $50 bills in the world. Though, come to think of it, any kind of money would be important to Leon Velasco. I mean, Pagon Zelschmidt. And I think you'll agree it's an important story, too, especially in these days. So join us, won't you, when next I return without a cold, I hope, as the man called X. Good night.
The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is a Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Man Called X is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music composed and conducted by Felix Mills. Tonight's story was written by Robert Libet and Frank Burt. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to listen tomorrow evening for The Big Show with Tallulah Bankhead and a great parade of stars, the Sunday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And until next week, same time and station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. Now the hit tunes on your hit parade. Tomorrow it's The Big Show on NBC. Now we present Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X, the Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. Here's a word from RCA Victor. Big as life and just as natural. That's the picture you get on RCA Victor's new 19-inch television sets. What a picture that 19-incher is. It's clear, it's sharp, it's steady, because it's locked in place by the exclusive RCA Victor Picture Synchronizer. It's powerful because behind it are RCA Victor's newest extra rugged television circuits. And it's dependable, with all those matchless qualities of engineering and performance which have made RCA Victor million-proof television the proven pride of over 1 million American homes. Your RCA Victor dealer will be pleased and proud to introduce you to 4 models of RCA Victor 19-inch television. The York, a compact, inexpensive table topper. The Hillsdale and the Northampton, two glorious consoles with cabinets so beautiful, you'd think the price applied to the cabinets alone. And the Sedgwick, the 19-inch television, radio, phonograph combination. When you start on the television way of life, start at the top with RCA Victor Million Proof Television, 19-inch size. It was in 1945 in the concentration camp at Mauthausen, Germany, that the man called X first learned of the existence of the Himmler plates. But it was not until 5 years later that he heard of them again, when a phone call came into the bureau from Uruguay Intelligence in Montevideo.
I tell you, Senor Thurston, there can be no mistake.
What about the scroll work, Inspector Brizas?
Well, there are slight irregularities in the lower left-hand corner.
And the serial numbers?
The figure 4 is closed rather than being open.
Thanks for informing us, Inspector. I'll join you in Montevideo in 24 hours.
Buenas, Senor Thurston. Hasta la vista.
Adios, Inspector. Chief, they've turned up again. The Himmler plates.
The Himmler plates? Good Lord, Cam.
I see you remember them.
How could I forget them? Why, those Nazi engraving plates turned out the most perfect counterfeit American $50 bills ever made.
That's right. Hitler's gang used millions of dollars worth to buy war materials from neutral nations.
But, Ken, we found records stating that the plates had been destroyed.
What if the records were faked? And the Himmler plates were smuggled out of Germany?
Yeah. If they were, this would be a job for Treasury, not for the Bureau.
The inspector says the bills are being passed in Montevideo by a Bureau agent.
Well, that's impossible. We don't have any men assigned down there.
That's right, Chief.
Miss Brooks, book passage for Ken Thurston on the first plane from Montevideo, Uruguay.
Thanks, Chief. I'll be seeing you. By the way, want me to give your regards to Pagon?
Pagon? What's that chiseling crook got to do with this?
Oh, didn't I tell you? Our non-existent agent down there is Pagon Zellschmidt.
But I swear by the father of my father, Mr. Thurston, I don't know nothing about those phony Mazumas. I'm innocent as a lamb.
Oh, sure.
Sure. There I was in El Rio del Oro, minding my own business, when this Inspector Brisas put the pinch on me.
El Rio Doro.
It is a licensed gambling casino, Senor Thurston.
Oh.
It was there that these counterfeit bills began to make their appearance. And when Senor Zelsmith attempted to buy chips with some of them, we arrested him.
Believe me, Mr. Thurston, this is all subversive, anti-American propaganda. They're storing me because I got an unfilable system. I won that on a roulette.
Pagon, you never gamble on anything in your life.
Who gambles? I sell the system to my suckers, the clients, that is.
Did you have to call yourself a bureau agent?
Oh, that? Well, it's just a case of mistaken identity.
Well, Senor Thurston?
Inspector, I'm going to test Pagon's infallible system at El Rio Doro.
Some gambling joint, eh, Mr. X? Believe me, Las Vegas is only a hole in the carpet next to this place. And look at that scenery.
Quiet, you idiot.
Oh, but I know her, Mr. Thurston. Yes, I do. Her name is Anna. Look, she's coming over now. Sometimes I don't know how I do it. Really, I don't.
So there you are at last, Senor Pagon. I have been desolate waiting for you.
Well, that's the way it goes sometimes, my little cucaracha. Us busy business type executive, you know.
Perhaps I will forgive you then, if you will introduce to me your Americano friend.
Friend? What friend?
My name's Ken Thurston, senorita.
Oh.
If you are going to play the wheel tonight, Senor Thurston, why do you not join me? I have a strange feeling it would be most fortunate for both of us if you did so.
I'd be delighted.
Me too,
But
you
I've a
bet.
little business to discuss with the cashier first. May I join you later?
But certainly, at the second wheel to the right.
Second wheel to the right.
Bueno. Until later then, Senor Thurston.
Oh, you bet. We'll see you later, Mr. Thurston. Now, like I was saying, my little...
Could you change these $100 bills for me, please?
But of course, senor. In pesos?
Oh, American dollars, 50s.
I regret, but we do not have any on hand at the moment. Perhaps 20s or 10s?
50s will do. And the next time, close your cash drawer first. Then maybe I won't see them.
It is impossible for me to give you those $50 bills, senor. Any other denominations I should be happy
All
to...
right, Juan. Give the gentleman what he wants.
But, senorita,
Let
please.
him have the 50s.
There you are, senor.
Thanks, Miss Wilson. Some Americans seem to have more pull around here than I have.
I own this place.
Well, that's a partial explanation.
You can have the rest of it in my office if you'll wait till you get in there before you examine those bills, Mr. X.
This friend of yours, Pagon, this Senor Thurston, he seems to be a most charming man.
Oh, sure. Now, like I was saying, my little Tory turkey...
What business did you say he was in, Pagon?
Huh? Business? Whose business?
Senor Thurston.
Oh, him. Who cares? I just let him follow me around for laughs, you understand? Now, like I was saying, there's a cozy little nook down the coast, and
Perhaps later, muchacho. But now I feel very lucky for roulette. So be a darling, Pagon. Buy me some chips with these, huh?
Hey, this is an American 50.
See?
Stand right where you are. I'll be back in a couple of jiffies.
Bueno.
La cucaracha, ya no puede caminar.
One moment, please, my friend.
Huh?
I should like a word with you about the money you have in your hand.
I got no time to talk about money. Hey, that's a gun.
You are quite correct, Zellschmidt. It is a gun. So let us take a little walk, my friend.
All right, Thurston, let's get down to cases. You're snooping in the wrong place for those phony 50s. So get out of my casino and stay out.
What are you afraid of, Miss Wilson?
Look, I'm doing a big business here. If rumors get around about me paying off in phony bills, I lose my customers.
That why your cashier hung on to these 50s?
That's right. I'm taking no chances on phonies being passed out.
To your customers or to me?
You've got the bills. Check them.
I will.
Well?
They're okay.
Oh, please excuse Miss Wilson. I did not know that you were... What? No, it cannot be. You are Ken Thurston.
That's right.
Of course, I could not be mistaken. Do you not remember me, Mr. Thurston?
Wait a minute. Warsaw, 1939. You're Stefan Grabowski.
That is right, Stefan Grabowski. Oh, how good it is to see you again. How good it is.
Old friends?
Mr. Thurston saved my life in Warsaw. Oh, now we meet again. Oh, we have so much to talk about.
Some other time, Stefan. We've got business to talk over.
Oh, yeah, so. But would you visit me at my home, Mr. Thurston? Be my guest there. Here's my card. You will be there?
Sure, Stefan. Maybe I'll even drop in later tonight.
That would be wonderful. Imagine meeting you here after all these years. And we should both have business with Miss Wilson.
Quite a coincidence.
Maybe not.
What else could it be?
11 years ago, Stefan Grabowski was working for the Polish Treasury as an expert engraver. Or didn't you know, Miss Wilson?
Pardon, sir. You are Mr. Thurston.
That's right.
And Mr. Zellschmidt left a message for you.
Oh?
He says it is very important that you join him at once. It has something to do with money. If you will follow me, please, I will take you to him. Here we are, Mr. Thurston. He's waiting for you in this car.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
You will put up your hands, senor, and saquito.
Well.
And listen to me. I will speak only once. You will make no further effort to contact the one who has the Himmler plates. Furthermore, you will get out of Uruguay within 24 hours.
You almost sound as though you mean that.
Believe me, I do. Mr. X. You are feeling better now, Mr. Thurston.
Inspector Brisa.
See. I was entering the parking lot when my lights
picked you up. Just what I need right now. I pick you up.
Hagar.
Sure, those no goods knocked me subconscious, too.
Looks like someone's starting to get a little nervous.
You said it. Me.
Inspector, I'd like to see if you've got intelligence reports on some people.
Bueno. Who are they?
Well, it was Stefan Grabowski. And a beautiful blonde named Anna with a weakness for roulette wheels.
Anna.
A tall, dark, scowling sort of man with a saber scar on one cheek.
Saber.
And Joan Wilson, owner of El Rio Doro.
Saber. No investigation will be necessary in the case of Senorita Wilson. I can vouch for her personally.
Huh?
Si, senor. She happens to be my fiancée.
You have my story, Mr. Thurston. Warsaw, concentration camp, Uruguay.
You still in the engraving business, Stefan?
I have a tiny little printing shop where I do some novelty engraving. It provides a very poor living, but we are content with it.
We?
My wife, Mr. Thurston. I met her here. A wonderful person. Even though we are quite poor, there is never one word. She must be arriving home now.
Stefan, darling, have you returned yet?
Yeah, and with a very special guest. This is Mr. Ken Thurston. Mr. Thurston, my wife, Anna.
How do you do?
I am most pleased, Senor Thurston. But I must apologize for my husband.
Apologize, darling?
You say that Senor Thurston is a very special guest, yet you have made no attempt to serve him anything special, not even a drink.
You are so right, Herman. That is an oversight I shall remedy at once. I will get some yerba mate for us. On such an occasion, nothing is too good for our guest.
So you're Stefan's wife?
Have you told him anything? Anything about seeing me at the casino?
How could I? Who'd ever think the wife of a poor engraver could play the wheel at El Rio Doro?
Then please do not, I beg of you. I could not stand this poverty, having to count every centavo over and over again before spending it. I had a few pesos, gambled them, and won. But it would break Stefan's heart if he learned I was not content with the living he makes for us.
Oh, are you afraid he might find out that the money came from somewhere else? Ever hear of the Himmler plates, Anna?
The Himmler plates?
Yeah. They turn out the most perfect counterfeit bills ever made.
Counterfeit? I do not know of any counterfeit. Senor!
Come on.
Stefan! Talk to me, my darling. Talk to me. Stefan!
How's he, Anna?
He is dead. My Stefan dead. Who could have killed him? Why?
Suppose you tell me.
Me? But I do not know anything.
This $50 bill says otherwise.
$50 bill?
Yeah. It was lying over there on the floor near the window. Counterfeit. Printed on the Himmler plates. It's time for the truth, Anna. So talk. Now.
We will continue with The Man Called X in just a moment. Every day you hear more and more about an incredibly fast way to relieve the pains of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. It's Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So, the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30. Economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Ask for Anacin at any drug counter. Now, Act Two of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, with Leon Belasco as Pagon Zellschmidt.
time for the truth, Anna. So talk. Now.
All right, all right. I will tell you everything. I know everything.
Let's start with these $50 bills. What do you know about them?
I found them, senor, hidden away in Stefan's printing shop.
Huh?
See, that is where I get the money to play the wheel, senor, and that is all I know of them all.
Except that they were counterfeit.
No, I swear to you, I did not know that. I know only what I have told you. Now leave me alone, please. Leave me alone. Oh, Stefan, what have I done to you, my darling? What have I done?
Here is Grabowski's printing shop, Senor Thurston.
Easy now. Whoever shot Grabowski might be inside.
What is it, senor?
Look here, Inspector. An electrolysis vat.
Electrolysis vat?
Yeah. It's a way of putting a thin coating of metal over other metal. And here, some pieces of pure copper. And I'll bet this stuff's copper sulfate.
Does this mean something to you?
I don't know. But I got an idea.
Senor!
Yeah. Someone's in that back room. Come on.
Thurston, you see?
Yeah.
He's printing money. Bills of some kind on that hand press.
Yeah. Mind if we take a look at those bills?
Huh? Stand where you are, senor, or I fire!
What is this? Who are you? You've a pretty short memory. I'm Thurston, the man you slugged out in the parking lot, remember?
But of course. This saber scar on the cheek.
Yes. Keep him covered while I take a look at this printing job.
Well, Senor Thurston?
They're engraving plates, all right, Inspector. And these bills are phonies.
Aha.
But they were only made for children.
Children?
Yep. Our friend here was printing play money. Toy bills for kids to play with.
But I don't understand.
Maybe he's got an explanation for us.
But of course I have an explanation. My name is Vardas, Anton Vardas. I am Stefan Grabowski's assistant. We are behind in some small orders for these children's money, so I am attempting to get caught up. Stefan will be most pleased when he arrives in the morning.
Grabowski is dead.
Stefan? Dead? No. No, I do not believe that.
Why not, senor? You killed him, did you not?
Me? Kill Stefan? The man I would risk my life for? You must be crazy.
Would you risk your life for him or for the Himmler plates?
I do not know what you mean.
Grabowski was one of the engravers the Nazis forced to make those plates, wasn't he, Vardas? And you figure that after the Allies moved in, Grabowski got away with them. That's what you're after, isn't it?
You're right, Mr. Thurston. Up to a certain point. I did suspect Stefan of having those plates, but I was not interested in them, only in saving Stefan from the consequences of his acts.
You are a fool if you expect us to believe that story. Did you not attack Senor Thurston, wanting to leave the country and forget about those plates?
Only to protect Stefan. I wanted time to convince him to turn in the plates to the proper authorities.
How do you know who I was, Vardas? And how do you happen to know so much about Grabowski and the plates?
Your friend, Mr. Zellschmidt, talks too much, Mr. Thurston. And as for Stefan, I was at the same concentration camp with him. He saved my life there.
Senor Thurston?
Let him go, Inspector.
As you wish.
But you better get some men and tear this shop apart. Find those plates. They've got to be around.
It shall be done. And you, senor?
I'm going back to the casino to talk to Miss Joan Wilson.
May I ask why, senor? Do we not already have a full explanation on this matter?
Not quite, Inspector. We don't know who killed Grabowski. And we don't know why the same perfume Joan uses was on that counterfeit bill I found next to his body.
I haven't got time to talk to you now, Ken.
Why not, Joan? Too busy looking for counterfeit 50s or trying to pass them?
We went round and round about that once, didn't we?
We didn't go around far enough. Stefan Grabowski interrupted us.
Well, he won't interrupt us again.
Won't he?
He's dead, isn't he?
How'd you know about that, Joan?
Look, Thurston, there's no sense in our putting on the gloves every time we meet. I think you and I could get along okay together under the proper conditions.
Suppose you name him.
I will. Come to my party tonight.
Party?
Yes. I give one every year about this time for some of the people without countries who are living here in Montevideo. I'm one myself, and it makes me feel better to throw a shindig for them.
Okay, Joan. I'll be there.
Good. It's number 17, El Calle Grande.
17 El Calle Grande.
Right. See you later, Ken.
Yes.
Oh, you? Mr. Thurston. Mr. Thurston.
What's all the excitement about, Pagan?
Boy, did I ever dig up some dirt for you. It's plenty hot stuff, believe me.
What did you find out?
Well, there's a big foreign agent in town. Yeah, that's right. And this agent's after something pretty special. I don't know what it is, you understand, but the word's around. I even learned where this big giz is going to be tonight.
Yeah, where?
Number 17, El Cayo Grande.
Are you enjoying my little party, Ken?
Yeah, it's nice to be among friends so far from home. But I didn't know you were acquainted with Anton Vardas, or with the recently bereaved but now quite gay widow, Anna Grabowski.
I know most of the regular customers at my casino.
That still doesn't explain how you knew who I was, or how come you knew of Grabowski's murder.
What good is a fiance, darling, if you can't learn things from him?
Yeah? Did Bizarre tell you about the perfumed counterfeit bill I found next to Grabowski's body?
There's no mystery about that. Stefan had done a little printing job for me. I paid him in cash. That bill must have been with the ones I gave him.
You got all the answers, haven't you, Joan?
That's right, Ken. All the answers.
Well, Mr. X, your worries are over. Everything's taken care of slick as a thistle.
You told all of them?
Every mother's one of them. They all think you know where those phony plates are, who has them, and what's going to cook.
Good. Now we'll wait for one of them to make a move.
You don't have to wait.
Huh?
Yeah, you know that Inspector Brisa's guy? Well, his car drove away just a couple of minutes ago.
Okay, pig on. Here's where we go in.
Huh? But you said Inspector Brisa's already gave this print shop a once-over. What are we here for?
To find a killer.
Ooh. Hey, there's nobody home here.
There's some light coming from the back room.
Sure, but there's no noise. If anybody was home, he'd have to make some noise, wouldn't he? He would... Ooh. Mr. X, look who's there.
Yes.
But what's going on with that printing press thing?
The engraving plates are being removed from the hand press.
Plates? Then you mean that's the one we're after?
That's right. Hello, Vardas. Still trying to catch up on that back order for play money? Or have you finally gotten the big order from behind the Iron Curtain?
What are you talking about?
The Himmler plates, Vardas. The ones Grabowski smuggled out of Germany and hung on to, figuring that someday he'd get a pile of dough for them. Well, with the present mess in the world, the time got ripe, didn't it?
Are you crazy, Thurston? I do not understand what you're talking about.
The Nazis planned to use that counterfeit money to buy war materials from neutral nations. What one bunch of gangsters could do, so could another. Only Stefan's mistake was in thinking your country would pay him real money for them. Instead, you paid him off in lead.
Mr. X, you mean this guy is the one who bumped off Grabowski?
There's the proof in his hands, Pagon. Oh. The Himmler plate.
Now, I know you're crazy. You saw with your own eyes that these engraving plates only printed play money for children.
That's what it looked like, yes. But the electrolysis equipment tells the real story. That plus these bottles of etching acid. You were printing that play money with plates made of a thin sheathing of copper over a wax base. But beneath the wax, well protected and intact.
That's enough. Stand where you are, both
Mr.
of you.
Rex.
Oh, I see it, Pagan.
Yes, you are quite right, Thurston. The real Himmler plates are underneath these. Unfortunately, you will never live to see them with your own eyes. I wonder if you will either. Drop that acid, you fool! Okay, Vardas, here. No! You dirt!
Boy. Oh, what a smackaroo. Hey, tossing that acid stuff at him sure did the trick, Mr. Rex.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it did.
So now we got the counterfeit plates, and those no-goods didn't get away with nothing. But that sure was some clever gag of hiding them, eh, Mr. Rex?
There's a lesson to be learned from that, Pagan.
Yeah?
Yep. Whether it's engraving plates, counterfeit bills, or ideas. They can look legitimate enough, even pass for the real thing. But underneath, they're as phony as they can be. And that's why we've got to be on the watch for them. Always. Or we'll find ourselves winding up with a counterfeit world.
Now, here is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, Mr. X goes to Cuba on the trail of 5 ounces of treason. Just a tiny package that threatens the welfare of the entire world. And balling things up as usual will be Leon Belasco as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. It's a Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama, brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. Good night.
The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is a J. Richard Kennedy production, with music composed and conducted by Felix Mills. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. In tonight's cast, you heard Joan Banks, Maggie Morley, Will Wright, Stan Waxman, Dawes Butler, and Lou Merrill. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to listen tomorrow evening for The Big Show with Tallulah Bankhead and a great parade of stars, the Sunday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And until next week, same time and station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. Now hear your hit parade. Tomorrow it's The Big Show on NBC. Now we present Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X, the Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama, brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. Here is something you should know if you ever suffer from the sudden pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. It is a way to ease the pain, often within a few minutes. A way that is incredibly fast and effective. It's Anacin. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people were first introduced to Anacin through their own physicians or dentists. But today, these tablets are in such widespread use that all drug counters have them, and anyone may enjoy their benefits. Next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, by all means try Anacin. You like the convenience of Anacin tablets, and you will be delighted with Anacin's incredibly fast action. A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin. Ask for Anacin by name today at your druggist's.
Flight 6 for Lisbon now
It's a gray day and a cold wind whips the airstrips, but the flight tower at LaGuardia Field is doing business as usual. At 12:04, it brings in the liner from Dublin and lands it safely. The wheels chocked and the doors opened. Ken Thurston comes down the steps and hurries across the ramp. Yes, it's a gray day, all right, dark and cold. But the voice that greets Ken is bright with the warmth and innocence of springtime.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Pagan.
What a happy coincidence, eh? Imagine meeting you here.
Yeah, just imagine. How did you get hold of my schedule?
Well, I just accidentally happened to see the cablegram on Miss Brooks' desk. And I mean,
Coincidence, yeah.
Well, I thought Welcome to New York, Mr. Thurston. Here, let me carry your bag.
No, thanks. And no, I won't loan you $100. So long.
Wait a minute, Mr. Thurston, wait. Now, how could you even think that I only came out here to borrow money? Besides, I need $300.
Really broke, eh?
Oh, flat as a flounder. I've only got $50 or $60 left, and of course, that's nothing.
Nothing? Is inflation that bad? And I've only been away a week.
How about it, Mr. Thurston, eh? After all, it's only money and...
Hold it, Pagan.
Huh? You mean that guy there by the guardrail?
Yes, he looks like, By George, it is.
Is it? Yeah, I mean, is who, I mean?
Pedro Andalera. Pedro!
Must be him. He turned around.
Pedro, wait a second.
Hey, look, he's running away.
Yeah, now what the devil...
He crawled under that guardrail. He's on the ramp.
I can't understand what he... Pedro!
That plane! He don't see!
Pedro, look out!
Hey, Mr. Thurston. Oh, Mr. Thurston.
Yeah. He ran straight into that propeller.
Calling Dr. Ives. Will Dr. Ives please report to surgery?
Well, what I did was make arrangements at the receiving desk, Ken. An intern is bringing the contents of his pockets up from the morgue.
Okay, Chief.
We can wait in here.
I called police headquarters. They've got nothing on him.
I still can't understand why he ran away from you.
Nor can I, Chief. I hadn't seen or heard of Pedro since that sabotage case in Panama in 1944, yeah.
He was mixed up in that, wasn't he?
Probably. He was dismissed for lack of evidence, though. So that certainly couldn't be the reason he was terrified enough to run into a plane propeller.
Well, here's the stuff.
What stuff, Pagan?
Well, the stuff from that dead guy's pockets. What else?
Well, how did you get hold of it?
Oh, I just told the intern I'm a special agent of the Bureau. What do I do with it?
Zell Schmidt, for the last time, So help me,
So what's the beef, Mr. Chief? I'm only trying to be useful.
All right, Pagan. Dump it here on the table.
Okay, Mr. X. It really don't amount to much.
You, looked through it, huh?
Well, I peeked a little, there.
38 revolver. Loaded, too.
Return airline ticket to Cuba, made out to Pedro Andalera, Hotel Metropole, Havana.
Yeah. The Pan American plane landed right ahead of us. That means he'd just arrived. Chief, you know it's funny there's not 1 cent of cash in his... Pagan.
Mr. Thurston, I hope you're not thinking that I might have...
Hand it over.
But I swear by the father of my father,
How much was there?
Oh, $184. And... All right, there it is. After all, money isn't evidence, and he won't need it anymore. And...
Ken, look at these pamphlets.
Yes, printed in Spanish. Instrucciones para la sub... Good Lord.
Yes. Detailed instructions for various methods of sabotage.
Yes, with drawings and diagrams. How to disable power stations. Methods of destroying public water supplies. Construction of booby traps.
If this stuff's being put out in quantity...
Why, it's dynamite.
Dynamite is treason. It's chaos and murder.
But who printed them, Mr. Thurston? They're not even signed.
They don't have to be signed. Chief, I think the best bet is Havana. We've got no lead on Pedro's contacts here in New York.
All right, Ken. Follow it up. In whatever way is necessary.
Well, as far as I know, there's only one way to deal with a spreading infection. You find the center of it, and you eliminate it.
Well, here we are, Mr. Thurston. And what a crummy-looking dump.
Nobody asked you to come along, Pagan. You should have stayed in New York.
With all my creditors? How could I afford it? Which reminds me...
Sorry, no loans.
Not even $10? I mean, just for tips?
No, not even.
This mucilarium is worse inside even than outside. I'll bet they never even heard of plumbing. This is the dirtiest joint
Senores?
Oh. Good morning, senorita.
Senores, if the Hotel Metropole is too ordinary for your fastidious taste, why don't you go somewhere else?
But
It's just Pagan's idea of humor, senorita. You the manager?
I am not. Ring that bell there on the desk if you want the manager.
Well, thanks.
You're Americans, no?
That's right.
Americans. Why don't you go back where you came from? Why don't you stay there? Always running around the world, sneering, bragging. I hate all of you.
Anka.
Why don't you stay home?
What's going on here?
Seems the young lady doesn't quite like us.
Anka, this is no way to talk. You must stop it at
You
once.
Americans. They don't even care to stay in the same room.
What a flamethrower she is.
My apologies, senores. I am Lovilla, the manager. May I help you?
Yes, we'd like a couple of rooms.
But of course. You sign here and I will have the boys show you.
I should like Pedro Andalero's room.
Pedro's? But he is not here now, of course, but he is coming back tonight.
No, he won't be back. He's dead.
Dead? What happened to him?
Threw himself into the propeller of an airplane.
But why, senor?
I thought maybe you could tell me why.
No, senor. I know nothing about it.
What do you know about Pedro?
Pues, nothing, senor.
Well, he lived here, didn't he?
See, he lived here for, maybe 2-3 months. But I know nothing about him.
Well, did he have any friends, visitors?
Quien sabe, in a hotel like this, people come and go all the time. Whether to see him, I do not know. After all,
All
senor...
right, let it go. Have your room available across the hall from Pedro's?
Let me see. Pedro has number 44.
44.
And, see, the room across from it is empty. Number 45.
Good. We'll take the two of them.
But I am not certain it is permitted, senor. The police should be notified.
I've already seen the police. Here's your authorization.
Bueno. In that case, Miguel, véngase.
Me llamo Senor Vilo.
It was very nice of you to rent number 45 for me, Mr. Thurston.
You'll be in 44, Pagan.
Yes, I was afraid I might have to sleep on a part, you know. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, you don't.
What's the matter?
You know what's the matter. 44 is Pedro's room. I'm not going to be the live bait in this booby trap.
All right, then. Go find yourself a room somewhere else.
But I'm broke. You know I spend all my money for plane fare.
Well, in that case...
Oh, what a sitting bull I turn out to be. A clay pigeon. A clay pigeon, that's all I am. Alone in a room all afternoon. Any minute now, it's getting dark. And then what? Oh, why don't Mr. Thurston come back? Why don't he... Maybe if I keep still, they'll go away.
Pagan!
They know my name. Who is it?
Come on, Pagan, open up.
Mr. Thurston, boy, am I glad to see your face. Just wait till I move the sofa and this lamp and this table and the chair and the bed. Now. Hello, Mr. Thurston.
What the... You expecting an invasion?
With sabotages all around, who knows what to expect?
Oh, you weren't in any danger. Pedro wasn't due back from New York until half an hour ago. So why should anyone try to contact him?
Now I find out.
Now, pull down those blinds and turn on the lights. Might as well make it look as though someone's home.
Sure. Did you find out anything around town about that Pedro character?
Not a thing. I'm hoping somebody will try to get in touch with him here. Lovilo's keeping quiet about his death.
Well, there's sure not much low down in his room. Nothing but few clothes and some empty sardine cans and some food cans in the closet. He must have lived on sardines.
Maybe. But there could be another reason for... Answer it, Pagan. I'll cover you from the closet.
But, Mr. Thurston, maybe...
Go ahead, Pagan.
I'm coming. Don't shoot, I surrender.
¿Qué pasa? What are you saying?
I said Well, come right in, you luscious little frijoles.
Who are you? What are you doing here in this room?
Never mind, baby. Why don't we sit right down here on the sofa?
You sit there. I think I like this chair by the window better. Where's Pedro?
Suppose you tell us about Pedro, senorita.
Oh, Mr. Thurston, I didn't even need to be covered.
Who are you? What has happened to Pedro? What are you doing here?
What's your name?
Paquita.
All right, Paquita. What do you know about those little booklets Pedro was distributing?
You are the police.
Are you in on the scheme, too?
No, I know nothing.
Who are his friends? Who's he been working with?
I do not know.
Where does he print the stuff?
Senor, maybe we can get to be friends.
How
no?
long have you been tied up with Pedro?
I know nothing about this business. I'm only his, how you say, girlfriend, and I...
Pagan, snap off those lights and hit the floor. The shot must have come from that open window straight across the court. Too dark to...
Mr. X, I think she's hurt.
Yeah, let me shade this flashlight. Easy now, Paquita. Tell me who it was.
No use, senor. I wish to know Pedro. His island export company. Island
Export Company.
See, tell Miguel I'm sorry.
Miguel?
I want...
Mr. Thurston, is she...
Yeah.
What she was trying to say there? What's it mean?
It means we've finally got a lead. Come on, Pagan. Let's have a look at that room across the court.
We will continue with The Man Called X in just a moment. Here's a word from RCA Victor. What's the television picture today? Well, one thing's for sure, the television picture today's a big one. More and more people are enjoying it every day and on bigger and bigger television screens. Why not start your family at the top with 19-inch television and start right with America's favorite television, RCA Victor Million Proof. That's the kind of television that well over 1 million families have chosen for their homes. Yes, you get a bigger value, too, with your 19-inch RCA Victor. You can watch those big million-proof pictures comfortably whether you're close up or clear across the average living room. And here's another thing that's important to you. Only RCA has a nationwide service company to install your set and to give you continued service wherever you live. Ask your television dealer about the RCA Victor Factory Service Contract. And remember, you can buy this contract only with RCA Victor television. It's one more big reason for making your choice a big 19-inch RCA Victor. Now, Act Two of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, with Leon Belasco as Pagan Zellschmidt. A few small pamphlets found in the pocket of a man killed accidentally in New York threaten the security of the whole Western Hemisphere, bring the Bureau instantly alert, and send Ken Thurston by fast plane to Havana, Cuba. Now another person has died, this time by a bullet, and Ken and Pagan approach the room from which the shot was fired.
It's the next door ahead. Easy now, Pagan.
Easy. I'm not even breathing. Maybe I should wait here.
I don't care where you wait, but stay out of the way. I'll throw the door open and step in. Now, you stay to one side. It's empty. All right. Turn on the lights. Pagan, take your fingers out of your ears.
Sorry, Mr. Thurston. I just can't stand the sound of shooting, especially if it's at me.
Isn't going to be any shooting. Uh-huh. Somebody fired that one shot from here and then beat it.
Hey, this room hasn't even been lived in.
No, it was only used for the shooting because it's straight across from ours.
It was an accident. They were really shooting at us.
I doubt it. That table lamp would have thrown Paquita's shadow on the blind. No, they knew who they were after. Come on. Let's get back to the other room.
Got any idea who done it, Mr. Thurston?
Not exactly.
Too bad. I just was getting acquainted with her.
Oh, sure.
Sacre santos del cielo, senores. Senores, what has happened?
The girl's been shot. Over in Pedro's room, Lovilo.
Shot? Who did it?
I don't know. It was fired from a room down the hall. There's no one there now. See anybody on your way up?
Nobody, senor, except Miguel, of course, who was on the elevator.
Uh-huh. Well, you better call the police. Come on, Pega.
Right away, senor. I will inform them immediately.
How could anybody get away so quick, Mr. X?
Fire escape, stairway. It wouldn't be difficult to... Pega, I closed the door of Pedro's room when we left it.
Well, it's open now. Hey, maybe she wasn't really killed.
Of course she was. Come on.
Nobody here. Looks just like it did before.
Except for one thing. Somebody's taken those canned sardines that were lying around.
Good riddance. Who cares?
Seems odd, though, doesn't it? Sneaking into a murder room just to steal sardines.
Oh, well, some people like them. Personally, I'm a gourmet myself.
Yeah. One of those empty tins from the wastebasket. Smell it.
I don't smell anything.
That's just it. It's perfectly clean.
So maybe it was washed.
Ever tried to wash the odor from a sardine can?
Oh, I don't get what's going on around here, Mr. X.
I do. But the problem is how to stop it.
Well, here's the elevator, Mr. Thurston.
Going down, senores.
Thanks, Miguel.
I have heard a most unfortunate thing happened last night.
Yes, a girl named Paquita was shot to death.
Senor, you have stopped the elevator between the floors.
Oh, that's a good place to talk. Miguel, what do you know about Pedro and Alera?
Pues nothing. Except it is possible it takes many kind of person to make the world.
And you didn't like his kind, is that it?
Perhaps his mother thought him a fine fellow. You see, I am something of a philosopher, senor.
I see. Do you know anything about the business Pedro was in?
It is enough to manage one's own affairs in these times.
Maybe this is partly your affair.
Senor?
Paquita's last words were, "Tell Miguel I'm sorry." What did she mean?
Pues it is not easy to talk about. I am very sad she is dead. The thing is that Paquita was at one time my, how you call it, girlfriend. When she went to Pedro, at first I was crazy mad. Then I say, what's the difference? You see, I was getting tired of her anyway. And you know how it is with philosophers.
Oh, sure. Well, let's go on down.
I am very sad that she is dead, though. But you understand.
Yeah, I understand.
Main floor.
Thanks.
Buenos dias, senores.
So long, Miguel. Yeah. Quite an unusual bellhop.
Oh, I don't know. Lots of philosophers work at jobs like that.
No, Pagan. I mean the fact that he's wearing a shoulder holster and carrying a gun. Well, Pagan, this looks like the place.
Sure it is, Mr. Thurston. See right there on the sign? Island Expert Company office.
Well, it isn't the office I'm interested in. I think our best bet is that warehouse sticking out over the water. Come on, let's go.
The joint sure looks deserted. They must not do much business.
With the kind of business this is, any is too much. I guess the door opens off the dock here.
Boy, what a rickety dump. You know, if one of these pilings broke, the whole building would fall in the bay.
Yeah, it's a master padlock. Unlocked. They're very sure of themselves. Let's go in and have a look.
No windows. It's dark in here.
Wait, there's a light switch here by the door.
Sure don't look much like a warehouse.
It's not intended to.
Hey, look. That's a printing press. And what's this Rube Goldberg gadget?
That is a canning machine, Pagan.
What?
Sure. Let's open up some of these sardines.
You mean that's what is in all these boxes?
That's right, all crated and ready for shipment to agents all over the Western Hemisphere. Here we are.
You hungry, Mr. Thurston?
Not for this kind of stuff. Here, Pagan, have a sardine.
Look, it's full of little books. They're packed in that can, well, just like sardines.
Yeah. 5 ounces of treason. The perfect way to ship the stuff. Distribute it. Ah, sabotage, the rottenest game in the world. Well, I guess the addresses on these crates give us what we need.
Sure. It's got who the stuff's going to, but who is sending it?
The name is on the crates.
Lo Vilo. We don't know of any Lo Vilo.
But we know a Lovillo.
Oh, that hotel manager. You mean he's no good guy who...
Quiet, there's somebody coming. Get away from the door. Good morning, Mr. Lovillo.
Senor Thurston.
Get your hands up.
Si, senor, look, they are up. Please do not shoot me, senor. I have done nothing.
Nothing. What you called the murder of Paquita last night. What about this layout here? These pamphlets and shipments to agents with your name on the crates. You call that nothing?
But I am not the one, senor. It is my sister, Anga.
Hey, that's the hard-boiled little chicken who insulted us, Mr. Thurston.
Si, senor. She is the one. She is bitter and dangerous. Since she has come back from Europe, she has those ideas. She and Pedro forced me to help them.
Help murder Paquita, for instance?
No, I had nothing to do with it, senor. I swear I did not. She was the one. I will help you, senor. I will tell you anything you wish to know.
Wait a second. Hang on. You smell.
You mean like sardine cans or... smoke?
This place is on fire. And somebody's locked the door on the outside. Lovillo.
But we got to get out of here. We'll get burned up like rats in a tinderbox.
Anga, she's trying to destroy the evidence.
And all of us along with it. No windows. No other door.
All of us. She must not know I am here.
I see. So you weren't forced. You are a full partner. Here, Peter. Let's get the handles off this press. Now, shove the bar in this crack in the floor. Yep. And let's pry it up.
It's coming, Mr. Thurston.
Good. Now, the next one.
It's a good thing this building is so ramshackle.
Senor, I hope you do not misunderstand.
Never mind. Let's get out of here. Drop through that opening into the water, Lovillo. Go ahead. It's only 10 feet. That's it. Hang by your hands. Good. Carpega.
Maybe you don't believe it, Mr. Thurston, but I paid $200 for this suit. I'm credit, of course.
Oh, sure. Cheer up, Hagar. If this building caves in, you'll never have to pay for it. Now swim.
What are you planning to do, Senor Thurston?
Use the phone here in the office and have the police pick up Anga. She evidently left after she started the fire.
Look at that bird. Oh, we're sure would be a couple of dead gooses inside there. Anga!
Come in, Senor Thurston. And don't reach for a gun.
Well, glad you waited, Anga. Saves us the trouble of looking for you.
I knew you would be here, Anga. I knew you would think of
Be
something.
quiet. You're almost as weak and silly as that doll-faced Paquita.
But not as pretty. That's really why you killed her, wasn't it, Anga? Jealousy.
I killed her because she was a fool. She would have told you everything, like my brother.
Anga, you are mistaken. I have said nothing to them.
Oh, come now, Lovillo. What about the signed confession that you said was here in the office?
Confession? There is no confession.
You told us there was. Hidden here under the end of the rug.
It's a lie. Look, Anga, I will show you
Stay
there
where
is
you
nothing.
are. Senor Thurston, suppose you turn back the rug and hand me this little evidence of my brother's cowardice.
Sure, glad to. It should be about right here. Get a gun, Pagon.
Got it, Mr. Rex. I got it.
Stay where you are, Lovillo.
Boy, what a dummy. Standing on a rug and letting somebody grab the other end of it. Ooh, she's out like 3 strikes.
I perceived you are also a philosopher, Senor Thurston.
Well, come and join the party.
It takes a philosopher to realize there are certain times when a woman should be rendered unconscious.
I guess so. Miguel, I'll take that gun of yours.
This? But why, senor? It is not loaded. I only have it because of the tourists.
Huh?
See, I tell them I was once a bandit, and it gives them the big thrills. Look, someone has even filed off the pin. It won't work. Here.
Yeah. That's Eustace. as useless as a plane or a gun or a power plant that's been wrecked by saboteurs. But what if you really needed that gun to protect your life or your freedom and didn't know the pin had been filed off by a saboteur?
Now, here is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And I think you'd like to know that in tonight's cast you heard Peggy Webber, Lois Corbett, Harry Bartell, Frank Gustel, and Ted Von Eltz. Next week, Japan, for a crack at one of the most dangerous underground organizations in the world today. And Pagon Zellschmidt? Sure, he'll be along as Leon Belasco. Or vice versa or something. Anyhow, join us, won't you, when next I return as the Man Called X. Good night.
The Man Called X is a Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama, brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music composed and conducted by Felix Mills. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to listen tomorrow evening for The Big Show with Tallulah Bankhead and a great parade of stars, the Sunday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And until next week, same time and same station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. Now enjoy your hit parade. Tomorrow, hear The Big Show on NBC. Now we present Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X, the Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama, brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. If you suffer from the pains of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia, you should discover what many thousands have known for years, that Anacin brings incredibly fast, effective relief. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Probably at some time you've received an envelope containing Anacin tablets from your physician or dentist. Thousands of people have been introduced to Anacin this way. Try Anacin yourself the next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You'll be delighted at how quickly relief can come. Anacin is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100 for your medicine cabinet. Ask for Anacin today. Within the apartment on the second floor at Austerplatz 7 in Stuttgart, Germany, all was quiet, ominously quiet, as two men moved softly along the corridor, stopped, and listened intently outside the door.
Well, Monsieur Thurston?
I'll try the door, Inspector. Locked.
Our bird is gone then, huh?
Maybe. Who Okay, Giraud, let's hit the door. But remember, we want him alive.
Oui, je comprends.
Okay, now.
There he is, Thurston.
Hold
at the window.
Hold it. Don't. Oh, why the devil did you do that?
He was trying to get away, Thurston. You saw for yourself.
Oh, well. Let's take a look at him.
Zardov.
What's that?
Zardov. Friday. Orient Express. Orient. Well, Thurston?
Yes, he's dead.
Ah, bien. Très bien. There goes the last of the saboteurs, the spies, the traitors we have been after. It is a time for congratulations, Thurston.
You're as fast with conclusions as you are with your gun, Inspector.
Huh?
You heard what he said, didn't you?
Oui, I heard. Zardov, Friday, Orient Express. Delirious mutterings of a dying man. They mean nothing. No. Our job is over.
You're wrong, Inspector.
Pardon?
Our job has just begun.
Did you say Zardov, Ken?
That's right, Chief. What do we know about him?
He's the dirtiest international agent in the business. Wanted by at least a dozen of the United Nations for sabotage, treason, revolutions.
Yeah, that's all right, but what do we know about Zardov?
I just told you. Oh, yes. Yes, you're right, Ken. Everything we've learned is hearsay. We haven't any background, no description. Come to think of it, we don't even know Zardov's sex.
Chief, do me a favor. Get together all the dope you can about Inspector Giraud, French military intelligence.
Giraud? Well, he's the man you worked with in Stuttgart.
Yeah. He's also a little too fast with a gun.
What?
You'll be hearing from me, Chief. So long.
You are wasting your time, Monsieur Thurston. Even if Zardov was connected in some way with this affair, why should he risk traveling on the Orient Express, huh?
The express goes from Stuttgart to Bucharest via Munich and Vienna. A nice direct route to behind the Iron Curtain.
Ah, and you believe you can stop him before he gets there?
I'm going to take a crack at it.
Very well, Thurston. But you might keep this in mind. You have absolutely no personal knowledge regarding Zardov. But I am certain Zardov knows all about the man called X. I do not think I would care to face the odds that you will face aboard that train.
There you are, Monsieur Thurston, car 2, compartment B.
Thanks.
We are due to depart in 3 minutes, monsieur, and the Orient Express always leaves... Hein? Oui, mademoiselle, what is it?
That stupid porter. He refuses to take my trunk into my compartment.
You wish your trunk in your compartment, mademoiselle?
Oui.
But I'm afraid all the baggage has already been checked through. We do not have time to...
Oh, we've got 3 or 4 minutes, conductor. I think it might be managed for mademoiselle. Don't you?
Well, monsieur. Merci, monsieur, merci. I am certain that we can manage it somehow. If you will just follow me, please, mademoiselle.
You have been most kind, monsieur.
Well, I'm glad I could help, Miss,
I am Hetty Stephan. I am so grateful.
Miss Stephan. Well, my name's Ken Thurston. If you really want to thank me, perhaps you'll join me later for a drink in the dining car.
I shall be delighted, Mr. Thurston. Now, if you will excuse me, I shall see about that trunk.
Some luscious lollipop.
What?
Hello, Mr. Test.
Zagon.
Here I am, Mr. X, ready to offer you my invaluable services.
What are you doing here? Where's Pagon?
Oh, that no good cousin of mine had an accident. He got drafted or something.
Too bad. So long.
Oh, Mr. Thurston.
So long, Zagon.
Oh, Mr. Thurston.
Hello, Inspector.
Oh, Monsieur Thurston.
Yeah. Nice of you to come to see me off.
As a matter of fact, monsieur, I too will be traveling aboard the Orient Express.
That's a quick switch.
Pardon, monsieur? Oh, you refer to Zardov. You are quite wrong. I am going to Munich on other business.
Well, this is a break for me, Thurston, sharing this compartment with another American. I guess Jim Wilson just wasn't cut out for traveling in foreign territory.
You here on business, Mr. Wilson?
Well, you might call it that. I've been visiting shoe factories over here. That's my line. I've been studying production style, maybe picking up an idea or two. You know how it goes.
Yeah, sure.
I thought I was all finished last week. Then I sold myself a bill of goods. Decided to make sure there weren't any factories I'd missed in Eastern Europe. But the truth of the matter is, ever since I was a kid, I've had a yen to ride the Orient Express. I just had to find out if it was as romantic and adventurous as the movies made it out to be.
How have you found it?
Thurston, I've been bored stiff all the way from Paris. Not a spy or foreign agent or one of those femme fatales in a carload. Why, there's no more excitement aboard this train than on the milk run from Peoria to Chicago. If some...
Wilson, those were shots.
Shots, but where?
Next compartment. Come on.
Sure thing.
Please, don't shoot. Don't shoot. I'll go, but don't shoot.
What? Zagon.
Mr. Thurston, help! She's trying to shoot me, kill me, make me dead even.
By golly, Thurston, she does have a gun.
What's going on here, Miss Stefan?
If you know this animal, Mr. Thurston, suppose you ask him for an explanation.
Well, Zagon?
I did it all for you, Mr. Thurston. I couldn't let you take this trip without me to protect you, so I got on board. Could I help it if I got in the wrong compartment by mistake?
By mistake? What kind of an excuse is that?
It's true. And the little lady looked so lonesome. I could see right away that she needed company. How was I to know she gets so mad just because I tried to hold her hand?
Hold my hand.
Well, maybe I did get a little impetuous, but I was only... Oh, Mr. Thurston, why are you looking at me like that? Mr. Thurston? Oh, you know something, Miss Stefan? Maybe you should have shot me after all.
You know, Ken, I am not at all certain I should be having a drink with you.
Why not, Heidi?
I think perhaps you are a very dangerous man for me to know.
You do?
Yes. I am not at all certain how safe it is for me to be acquainted with an enemy as Zardoff.
Ah. How much did Zagon tell you?
Only enough to whet my curiosity. He had other things on his mind.
Yeah.
Would you care to tell me more?
Suppose you tell me something first.
Well, what is it that you wish to know?
Why are you so touchy about your trunk, Heidi?
My trunk?
You wanted it in your compartment. You wouldn't even come here to have a drink with me until I persuaded Zagon to stay there and watch it. Why?
There is nothing so mysterious about that, Ken. All my personal belongings, everything I possess is in that trunk.
That's the partial answer.
It is a most complete one to a person like me, a homeless wanderer on the face of the earth. No permanent address, no family.
The war, Heidi?
Yes, Ken. It was not too easy in Germany for anti-Nazis. I'm not finding it too easy for myself now.
You have only yourself to blame for that, Heidi.
Carl.
Yeah? So you still remember me?
Yes. Yes, I remember you, Carl. Mr. Thurston, this is Dr. Carl Schmidt. Carl, Mr. Ken Thurston.
Yeah, Thurston?
Doctor?
I happened to overhear your conversation, Heidi, and I cannot help but remind you of the advice I gave some 10 years ago. Do you still remember that also?
Oh, I remember that very well. You said that the average man would avoid much trouble if he would pay attention only to his own business and not to politics.
Exactly. The ideas, the ideologies of a nation are best left to those few most qualified to judge.
Oh, sounds like what the Nazis sold to Germany, Doctor. It didn't work then. It won't work today.
Nonsense, Herr Thurston. The average man is like a stupid sheep. It takes a superior person to tell him what to think, how to act.
Mr. Thurston! Mr. Thurston! This train is filled with crooks, with murderers, with killers even.
Wait a minute, Zagon. What's all this excitement
They
about?
tried to kill me, murder me. They even knocked me subconscious.
Well, who did? Where?
All I know, I was in the compartment, and all of a sudden the roof falls in.
My trunk, Felschmidt. What about my trunk?
Huh?
Has anything happened to it? Is it all right?
Your trunk? Who knows? It's gone. I tell you, the compartment door was locked, Mr. Thurston. Nobody was in there with me. Then whammo, the trunk was gone.
Oh, pipe down, Zager. Now, here we are.
Ken.
Yes. Well, Zager?
No, I absolutely refuse to believe it. It's nothing but an optical confusion.
Is it your trunk, Heidi?
Yes, it is mine, Ken.
But it can't be. Why should some joker want to slug me, take the trunk away, and then bring it back?
Better open it, Heidi.
Open it?
Yeah. Maybe somebody was after your valuables.
Well, there's nothing of value inside to anyone but me. Look, I will prove it to you. Okay.
Yes. Looks like someone gave you a present.
It's Zardov. That's who it is. That no good Zardov.
No, Zager. That's the body of an inspector in the French military intelligence. Emile Giraud.
We will continue with The Man Called X in just a moment. Here's a word from RCA Victor. For you people who are buying television now, that word is combination. Yes, an RCA Victor combination, which brings you AM and FM radio, recorded music in all 3 speeds, and famous RCA Victor million-proof television. Now you can have all these in one beautiful cabinet for one beautiful price. Ask your RCA Victor dealer to introduce you to the kingly RCA Victor combination, the Rutland. With its doors closed, the Rutland looks like a furniture masterpiece straight out of the 18th century. With its doors open, it is like an electronic masterpiece straight out of the 21st century. So superb are its RCA Victor features: AM and FM radio, 2 automatic record changers to play all record speeds, and exciting RCA Victor million-proof television, proved in well over 1 million American homes. Yet all these great instruments combined actually cost you much less than comparable console instruments would cost separately. Yes, with an RCA Victor Rutland, wonders never cease, but go on pouring out show after show, record after record, not just for one person, but for the whole family. Now, Act 2 of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall.
Come here.
You are alone, Monsieur Thurston?
That's right, conductor. Come in.
I was looking for the other passenger in this compartment, Monsieur Wilson.
Oh. He went to the dining car. Can I help?
I wish to obtain his statement regarding this unfortunate affair, along with the others.
Well, I've already checked with him. He was dozing. Didn't hear a thing.
No, that's too bad. I had thought that with Mademoiselle Stephane's compartment right next to this one...
Yeah. What goes on now?
Mademoiselle's compartment shall remain locked, Monsieur Thurston. All of you must consider yourselves under arrest. When we reach Munich, this car will be sidetracked in the yards and the military police will take over.
No, fine.
You are certain there is nothing further you can add to what you have already told us?
Not unless you can turn up Zardov for me.
Zardov, monsieur?
No, never mind. Zagon said her compartment door was locked from the inside. Could it be opened by the train key from the corridor?
It could, monsieur.
And who carries those keys?
Only the car attendants, and, of course, myself.
Ever run into anything like this before?
As a matter of fact, monsieur, this is the first time I've worked on the Orient Express, and I must say that I'm not...
Mister, I caught you.
Monsieur, what is that?
Maybe we're better find out. All right, Wilson, hold it.
Oh, thanks for coming to the rescue, Thurston. I guess I'm not as young as I used to be. This guy almost got away.
What is the meaning of all this, monsieur?
I came by and caught him trying to jimmy his way into Miss Stephane's compartment.
How about it, Dr. Schmidt?
The statement is preposterous. I was standing here knocking on the door. I merely wish to speak with Miss Stephan.
He's talking through his hat, Thurston. He was trying to force that lock. If you ask me, he looks like a plenty good suspect to question about that murder.
Murder? You do not mean that Heidi was... Where is she? Where is Heidi?
Being questioned by my assistant at the moment. And I think you, Monsieur Wilson, and I will join them. I should like some logical answer for your conduct.
Good idea, though I don't think you'll get the answer we need.
Oh? And what is that, monsieur?
How the person who killed Giraud got into that locked compartment. Unless he was using a trainman's keys.
I keep on telling you, Mr. X, I don't know how nobody got in that compartment.
You must have been plenty busy not to have noticed when somebody came in.
Busy? What could I be busy about in a tiny little joint like that?
Trying to open Heidi's trunk.
Why, that's ridiculous. Why should I do anything like... How did you know?
Well, did you get it open?
Sure, it was a cinch. And you know what I found when I opened that thing, Mr. X?
Nothing. It was empty.
That's right. It was empty. It... Mr. Thurston?
Just one of those days, Zagon. Hunches are clicking.
Boy, I should have hunches like that. I'd be at Hialeah. Not some place where spies like this Zardo go around murdering people in trunks. Believe me, I... Oh. Oh, it's only that little Viennese Wiener Schnitzel.
Come in, Heidi. They all through giving you the third degree?
Are there only 3 of them? I could have sworn there were at least a dozen. That's why I'm here, Ken. Would you mind buying a poor, browbeaten little girl a drink?
Ha! What a question. We'd be happy to, eh, Mr. Thurston?
I'd be happy to, Zagon.
Huh? Oh, sure. Boy, what a life. Somebody shoots at me, somebody conks me, and I haven't even made 1 lead cent. All I got to spend is the time. Cooped up in compartments yet. And not even with nobody to talk to.
That is where you are wrong, Schmidt.
Oh, it's only you, Dr. Schmidt. For a minute I thought it was... Hey, what are you doing with that gun?
It is just to make certain that you do not lose your desire to talk.
Talk? What? What should we talk about?
Many things, Schmidt. Inspector Giraud, Zardov, the man called X.
Ken, I feel that I should propose a toast to you, but I am not certain how to phrase it.
Oh, don't let that stop you.
Your being aboard this train has already affected my life. But I do not know if it is for good or for evil.
What's your guess?
I know what I should like to think, but being a Nazi has taught me the truth in the old saying about appearances being deceiving.
Yeah? Like carefully guarded trunks that hold nothing inside.
Or like a man who would win a girl's heart, only to trade it in for an agent named Zardov.
You have a habit of getting around to him, haven't you, Heidi?
Ken, if you will see that I am not delayed in Munich because of the trunk and Inspector Giraud, I will help you get the person that you seek.
No promises, Heidi.
All right. Then join me in my toast to empty trunks and Zardov.
Looks like we might be pulling into Munich.
We are, Wilson.
Well, they sidetrack us here, huh?
That's right. The military police will take over.
Well, by golly, I was hoping for some excitement aboard this train, but murder's a little more than I bargained for. Giraud was a friend of yours, wasn't he?
I knew him.
Too bad. I wish there's some way that I could express my sympathy to you.
Boy, am I glad to see you, Mr. Thurston. I've been looking all over the train for you.
What's up, Zagon?
I got a message for you from that pretty Heidi Patouti. She wants to meet you in the vestibule, going to the next car.
She tell you why?
Oh, something screwy about drinking toast, empty trunks, and some kind of a promise. Wake up, Mr. X. Please, wake up.
What's going on? Zagon.
Sure, who else? I found you out in the vestibule, subconscious, and pulled you out into this next car. Oh, what happened anyways, Mr. X? Did that Heidi dame slip you a couple of Mickeys in the drink?
Nothing as subtle as that. It was a... so that's what they were after.
Huh?
My wallet and passport. They're gone. Wait. They're picking up speed.
Sure, we are pulling out of Munich. They already sidetracked the old car.
Well,
Well, lucky for you, I put you in this car, or you'd be stuck back there, too. Good work, huh, Mr. X?
There's only one thing wrong with it. Zardov's still aboard that car in Munich.
I can assure you, Herr Conductor, that there will be an investigation into these high-handed methods of yours. There's absolutely no excuse for holding me here in this car at Munich, at the railroad yards.
Need I remind you that there has been a murder, Dr. Schmidt?
Maybe two of them, Conductor. Unless Miss Steffen can explain what happened to Ken Thurston.
I have already explained, Mr. Wilson, that Ken Thurston was not there when I arrived at the vestibule.
When the military police get here, they will investigate that also. Meanwhile, we shall remain here until... they must be boarding the car now.
Believe me, Herr Conductor, you will live to regret this action of yours.
What makes you think so, Doctor?
Ken!
And don't forget me, folks. Jimmy on the spot there.
Oh, Ken. Ken, what happened to you? Why were you not there when I come to meet you?
Somebody got there first, Heidi. When I woke up, I was on my way to Vienna.
To Vienna? But, monsieur, then how do you account for your presence here?
An old train man like yourself should have that figured out, Conductor. There are emergency cords on these trains.
You said it. We got action, but fast.
I don't get it, Thurston. You said somebody knocked you out?
That's right.
But why?
I think we'll find the explanation in Dr. Schmidt's pocket.
In my... What are you talking about, Herr Thurston?
My wallet and papers, Doctor. You took them when you slugged me. Back there in the vestibule.
Are you mad? I do not know what you are talking about.
No, let's take a look.
You will not look at anything, Thurston.
Look out, monsieur.
Not so fast with that gun, Doctor.
Oh, thanks, Wilson.
I didn't know I still had it in me.
I'm afraid I do not understand, Monsieur Thurston. What is this all about?
It adds up pretty easily, Conductor. If Schmidt wanted to get back into Vienna and didn't have any papers...
But of course, Ken. He was an ex-Nazi on the wanted list of the War Crimes Commission. So he stole your papers.
Yeah, but only as a second choice. His first plan involved your cooperation, Heidi, and an empty trunk.
What are you saying?
With the trunk in your compartment, you get a quick okay by customs at the border. Then, if you could smuggle the doctor into it before they asked for his papers... only Inspector Giraud showed up in the trunk.
So that's it. Well, that makes sense all right, Thurston.
Sure. He didn't fool me with the doctor routine. That's why I gave him a lot of phony dope about you, Mr. X. I knew all the time he was that no-good spy, Zdardov.
Sorry, Zagar.
Huh? But it couldn't be that little lettuce leaf, Heidi.
No. The person who knew him knew how to get into Heidi's compartment and knock you out when the door was locked.
I believe we discussed the question of keys a bit earlier, Monsieur Thurston.
Yeah, but we didn't discuss the fact that there was another door, the connecting door leading to the adjoining compartment. Our compartment, Wilson.
Ours? But no one could have gotten in that way. I was in there all the time.
Yeah, that's right.
I think you've been reading too many dime novels about the Orient Express, Thurston. If you're suggesting that this Zardov character could possibly be me...
I'm not suggesting anything, Wilson. I'm sure of it. You got panicky when Giraud came aboard. You shot him and stuffed him into Heidi's trunk.
Ridiculous. Besides, how could you prove that anyone is Zardov? He's a man of mystery. There's no description, no means of identifying
You're
him.
right. But we don't have to get you as Zardov. We can get you for murder. And the gun you used on Giraud will give us the proof.
I see. I don't suppose you could have reference to this one, Thurston.
Mr. X!
You will please drop that gun. At once.
I'm afraid not, Conductor. It's my ticket to freedom. I'm sorry I underestimated you, Thurston. I won't do it again. The next time we meet, I'll know better. I promise you.
He's getting away, Mr. X.
Stay here, all of you.
Don't try following me, Thurston, I warn you.
You can't get away, Zardov. The military police are coming down the line now.
There's more than one direction to go. So long, Thurston.
Look out, Wilson! That switch engine. You're running right into it.
Boy, what that engine did to him.
Yep. They just won't learn, Zager.
Huh?
The Zardovs of this world. They keep on trying to get away with their phony Americanism. Well, if we're going to survive, we better open our eyes to them. All of us. Before it's too late.
here is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And by us, I also mean Lucille Meredith, Stephen Garay, Will Wright, Ed Begley, Ted Von Els, Ben Wright, and Tony Barrett. Next week, Mr. X runs into a gang of pirates off the coast of India. That's right, pirates, who are not after gold, but the world. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
The Man Called X is a Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama, brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music composed and conducted by Felix Mills. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to listen tomorrow evening for The Big Show with Tallulah Bankhead and a great parade of stars, the Sunday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And until next week, same time and same station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. Join your hit parade. And remember, Danny Kaye's on The Big Show on NBC. Now we present Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X, the Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama, brought to you by Chesterfield, the only cigarette that combines mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. By RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. Whoa, hold everything. Here's a couple of old friends.
Now here's Chesterfield's answer to Cyrano de Bergerac. Bob Hope.
I'd top you easy, Dad, but we only have a minute here to sell Chesterfield.
Okay, well, let's get to it.
Better tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste.
The mildness is a cinch to prove. You just make the Chesterfield mildness test. You know, open a pack and enjoy that milder aroma. Then smoke them, and you'll know that Chesterfields are milder.
And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
So make our cigarette your cigarette. The reasons go together like this.
Chesterfield, Chesterfield always takes first place. That mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste. So open a pack,
give 'em a smell,
then you'll smoke 'em.
Over most of the earth at this time of year, men begin looking forward to the end of winter, begin sniffing the air for the first faint signs of spring. Much too early, they begin repairing trout rods, poring over seed catalogs, planning vacations, and longing for the joy and freedom of an outdoor summer. Or at least they did these things in times gone by, in the years before North Korea.
Sie, Julie! Sie! Utai! Oh!
Toi,
Wagwan. Kaidemon. You are Li Chan, I believe.
You speak English?
A concession to your many years of professorship in the subject at Harbin University, Professor Lee.
I am no longer a professor. Since the war, I have become a shoemaker.
So I am informed. I am Lieutenant Te Mao of the People's Army of North Korea, now in charge of this sector.
The village of Chinchung is greatly honored, Lieutenant Mao.
I am also informed that you are not generally considered cooperative to our government, Professor Lee.
I have caused no trouble.
You have a granddaughter, I believe, Lee Song.
Yes.
Very pretty, I am told.
What do you mean, Lieutenant?
I mean you will become much more cooperative immediately. Do we understand each other?
Yes.
Good. Woman Chu! Tain!
A refugee from the north brought the information into Kusan yesterday, Ken. A man from the village of Chinchung.
Chinchung. Near the Manchurian border, isn't it, Chief?
That's right. About 70 miles inland from the Yellow Sea coast. And Ken, hold on to your hat. Roland Patterson is hiding out there.
Patterson? Patterson's alive?
I know what you mean. You heard he crashed at sea on that solo flight from Formosa last month. Only he didn't. Or at any rate, he was rescued.
Oh, thank God for that. He's the greatest expert in the world on Oriental affairs.
Ken, he predicted Pearl Harbor a year ahead of time. The invasion of South Korea 6 months before it happened. And probable Chinese intervention the day the UN forces crossed the 38th parallel.
Only then, nobody would believe him. I think they're ready to now.
Except for one thing. He's not available. He's in North Korea, hiding out with a man named Li Chan. Used to be a professor at Harbin.
I've heard of him.
Apparently, Patterson's in no shape to try and escape on his own.
Well, we've got to get him out some way.
That's right.
And from here, it looks like a one-man job.
I'm afraid so, Ken. If the enemy finds out he's there, well, that'll be that.
It's got to be secret. And it's got to be smooth.
Well, we're in contact now with the Army and Navy in Tokyo. They'll cooperate fully. Anything you want.
In that case, I guess I better plan the operation from there, Chief.
You can get a plane out in an hour. And, watch yourself, Ken.
Oh, sure.
Incidentally, it's almost too good to be true, but what's happened to Zellschmidt lately, I hope?
Pagan. The last time I saw him was when he got a telegram from Uncle Ahmed and took off for Washington.
Washington, huh?
You know something? I wish you hadn't asked me.
Why not?
Oh, well, you know. Speak of the devil. Chief, I'll call you from Tokyo.
Tokyo to Guam, now loading. Civilian passengers, please use gate C. Flight 7, now loading. Tokyo to Guam.
Pardon me, sir. You're Mr. Thurston, I believe?
That's right.
Lieutenant Commander Barnes, Naval Intelligence.
Oh.
I'm assigned as liaison officer to your project.
Fine, it's good.
If you'll give me your check, I'll have your baggage cleared through customs and we'll go straight to headquarters.
Thanks, Commander. Here you are.
I'll be right back.
Oh,
pardon me.
Oh, it's nothing, my good man, nothing. Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, no. I knew the chief shouldn't have asked.
Asked what, Mr. Thurston?
Pagan, what are you doing in Tokyo?
Oh, just making an honest buck or two.
Smuggling or black market?
Mr. Thurston, I'm the Far Eastern representative for Uncle Ahmed, Incorporated.
That still leaves the question open.
But he's strictly legitimate now. Very big at the Pentagon building. He's a 6%er, you understand?
6, eh? Nothing cheap about Uncle Ahmed. And you're the Far East representative.
Oh, sure. You see, I know the Orient, well, like the back of my head.
You don't say. Ever hear of the village of Chinchung in North Korea?
Chinchung? Like 42nd Street.
Pagan, would you be interested in a little job?
Well, I'm pretty busy, Mr.
For,
Thurston.
say, $500?
I'm not that busy. What's the job?
Smuggling.
You know, for a second I thought you said smuggling.
Stick around, Pagan. Stick around.
We're crossing the main ridge of the Paisang Range now, Mr. Thurston. That Ching Chung's that spot of light right ahead of us there. You want a last-minute briefing?
No, I think it's straight enough, Commander. Those escort bombers will attract their attention by attacking the supply depot to the east, while we parachute into the foothills north of the village.
Right. And your next contact with us will be at Anshu Inlet on the seacoast, 70 miles west.
Yep. I've got the chance.
We'll have a PT boat standing by offshore every night from dusk till dawn, starting tomorrow night. They'll watch for your signal and take you off the beach.
Right. Well, guess we'd better start getting into these chutes.
Yeah, the escort bombers ought to be starting the runs about now. Here you are. Does your partner know yet?
No. Pagan, you better come get into this thing.
Oh, I'm plenty warm now, Mr. Thurston, with all these clothes you had put on. Hey, that's a parachute.
Yeah. Yep. Commander Barnes will show you how to get into the harness.
Oh, no, he won't. Oh, no, you're not going to catch me stepping 1 foot outside of this plane tonight.
There you look at the flashes from the first bomb run. We're about over the village now.
No, I'm not...
Commander, what were your orders exactly?
To drop 2 men by chute, sir. I guess we'll have to throw Mr. Zellschmidt out somewhere over the Yellow Sea on the way back if he doesn't want
Never
it.
mind. How do we fasten these buckles? Boy, what a sacrifice was. I thought we were just gonna fly over the dump.
Come on, Pagan.
Well, you're on your own from here on, Mr. Thurston. I guess you know what that means in enemy territory.
Yep. I'll see you at Anshu.
Did he say enemy? That's enemy territory down there?
Sure. Go on, Pagan. Jump.
Stop pushing, Mr. Thurston. Oh!
So long, Commander.
Good luck.
Pagan, where are you?
Over here, Mr. Thurston. I think I'm dead already.
Get out of that parachute and roll it up. Hurry. Here. Take my chute, too, and bury both of them. I want to check this map.
When's this plane coming back to pick us up, Mr. Thurston?
It isn't coming back.
Huh?
Our only way out of here is at Anshu Inlet, 70 miles west.
Oh, now I find out. Why don't I keep my big mouth shut?
I often wonder.
Why, I never even heard of this town, this Ching Chung.
You what?
Well, I mean, I thought I did at first.
Pagan, so help me, I ought to wring your neck. Now get to work. There it is. Shop on the left. Lee Chan Shoemaker.
It's a good thing all these characters go to bed early. Or we'd shoot.
Quiet. That sounds like an army patrol. Yeah, back between these buildings.
If I get out of this alive, I swear by the father of my father...
Shut up, will you? Come on. Let's head for Lee Chan's. That was our lucky break for tonight.
Lucky? When I lost 10 years of my life.
Here we are.
Oh, good. Nobody home. Let's go.
A friend. Open up. You're Professor Lee Chan?
Yes.
My name is Ken Thurston from the States. We've come for Roland Patterson.
Thank heaven. Come in quickly. Then my message did get through.
Yeah, how is he?
Very sick. Unconscious most of the time. Here, let me light the lamp. I was at my wit's end. They're very suspicious of me out here.
Who is it?
2 men who have come to take Mr. Patterson out of Korea.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Gentlemen, my granddaughter, Lee Song.
Oh, how you? Where is Patterson, Professor Lee?
Right above us here. There is a narrow loft between the ceiling and the roof.
Good. Well, I think Patterson had better be moved as quickly as possible. Who's there?
Up into the loft. Both of you, quickly. Lee Song will...
Over here. One climbs up the shelves. Like this.
Ready?
Do not move around. Mr. Patterson is lying here behind us.
Good evening, Professor Lee. You are up late.
Yes, we both are.
It is the devil, Mao.
Perhaps the noise of the bombing awakened you. Or perhaps you knew there was going to be a bombing.
No, I knew nothing about it, Lieutenant.
Where is your granddaughter?
She went out somewhere.
Where?
I do not know where.
In other words, Professor Lee, you are of no use whatever to me.
He's drawn a gun.
Shh, Lisa.
And for those of no use to me, I have only one answer. This.
Oh! He killed my grandfather.
Oh, Lisa.
He killed my grandfather.
What are you going to do, Mr. X?
Nothing. It's too late to help the child, and the important thing now is to get Patterson out of here.
Oh, I wish I would have stayed in Tokyo.
Why? This way you're learning about life. The kind of life they live in North Korea.
We'll continue with The Man Called X in just a moment. Here's a word from RCA Victor. Well, here it is, right in the middle of winter. There's nothing more fun these winter nights than curling up in front of a good warm television set and let the laughs, chuckles, and downright merriment of television entertainment warm the cockles of your heart. And if there's one thing that's more fun than just plain television, it's television on a new RCA Victor set. You probably know that RCA Victor television is America's favorite, that it's called Million Proof because almost 2 million families today are happily using RCA Victor television in their homes. And you'll know why when you watch the lifelike picture of RCA Victor's new model, the Kent, now on display at your RCA Victor dealers. The Kent brings you clear, big 17-inch pictures locked in place by RCA Victor's exclusive Eyewitness Picture Synchronizer. And then, too, look at the value of the Kent. It's like having console television at table model price. You'll say that RCA Victor television is the best way to warm up your heart with television fun and keep the frost off your pocketbook. Now, Act Two of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall with Leanne Belasco as Pagan Zellschmidt.
How much longer are we going to have to stay here in this barn and freeze ourselves, Mr. Thurston?
At least until Lee Song gets back from that farmhouse up there.
Well, another half an hour and it'll be daylight. Boy, what a night. I wish I was as unconscious as this Patterson guy.
Don't tempt me, Pagan. Now keep those blankets around him.
Hey, he's breathing better. You know, that penicillin must be working.
No, he needs a doctor, though, badly. Wonder what's keeping her, anyway. I sent her up there about 20 minutes ago.
Mr. Thurston, maybe she's pulling a double cross.
No. With her guardian dead, her only chance now is to get out with us.
Hey, somebody's coming.
Mr. Thurston, I brought Guam back with me.
Good.
Welcome, Mr. Thurston. Has been long time since conference in Seoul. Many changes.
How are you, Kwang? It's good to see you.
The song has said Mr. Patterson is with you. It is bad when friends dare not confide in one another.
We did not know who to trust. Forgive us.
This old one understands, child. In our country now, each man fears his brother.
Kwang, is there any way you can help the four of us get out of here toward Anshu Inlet?
Can take you in ox cart to Luzhou, 12 miles west.
Ox cart, eh?
Is possible for you to lie in back, covered with load of straw.
It might work.
In Luzhou, it's possible you can make further arrangements.
Yeah, I know a man there who may have a truck, if he's still alive. All right, Kwang. Let's hitch up the cart.
From a haystack in a barn to a haystack on wheels. And twice as cold, Mr. Thurston. You know, we're getting nowhere fast.
We're within a half mile of Luzhou. It's better than walking.
But I'm allergic to hay.
I'm allergic to bullets. Song, how's Mr. Patterson coming along?
He's all right, I think. He's sleeping again. Mr. Thurston, there's, how you say, a road guard station just ahead. It's necessary that we're very quiet.
Yeah, I understand. Now listen, I can't go myself. So are you sure you know where to find the man I told you about in Lu's show?
Yes, I know. I've heard of him.
Well, Huang is going to drive us on through town in the cart. We'll wait for the truck on the Anshu Road. Got it?
Yes, I understand.
You don't move.
Si, Yudai. Hi, hi.
You don't farm at Kwang. Where you go, Kwang?
To Lu show with load of hay.
I know this one. It's
Load
from
of hay.
Chinchu.
Maybe something for black market.
No, nothing.
Maybe
Only
some
hay.
wheat, a fat pig.
No, nothing.
If he shoves that bayonet in here, I'll have to kill him and risk getting away.
Wait, let me talk to him.
What do you mean?
I'm a woman.
All right. Have a try at it. I'll keep you covered.
Hey, have a care. What is it you try to do?
Song, why are you there, hiding?
Sometime one wishes to run away from grandfather and see what things are in next village.
And Kwang is help you? Ha! Sly fox, old farmer Kwang.
But like you say, old.
Oh, in 3 hours, one would be off duty here.
In 3 hours, it's possible one would be in marketplace. Drive on, Kwang. Hoi!
Hey! 3 hours. 3 hours, Song.
Mr. Thurston, I haven't breathed for 5 minutes.
Well, you can thank these Song that you're breathing at all. She's got a lot of courage.
Oh, I don't know. I doubt if we were in real danger. Hey, look. I tore my coat sleeve on a nail or something.
It wasn't a nail. That's where the guard poked that bayonet through the hay when he...
Oh!
Idiot! Oh, this is a fine time to faint. Easy now, Pagar. Let's slide him into the back of the truck.
I've got his shoulders, Mr. Thurston.
Now! All right. Now, get those blankets around him. He's in no shape to stand a chill.
The owner did not dare to wait, Mr. Thurston. He left the truck and walked back to town. He'll report it as stolen tomorrow.
Good idea. There's certainly no point at... Oh, what's this? Oh, half a dozen hand grenades. Well, let's hang on to them.
How about letting me drive, Mr. Thurston? I know these Japanese army trucks roll just like the...
Like the back of your hat, huh?
Just give me one of those things with a tank full of octanes, and I'm off like a bat out of my belfry.
Well, hurry up. We're pushing our luck.
Okay, everybody, hang on. Motor must be cold. It always takes a while for these, you know. It must be flooded. Or something.
All right, Pig, I'll move over.
But, Mr. Thurston, just give me a little time to... What did you do?
Turned on the switch. Well, it's 50 miles to Anshu, and from here on, anything can happen.
But why? It's all open country. There are no more guard stations.
Oh, well, just call it a hunch. Things have been too easy, Lee Song. Far too easy. Well, Anshu Inlet, end of the line.
Boy, it's so dark I can't see the nose in front of my face.
How will we find the boat, Mr. Thurston?
We won't. It'll find us as soon as I signal. Let's get Patterson down to the beach first.
Do not move, any of you.
Huh?
You are covered by a dozen rifles. Panchadi, light the lanterns.
Lieutenant Lamau.
Yes, my dear. I don't believe I've met your friends, though we did find their parachutes.
Pagan?
Well, the ground was froze, Mr. Thurston. I couldn't bury them.
Ah, Thurston, the famous Mr. X. We are fortunate tonight. The Patterson you mentioned will have to be identified later.
How did you know where to look for us?
First, the parachutes. Second, Li Song reported heading west by a road guard. Third, my own intelligence.
Yes, congratulations.
Nothing, really. And now, Li Song, if you would move a few steps to one side. The accuracy of a machine gun is never quite dependable.
No.
Oh, please, my dear. You have nothing to worry about. I have entirely different plans for you.
As a matter of fact, I think you better change all your plans, Lieutenant. Do you notice what I've been holding in my hand?
A hand grenade?
That's right. The pin has been pulled, so don't move. If I release this, you're too close to me to get away. Order your men to drop their arms.
Bingo! Yumabulo! Xiangwotai!
Pagon, take his machine gun.
Okay, Mr. Thurston. Thanks, chum.
Now, Lieutenant, order your men to hit the road east, fast. In 10 seconds, I'm going to heave this grenade after them.
Bingdao! Dai Zhu Tu Bang!
Well, I guess we can signal that Navy boat now and get out of here.
Hey, Mr. Thurston, what about that hand grenade?
Yeah, I guess the time's about up. Pick up your feet, boys. Up. Lieutenant Mao, you're a prisoner of war.
All right, boys, lay him there in the center of the launch and keep him covered up. We've got a Navy medic there on the PT boat.
Good. Now, he's come through it pretty well, Commander, but he should have attention. Oh, sit here, Lee Song.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston.
Okay, shove off. Keep your eye on that prisoner.
Mr. Thurston, if I ever leave this United States again, it's only going to be over my dead butt.
All right, kick him up and let's go.
Goodbye, grandfather.
What the... Mao, did you have some more men there?
I think it is the same ones who have come back. They were undoubtedly puzzled by my orders and have decided I was a traitor.
Well, we'll be out of range in a few seconds. Oh, Lee Song. Here's the flashlight.
Mr. Thurston, she's,
Yeah. Pagon, give me that machine gun. Thanks. All right. Whichever one of you fired that shot, and all the other shots at all the other helpless people in the world,
that stopped them, Mr. X. They're not shooting anymore.
I'm afraid it's too late to do her any good, though.
I know.
Well, at least one thing worked out all right, Mr. Thurston. You rescued the expert you went after.
Yes, and we need him. We need any man who can tell when and where the next war may strike. No question of it. But even more, we need a man who can show us how to end wars. And when you come right down to it, the kind of expert mankind needs most today is an expert on mankind.
Our star, Herbert Marshall, will return in just a moment. If you would like to know a quick, easy way to ease the pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, then by all means try Anacin. Your own dentist or physician may, at one time or another, have handed you an envelope containing Anacin tablets. Then you already know how incredibly fast and effectively Anacin brings relief. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. For your own sake, try Anacin. Anacin is sold to you on this guarantee. If the first few tablets do not give you all the relief you want, as fast as you want it, you may return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. You can get Anacin tablets at any drug counter. Anacin comes in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Now, here is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And you ought to know that the others you heard were Peggy Weber, Will Wright, Lalchand Mehra, Byron Kane, Ted Osborne, and Bill Conrad. Next week, Ken goes to Iran in search of a tiny bit of microfilm that may hold the key to peace in this world. And Pagan, oh yes, he'll be along in the person of Leon Belasco. So join us, won't you, when next I return as The Man Called X. Good night.
The Man Called X is a Saturday night feature on NBC's five-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music composed and conducted by Felix Mills. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to listen tomorrow evening for The Big Show with Tallulah Bankhead and a great parade of stars, the Sunday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And until next week, same time and station, this is Jack Latham saying goodnight for The Man Called X. Join your hit parade and have fun with Dennis Day, both on NBC. Now we present Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X, the Saturday night feature on NBC's five-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants. Mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. By RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. Oh, wait, a couple of old friends of yours.
Bob, do you realize we only have one thing in common?
Hardly enough for a happy marriage, is it? What's that, Bing?
Chesterfields, of course. We both like them, we both sell them.
And we'd better get to selling them now. You know, folks, better tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste.
How do you know they're mild? Well, you just make our mildness test. You buy them, open them up, and enjoy that milder aroma. Then smoke a Chesterfield. You'll know it's milder because it smokes milder.
And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel. So, always buy Chesterfield.
Let's sum it up musically.
Chesterfield, Chesterfield always takes first place. That milder, mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste.
Oh, ho, open a pack and give 'em a smell.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
Near where the great river Rhine finally meanders home to the sea lies the ancient Dutch city of Leiden. Its quaint gabled houses and bright-colored tulip gardens surround one of the great seats of European culture, the University of Leiden. For 3 centuries, these cloistered halls have been a haven of quiet and dignity and peace. But now the silence is shattered. The old stone walls echo with the angry shouts of a student meeting.
The League of Soviet Friendship must be thrown off the campus. This dangerous minority has gone so far as to circulate the infamous Stockholm peace appeal here at Leiden. Leiden, the home of Johannes van Vliet, one of Holland's greatest patriots. And perhaps the next premier of the Netherlands. I speak not only for Professor Van Vliet, but also for all of us when I say...
Fräulein Black! Fräulein Black!
What are you doing here? If you think your junior commissars can break up this meeting, you're sadly mistaken.
Here, take a look at this paper.
We know what the Stockholm petition looks like. We've all seen it before.
Yeah, but not with this signature. Professor Johannes van Vliet, University of Leiden.
No!
Here's the end of that teletype report from Leiden, Ken. 4 students killed, a dozen more severely injured. Police finally broke it up with tear gas.
No, I just don't get it, Chief.
Student riots are nothing new in Europe, Ken.
It's Van Fleet I can't understand. His signing that Stockholm petition is practically an open switch to the communists.
Oh, you knew the old professor during the war, didn't you?
Yes, and he hated injustice and oppression and intolerance. It's hard to believe he'd fall for this Stockholm fraud.
Ken, you don't think they forged his signature?
Could be. They got plenty of reason to. Van Fleet's Christian Republican Party is the most influential in the Netherlands.
Sure, but they...
Suppose it falls apart. Then the radicals may be able to pull the Benelux countries clear out of the Atlantic Pact.
You're right. But the Bureau hasn't any authority to interfere in the internal affairs of another country.
Oh, Chief, I know it. It's just that, well, Professor Van Fleet was a pretty good friend. Let's see. I'm due to leave for Manila on Tuesday. Gives me a free weekend.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
So long, Chief. I'll send you some tulips.
Sorry, Mynheer. There is no more Amsterdam Leiden space in the canal boat. You will have to wait till the afternoon.
Well, perhaps one of your other passengers will be willing to wait and resell his seat at a profit, of course.
Oh, it's possible, Mynheer, but you'll
Did
have
I
to...
hear somebody mention profits? Oh, hello, Mr. Thurston.
Pagan.
Well, I was going to let you have the seats at cost. But, of course, if price is no object. Surprised to see me in Amsterdam, Mr. Thurston?
Not particularly.
I was just passing through on my way back from Mexico City.
Huh?
Yeah, well, when I heard what happened to Professor Van Vliet, well... I knew you'd be here.
Sorry, not one red cent.
Oh, how can you say such a thing, especially after the way I've been saving you money?
What?
Well, sure. I bought these canal boat tickets for half price. Family plan.
What? All right, Pagan, let's get aboard.
Oui.
I'd like to see Professor Johannes Van Fleet. Well,
Go away.
this is Professor Van Fleet's house, isn't it?
Oui, but he does not wish to see you. He does not wish to see anyone.
I see. Then please tell him Ken Thurston was here. I'll be at the Royal Orange Hotel.
Monsieur Thurston, wait. Please, I did not realize There have been so many people, journalists, students, politicians. Forgive me for being rude. Won't you come in?
Thanks.
I'm Cecile Van Fleet.
Yeah, I'd heard that Johannes had married again, but I hadn't realized that you'd be so...
Young? Is that what you were about to say?
Well, I think attractive was the word I wanted.
Who was it, my dear? Another reporter?
Come in, Dr. Graumark. I want you to meet an old friend of the family. This is Ken Thurston from the United States.
Oh, yeah. I have heard Johannes speak of you, young man.
Dr. Graumark is our house guest, Ken. He's a famous historian, you know.
How do you do, sir? I've read some of your work, the biography of William the Silent.
Oh, so? So really? Ah, they plowed through me in America, too, eh? Glad to hear it.
You teaching at Leiden now? I seem to recollect the flyleaf mentioned you on the faculty at Prague.
Yeah. I come to Leiden to do another book.
New biography?
Yeah, the biography of a country. The living story of my second home, the Netherlands. You know, millions of people think the only contributions the Dutch have made to human progress are the windmill and the creation of the tulip, when, as a matter of fact... but I must be boring you.
Oh, no, I'm very interested, Doctor. I'd enjoy continuing our conversation after I've paid my respects to Professor Van Fleet.
Oh, but my boy, didn't you know that's impossible.
You see, Ken, my husband is very ill. He can have no visitors.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
He must have complete rest and quiet.
It wouldn't even be possible just to say hello to him?
Why don't you come back in a day or so? Perhaps he'll be stronger then. Believe me, Ken, there is nothing I'd like to do quite so much as to reunite you and Johannes. Nothing in the world. But just now, it's out of the question.
Oh, hello, Mr. Thurston. Welcome to the Timmerheath Tavern.
Hiya, Pagan.
Have what I'm drinking, a V&V. Oh, it's terrific.
Oh, you mean a B&B?
Oh, no, Mr. X. This is a V&V, vanilla vodka. It's got the kick of a Missouri mule. My cousin Tanya in Odessa
Thanks
always
all the
says
same, Pagan. I think I'll stick to a martini with an onion.
Pardon me. I did not watch where I was going. Hello, Mr. Thurston. You remember me?
Sure. So, sit down.
Thanks. You don't really recognize me. How could you? I was only 13 the last time we met. You stayed at my father's house in Rotterdam.
Then you must be Kurt. Kurt Van Fleet.
That's right. Kurt. The only son of the famous Professor Van Fleet. His son by his real wife. Not that cheap woman who killed him.
Who, what?
I shouldn't have said that, should I?
Kurt.
Oh, well, what's the difference? You'll find out sooner or later anyway. My lovely stepmother said my father was sick, didn't she?
Well, something like that.
Well, he isn't. He's dead. He's been dead ever since the night of the student riot. He died of a broken heart. She did it. She made him sign that Stockholm petition. And it killed him.
You sure he wasn't killed to cover up a forgery, Kurt?
No, there wasn't any forgery, Mr. Thurston. My father signed. I saw him with my own eyes. With my own eyes.
Yeah. Kurt. What was it your stepmother knew about? What made your father sign that petition?
I can't tell you. I can't tell anybody ever. Ever.
Hello?
Well, Ken, how are the windmills?
Oh, ho, Chief. What's up?
Just thought you might like to know we've received some pretty reliable dope back here that code designate Red Ranger is in Holland.
Huh? Red Ranger? That sounds bad. Turn up anything more on him?
No, not a line. The data sheet's a complete blank. We don't know who Red Ranger is, what he looks like, whether he's young, old, man, woman, nothing.
Nothing except that for the past 5 years, every time a country has been yanked behind the Iron Curtain, Red Ranger got there first.
I wish you could get a line on him.
Maybe he has something to do with this Van Fleet business.
Could be, Ken. Why don't you have a chat with Van Fleet? Maybe he can give you a lead.
I'm afraid that'll be a little difficult, Chief. Van Fleet's dead.
I don't like this place, Mr. X. So dark and spooky. What about all these guys under the sheets?
Oh, take it easy, Pagan. This is the hall of the Guild of Mourners. It's Leiden's morgue and undertaking establishment. Isn't that right, attendant?
Yeah, it's a decadent remnant of a decadent society.
You don't approve of the old tradition?
Old traditions against the proletariat must be destroyed. Here's the one you seek. You take the torch and find your own way out. I've other things to do.
Oh, poor old Professor Van Fleet. That broken-hearted, he's a... Mr. X, what are you doing?
Take a look at his ear. Been stuffed with wax.
So what?
The type embalmers use to conceal blemishes. There.
But, Mr. X, where the wax was, that's a bullet hole.
Yeah. Professor Van Fleet may have had a broken heart, but he died from a .38 caliber bullet in his brain.
continue with The Man Called X in just a moment. Here's a word from RCA Victor. Friends, if you study the room you're in right now, you'll realize that you can't buy furnishings piece by piece without the final picture in mind. It's that way when you buy television, too. Now, here's how to get the most out of your television dollar. Consider the complete home entertainment picture, radio and records, as well as TV. Instead of having many instruments scattered about, why not settle for one fine cabinet that costs less and contains your complete home entertainment needs? Such a one-cabinet combination is the RCA Victor Rutland. Open the doors of the Rutland's 18th century cabinet, and you'll find 17-inch million-proof television with its clear, steady pictures, AM and FM radio, and the Victrola 45 record changer, as well as a changer for 78 and 33 1/3 speeds. Yes, so many more families are becoming television owners this week. If you're one of them, remember to see and listen to the exciting new Rutland at your RCA Victor dealers. Now, Act Two of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, with Leon Velasco as Pagan Zellschmidt. At the Guild of Mourners in the ancient city of Leiden, Ken Thurston has uncovered the murder of the great liberal Dutch leader Johannes van Vliet. For several moments, he stares down at the body of his old friend without speaking.
Oh, haven't we been in this morgue long enough, Mr. Rex? You know I don't want to become a permanent guest.
All right, Pagan, let's go.
How are we going to find our way out? That Undertaker's character blown the coop.
There's a side door right here. Now down this alley.
What a place. Nothing but corpses. Wait. Mr. X. Somebody's watching us from the roof.
Huh?
On this side of the building. See him up there?
Oh, those are gargoyles.
Huh?
They're stone statues.
Oh, moving statues, eh?
Moving? Pagan, get back. You were right. There's somebody up there.
Huh?
That gargoyle didn't fall by itself. Come on, these stairs.
But Mr. X, if there's somebody up there who wants to kill us, why are we going...
There he goes, across the next roof.
Look at the way he jumps. Just like a mountain billy goat.
Huh?
Hey, he disappears.
Yeah. Young fellow, red hair. Well, there's no way of catching him now. He probably knows every roof in the neighborhood. Wait a minute.
That little piece of cloth?
Yeah. Stained with blood.
Blood? Well, maybe he cut himself when he pushed that whatchamacallit down on us.
No. This blood is completely dry. Pagan, I think we better go over to the university. Do a little homework.
I don't like this, Mr. X. We shouldn't be going through the professor's desk. After all, he's not alive.
You developed a sudden case of scruples, Pagan.
Have I? But I feel all right.
Flash that light over this way. Let's see. Manuscript of the book he was working on.
Mr. X, there's a scratch pad here by the telephone.
Anything on it?
Oh, just some funny circles, you know. Must have been noodling or something. Wait a minute, wait. There's something else. It looks like English.
Let me see it. The sins of the sons are visited on the fathers.
In my country, we always say it the other way around.
Oh, well. Good evening, Fraulein.
What are you doing here? Who are you? Answer me.
Why not? My name is Thurston.
Thurston. From America?
That's right.
What are you doing here tonight?
I might ask you the same question.
I'm Elmer Black, the professor's secretary.
Then maybe you can help me. I've got to find Kurt Van Fleet.
Kurt? Why?
You've got to trust me, Wilma. Where is Kurt?
Don't let him alone, Mr. Thurston. He can't stand any more trouble. Please, let him alone.
Do you think the man who shot his father will let Kurt alone?
Sure. His father was...
We have just come from the Guild of Mourners. Professor Van Fleet was murdered.
Oh, no.
Where is Kurt?
I just left him at the tavern. He was going home.
Home? The Van Fleet house?
No, he hasn't been staying there all week. He has a room off the square. I'll show you. It's just around this corner. Only a few doors. There he is, Mr. Thurston, going up the steps.
Yeah. Kurt! Kurt! Kurt, look out!
Hey, the guy who did it is getting away.
Yes,
Get away.
That doesn't matter now. Let's see how Kurt is. It looks like a flesh wound. Help me get him inside. Here, Kurt. Drink this.
Danke. But, Mr. Thurston, if my father was murdered, why? He'd signed a petition. Why did they kill him?
Why did he sign the petition?
I don't know. Oh, what's the use? It was because of me.
No, Kurt, no.
You might as well all know the truth. My father loved me. He loved me so much. I wasn't worth it. I wanted to be, but I wasn't. And then this happened.
What happened?
There was a fight at the tavern. I had been drinking, and Red Grimmel said something that started me off.
Red Grimmel?
The student communist leader.
Oh, go on, Kurt.
I hit him, and when he fell, his head struck an andiron. He just laid there. I ran away. The next day, somebody told my father Grimmel was dead, that I had killed him.
Who told him this?
His wife.
Cecile? Did you hear her tell him?
No. When he sent for me, he was alone. It had all been settled. He had been forced to agree to sign the peace petition to keep me from being charged with murder.
Hmm?
He had no choice. His political prestige would be destroyed in any case, and this way he would save me.
This Grimmel, did he have red hair?
Yeah.
Kurt, he isn't dead.
What?
We met him a little while ago.
If you could prove that.
This would be a job for you, Pagan.
Huh? Oh, but, Mr. Rex, I don't have any contacts in Leyden.
If you turned him up, it would be worth 100 gulden.
Oh, well, come to think of it, there's my cousin Frederick. He might be able to help.
Then get going.
Okay. It's the last room on this corridor. He went there just a few minutes ago.
Good. Sure you'll be able to identify him, Wilma?
Of course, I've seen him 100 times on the campus.
Here, now. I'm not. Is that Grimmel?
Yeah?
Mr. X.
A knife in his back.
Oh.
That knife?
Yes, go on, Wilma.
Nothing.
It's Kurt's, isn't it?
No.
It used to be in his room. I remember seeing it when he was a little boy. Carved handle like a mermaid. Wilma, I want you to get to the police. Send them to the professor's house.
The police?
Then go back to Kurt and stay with him. He needs you. Come on, Pale.
Where are we going, Mr. X?
To pay a call on Red Ranger.
Oh, sure, Red Ranger. Huh?
Yes, Ken, I remember that night very well. I saw it only yesterday when I was straightening out Kurt's things.
Yeah. Cecile, why didn't you tell me Johannes was dead?
Oh, we wanted to keep it a secret until after the elections. Dr. Graumark thought that...
Yeah, I take the blame. I know how much politics means to Johannes. He tells me why he signs this petition. He is no communist. And so, when he has a heart attack...
Dr. Graumark. He was murdered.
Murdered?
Oh,
That shouldn't surprise you, Doctor, since you killed him.
Oh, no. I was one of Johannes's oldest friends.
The real Graumark was his friend. When did he discover the switch? Just before you shot him?
I do not understand that,
Johannes
Ken.
and Dr. Graumark, the famous Czech historian, were close friends, but only by correspondence. The real Graumark was a fine scholar, fine enough to know that the tulip was not created in Holland, but imported from Constantinople during the 16th century.
Go on, Mynheer.
I don't know your name, but I do know a great deal about you. Whenever a country is about to be turned into a satellite, a top agent appears. In the Bureau, your code name is Red Ranger.
Very alliterative.
You were sent here to force Van Vliet into the communist camp. You set up the so-called murder of Grimmel and used it to blackmail Johannes. When he realized you were a fake, he got frightened and you killed him.
But how? I thought it was Johannes Hart.
A stooge in the Guild of Mourners managed to cover up the bullet wound. When we got on Grimmel's track, he was murdered, too.
It was Kurt's knife.
Sure, but you saw it here yesterday, and Kurt hasn't been home since his father's death.
Oh, yes.
That's just what I was thinking.
You fit the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle together remarkably well. But then games are an American pastime. Reality is something else. Now, if you will excuse me, there is a plane waiting to take me away from Leiden.
Afraid you'll have to miss this trip.
No, I think this gun will enable me to keep my reservation.
He's got a point there.
And killing a notorious American agent will add to the success of my mission, Mr. X. So?
Maybe you better take a look out of that window.
What?
Hey, cops all over out there.
Police?
Thank heaven.
But I still have this gun. I get away.
Maybe even all the way back to Russia. But when Van Vliet's murder was exposed and his loyalty reestablished...
What? Oh, no. If they find out I failed... Oh, you don't know them. Please take me prisoner yourself.
Sorry. This is a matter for the Dutch government.
No. They might send me back.
Yeah, they might at that. Funny you never realized that the people you served and the hatred you spread could turn and strike you down. But it always happens. Anytime men live by destruction, they destroy themselves. All right, Peg, I'm calling the police.
Our star, Herbert Marshall, will return in just a moment. No matter what you now take for headache relief, we urge you to try Anacin for the incredibly fast relief these tablets bring the next time you're suffering from a headache. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin for this wonderfully fast relief. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N, at any drug counter in handy boxes of 12 and 30. Economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Now, here is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. The other folks you listened to tonight were Maria Palmer, Peggy Weber, Will Wright, Ted Von Elst, Harry Bartell, and Ramsey Hill. Next week, Ken goes to Guayaquil. We get the darndest names on this show. Guayaquil, Ecuador, in a mad race against time. A beautiful girl and a man whose ideas of fun, murder. And gumming things up as usual would be Leon Belasco as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
The Man Called X is a Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music composed and conducted by Felix Mills. Tonight's story was written by Robert Libet and Frank Burt. All characters and incidents in this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to listen tomorrow evening for The Big Show with Tallulah Bankhead and a great parade of stars, the Sunday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And until next week, same time and station, this is Jack Latham saying goodnight for The Man Called X. Tomorrow here, Tallulah's Big Show. Now it's your hit parade on NBC. Now we present Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X, the Friday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Transcribed for you by Cannon Towels, famous for color, for design, for durability. Among towels, America's #1 best-seller. By RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. But before we set out on tonight's adventure in mystery and drama, here's a word about dramatic values.
Hurry, 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 hurry to the greatest May towel sales in history. Famous Cannon Towel Sales. Packed with value, big, beautiful buys, terrific bargains. Don't miss them. Get to your store now and get in on these great money-saving events. Cannon Towels give you the most for your money in beauty, value, lovely color, and design.
Cannon Towels absorb more, wear longer, stay lovely longer.
No wonder more people buy Cannon Towels than all other towels combined. Get the most for your money. Get Cannon.
Big, fluffy, thirsty Cannon Towels.
As summer comes, you always need more towels. Now's the time to get them. And the towels to get are Cannons, right now in these big Cannon Towel sales. See them in your newspaper. Get to your store quickly. Get in on the big, big, big Cannon values.
It has been said many times, of course, that wherever there is danger in all the far-off places of the world, there you will find Ken Thurston, the Man Called X. And rare it is when Ken finds time to sleep even one night in his own Manhattan apartment. And rarer still when he sleeps there uninterrupted.
Ken Thurston speaking.
Mr. Thurston, you're home.
Oh, pig.
Only by living such a good, clean life do I get so lucky.
Oh, sure. What time is it anyway?
Well, here it's one time, there's some other. Who knows? Mr. X, you gotta help me.
Help you what? Why do I have to do it at 5 a.m.? So long, you. Call me later.
Mr. Thurston, wait.
Wait nothing. Go get some sleep.
But you don't understand. I just run into a dead man.
Oh, fine. Now get yourself a hotel room and sober up.
But it's true, Mr. X. He just got in from Honolulu, and I met him accidentally in San Francisco, and then he brought me down here, and you know who it is? It's George Koloff.
George Koloff? Oh, Koloff's been dead for 6 months.
That's what I told him, but he says he can explain the whole thing. Mr. Thurston, I'm scared. I think he's planning to give me the business.
Where are you calling from? Where are you now?
Who knows? It's a big house that belongs to somebody down here at...
Pig on. Operator.
I'm sorry, sir. Your party has hung up.
Operator, this is Ken Thurston.
Oh, yes, Mr. Thurston.
Will you trace that call, please, and phone me at the bureau? Right away.
Well, when you come right down to it, Ken, there was never any actual proof that Koloff was killed in that plane.
I know, Chief. It was more a matter of reasonable assumption.
Right.
But the plane did crash at sea. There's no question of that. Records washed up along the California coast for weeks afterward.
But apparently Koloff didn't crash with it. Unless...
You don't think Zellschmidt's trying to pull a fast one of some kind, Ken?
No, I don't think so. I'd say Koloff just outguessed us.
Well, we aren't the only ones he outguessed. Walked into that Los Angeles aircraft plant wearing a phony beard, handed them a forged letter, and flew off in their latest model test plane. Their top secret job.
Yeah, and he's been doing things like that for years, Chief. One of the slickest boys in the whole espionage business.
Well, at least he slipped up on that job.
Maybe.
Huh?
I got a hunch that plane crash was part of Koloff's plan. But it wasn't an accident.
What could he gain by it, Ken? The plane itself was the only thing that... Hello? Yes, he's here. Just a second. It's for you, Ken.
Thanks, Chief. Ken Thurston speaking.
This is long-distance operator 74, Mr. Thurston. I have the report you requested on that call.
Yes?
The call was placed from the residence of a Countess de Grazia in Carmel, California.
Countess de Gracia, Carmel, California. Thanks very much, operator. Let's see, I can fly to San Francisco. I can hire a car there. Drive down to...
Ken, who's the Countess de Grazia?
I don't know. At the moment, she's apparently Pagon's hostess.
That's quite a house party. Zellschmidt and a dead man.
A former dead man, Chief. There's a big difference. Call you from Carmel. Oh, here we are. Huh? Pagon. Locked. Well. Pagon. Well, shall I let you out, or would you rather beat the door open?
Mr. Thurston!
Just relax and out. Well, so that's the game.
What's the news? Oh, we're out of here.
All right, just as soon as I disconnect this booby trap. There. Well, your friend, the Countess, seems to have some unusual ideas of hospitality.
Countess. Hey, Mr. X. The only one I saw was George, the double-crossing crook. He was supposed to pay me $500 to keep my mouth shut. I mean to, well...
You never were much good at blackmail, Pagon.
Mr. Thurston, I swear, but...
Never mind. So he lured you down here from San Francisco and then locked you in a broom closet. Where's he now?
Who knows? I haven't heard a sound for the last hour. I guess he...
Oh. Well, let's take a chance. Countess de Gracia residence?
Hello, is the Countess there?
Not at the moment, but I'm her business agent. Could I help you?
Well, yes, this is the Eureka Travel Agency. Would you tell the Countess that I have a reservation on the Lurline to Hawaii tonight?
I'd be happy to.
I'll have her ticket at the pier office. Oh, and the ship sails in 4 hours, you know.
Yes, I know. I'll tell her. Thanks a lot. Come on, Pagon. I got a car parked out in front.
Where are we going, Mr. Thurston?
Hawaii.
Oh, I'm fine now that... Hawaii? In a car?
We may. If we don't get up to San Francisco before that ship sails.
The way I figured, Mr. Thurston, this Koloff guy just wanted everybody to think he was dead.
That's the way it figures.
You mean I'm right?
Well, you can't always be wrong. It's against the law of averages.
The only thing I can't figure is why... Oops! Hey, are we trying to break a speed record or something?
No, we're trying to find out whether that car back there is following us or... Hold on.
Well, they're sure sticking to us tighter than a wet bathing suit.
I know. And I think it's the same car that was parked down the street from the
Mr.
Countess.
X, they're going to pass us.
Wish I could get some speed out of this thing.
Look, there's a curve coming. They're crowding us. Crowding us in. Crowding us.
Pagon. Pagon. Pagon, where are you? Hello. Can you come down and give us a hand?
Just let me get my first aid kit out of the truck.
Fine. Pagon. Pagon, can you hear me?
I saw your lights go over the bank. Stopped my truck as quick as I could. Is anybody hurt?
I'm all right. I guess my friend's knocked out. Here.
Here, help me lift him up.
Right. Okay. Now. The car passed me doing 80 or better. What'd they do, sideswipe you?
I guess so. Happened pretty fast. Here, turn the light on his face.
Cut in the forehead. It's not bad. A compress will stop the bleeding. Here. Let me get one here.
One sure thing. We can always count on you boys in an emergency.
Well, when you spend most of your time on the road, you get used to helping people. Never know when you need help yourself. There. You'll be all right in a few minutes.
You heading towards San Francisco by any chance?
No, I'm going south. I'll take you as far as Salinas Junction, though.
Good. I can phone from there.
You, got an important date of some kind up in Frisco?
Oh, very important. It's for the Countess and a dead man.
Huh?
We're sailing for Honolulu together. If I get there in time.
What?
Simply can't do a thing about it in spite of your credentials, Mr. Thurston. Ship sailed 20 minutes ago. That's that.
Do you know whether the Countess de Gracia was on board?
She was. I escorted her to her stateroom personally.
Did you arrange a reservation for a man named George Koloff?
No, only for the Countess. I wish I could help you, Mr. Thurston, but it's just too late. Ship's probably moving through the Golden Gate right at this minute.
Well, that's fate, Mr. Thurston. Maybe it's all for the best anyway. Those characters are pretty tough cookies. Let's go get some seafood, eh?
That's a good idea, Pagon. Only I'm having mine on board that ship.
But I just told you, Mr. Thurston.
Never mind. Do you know where I can charter a fast launch in a hurry?
Yes.
Good. Now, I'm going to put call through to New York on this phone. You use the other one there to get the Lurleen by radiophone. I'll talk to the purser if you can get him. Or if not, the captain. Now, hurry.
Mr. Thurston, you mean we got to climb all the way up to the deck on that little ladder?
Yeah, now wait, Pagon. Don't get caught between the launch and the side of the ship.
Way to the launch, rise into the swell, then grab the ladder, Mr. Thurston.
Right. Watch it, Pagon. Get ready. Here we go. So long, boys. Thanks for the lift.
I don't know why I didn't desert while we were still on dry land. Climbing up ladders in the middle of the ocean. People trying to kill us.
Oh, relax, Pagon. Now you'll have another chance to blackmail Koloff.
Hey, I never thought of that.
Here, let me give you a hand.
Thanks.
That's it.
Well, we seem to have quite a welcoming committee.
Well, it's a little unusual to break the schedule, slow down the ship, and take on passengers
I
at sea.
imagine, yeah.
But I've had radio calls from New York, Washington, the Maritime Bureau, even from the owners of the line.
Well, I pulled all the rank I could think of to get aboard, Purser.
Yes, sir. My name's Blake. I've arranged a pair of cabins for you, assigned your table, and... Oh, here's one of your table companions now.
I was afraid I would have to make myself obvious, Mr. Blake.
Countess, this is Mr. Ken Thurston, Countess de Grazia.
I've been looking forward to this, Countess.
Really? Well, I must say it is a little unexpected on my side.
Oh, you have to admit that neither of your two attempts was particularly clever.
Touché?
I didn't know that you had met.
Only indirectly, Mr. Blake.
Yes. And now that we do come face to face, we are outside the 12-mile limit. Fortunately.
Which means, of course, that we can make our own rules. Tell me, how's George?
Koloff? Oh, I think you are going to be a highly entertaining dinner companion, Mr. Thurston.
I'll try my best. Maybe we'll find we have a lot of things in common. Like airplanes and espionage, ghost stories and George. Oh, yes, especially George.
We will continue with The Man Called X in just a moment.
Here's a word from RCA Victor. What the fireplace was to early American homes, the television set is to modern American homes. It's the center not only to your life, but your living room. So be smart. Insist not only on RCA Victor million-proof television, proven in well over 2 million homes, but on RCA Victor million-proof television in a console cabinet. You have your choice of a breathtaking variety of RCA Victor console models, every one a furniture masterpiece, worthy to occupy the most important place in your living room. Period models like the Regency and the Rutland and the Hillsdale, which look like treasures straight out of an 18th century palace. Classic models like the Provincial, whose simple dignity makes it equally fitting for cottage or castle. Streamlined models like the Modern, a clean-line, functional beauty on a swivel base. See your RCA Victor dealer tomorrow for your RCA Victor television console. And to you and your family, in every sense of the word, happy looking.
And now to continue with The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall with Leon Velasco as Pagan Zellschmidt. An international espionage agent named George Koloff, supposedly dead for 6 months, is seen in a San Francisco bar, and the resulting chase finally leads Ken Thurston to a cabin aboard his ship, now 1 day out of Honolulu. Also aboard is Koloff's confederate, the Countess de Grazia, but so far the quarry himself has not been found.
As far as I'm concerned, Mr. X, I don't even care if we never find that character.
Oh? What's happened to your enthusiasm, Pagan?
Enthusiasm? I've looked at passengers all week until I'm green in the face. And so what if I did find him? You wouldn't let me blackmail him anyhow.
So that was your reason for trailing him down to Carmel?
Well, why not? He's a crook.
No.
Yes, he is.
Now, we dock in Honolulu tomorrow, and as far as I've been able to find out, Koloff isn't on board. Why not?
Oh, don't ask me.
He admitted to you that he'd just come from Hawaii. And as soon as he talked to the Countess, she headed for there. Just doesn't make sense that he wouldn't go along with her.
Doesn't make sense to me either way, Mr. Thurston.
I don't think that stolen plane crashed accidentally. I think Koloff planned it that way. But why? And where does the Countess come into it? Why this trip to Honolulu? Unless...
Unless what, Mr. X?
It's a possibility. Let's see, the purser 272.
I wish I knew what you're talking about.
Hello, Mr. Blake? Ken Thurston. Say, I wonder if you can meet me in the baggage hold in 5 minutes. Yes, it may be very important. Goodbye.
Let's see now. The Countess de Grazia's baggage should be in cubicle 17 right here ahead of us, Mr. Thurston. Of course, she has a pair of wardrobe trunks and some other luggage with her in her cabin.
I know, and it'll be tough to get into it. I'm hoping we find something here.
Find what, Mr. Thurston?
I don't know, Pedro.
Oh, here we are. Now, her things are right against the bunker here, I believe. Oh, yes. These 2 steamer trunks and this wooden case.
Well, the trunks could be legitimate. But this wooden case... Heavy, too, Mr. Blake. Have you got anything but use to pry the lid off?
Well, one of these steel cargo wedges ought to do the job. Don't say we, though, Mr. Thurston. My orders to cooperate only go so far.
Oh, thanks. Maybe a wild goose chase, but it's worth trying.
Oh, I wish somebody would tell me. What are we looking?
I did tell you, Pagan. I don't know. Well, let's see what the Countess is taking.
It looks awful complicated. Do you know what it is, Mr. Thurston?
Yeah, I know what it is. One of the latest models of the new robot stabilizer for jet fighter planes. A top military secret.
Well.
So that was Koloff's game.
What do you mean?
He wasn't after the whole plane, only this stabilizer. He must have taken it off, parachuted into the water with it, and left the plane to crash into the ocean. I wonder if the Countess owns a yacht.
As a matter of fact, she does, Mr. Thurston. I heard her discussing it with one of the other passengers a few evenings ago.
And she probably has a prospective buyer for this thing waiting in Honolulu. Only what's happened to her partner, Koloff?
Look, Mr. Thurston. This name on the outside of the case. Leo Bornlin, Honolulu.
Yeah, she's keeping herself covered. In case of trouble, she can claim she never saw the case before. I think I'd better find out a little more about the Countess.
Well, the ship's radio is yours, Mr. Thurston, anytime you want to use it.
Thanks. Meanwhile, I wonder if I could borrow about a dozen of those steel cargo wedges.
Well, champagne. They are going all out this evening.
Last night of the voyage, Countess, is the customary captain's dinner.
And the last one we shall have together, Mr. Thurston. I'm going to miss these delightful little conversational interludes.
Oh, I thought they'd been more like passages at arms.
But clever. And clever men are so rare. Why, I am sure you must have fathomed all of my darkest secrets by now.
No. I'm afraid you've beaten me there. I imagine you know much more about me than I know about you.
Well, I was born of impoverished but piously honest Ukrainian peasant stock.
Yes, and at the age of 2, you were kidnapped by a roving band of gypsies.
You have found out.
But it was only after narrowly avoiding being sold in the slave market in Algiers that you decided to become a spy.
Oh, dear, I had no intention of telling that part.
And it was then that you adopted the name Countess de Grazia.
The Count was quite old and an awful bore. I poisoned him for his title.
Oh, of course.
Let that be a warning to you, Mr. Thurston.
The poison, you mean? Oh. I'm tasting the wine very carefully.
I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Thurston, but I thought this radiogram might be important.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Blake. Do you mind, Countess?
Not at all. Go right ahead.
Thanks. Uh-huh. Will you excuse me?
What? Aren't we going to go on with my history, Mr. Thurston?
I don't think so. You see, it's quite unnecessary now. Good night.
I'm starved, Mr. Thurston. What a low-down trick to leave me here alone, this cabin, for a whole hour and 10 minutes.
Well, we flipped a coin to see who ate first, Pagan.
I know, but...
Using your double-headed nickel.
Yes, but I thought I had the one with the double tails.
You didn't, though. Here it is.
Oh, a pickpocket. Mr. X, sometimes I think you're as bad as that Countess cookie.
No, I doubt that. And according to this radiogram, she's not a countess.
What do you mean?
That's only one of the aliases she uses. She manages to hold passports from 3 different countries. Been suspected of espionage over and over and never been convicted. Oh, well, you may as well go on down and eat, Pagan. I'll take care of the baby in the closet there.
Boy, you only have to tell me once. Oh, the great food they got on this boat. The only chance I... Mr. Rex, door's locked.
I see. Well, back away from that porthole.
Hey, somebody shoved the nozzle some kind through the...
That's a live steam hose. Here, into this closet. Quick!
I don't get it, Mr. Thurston. What was the idea?
The idea was to scold us if we... Yeah, there it goes.
Steam. I knew I shouldn't have come to this boat.
Come on now, here. Help me stuff some clothes in the cracks around the door.
It's getting hot in here. Mr. Rex?
It's going to get hotter. We won't last 2 minutes in here unless...
It's too hot even to... Mr. Thurston, I think I'm...
Hey, young, you may be lucky. It's hotter and hotter. Help! In here. Where?
Here they are. Now give me a hand. That's it. Drag them out into the air. Boy, it's hot in here. That's it. Now. Mr. Thurston. Mr. Thurston, can you hear me?
Yeah, that's you, Blake?
Yes. What happened, Mr. Thurston?
Somebody tried to boil us with a steam hose.
I can't understand it. Nobody but the crew would know where to find a hose, and they
The
said...
crew? Why, of course.
What?
I double-checked every passenger on board, but I didn't check the crew. Help me up, Mr. Blake. Let's go.
This is Mr. Hawkins, our chief engineer. Mr. Thurston, Charlie.
Oh, how do you do?
I told you about Mr. Thurston's authority.
Oh, yeah. Well, anything I can do to help.
Well, what we're doing is checking the crew, Charlie. We've pretty well covered the deck gang already. Looking for a man named Korloff.
Korloff. No, there's nobody by that name in my bunch.
Well, he's probably using an assumed name, Mr. Hawkins. In fact, how about Bornlin? Leo Bornlin.
Bornlin? Oh, yes. One of my oilers is named Bornlin.
Good.
He's working down there now on the number 2 injector pump. You want to talk to him?
If he's the right man, I want a good deal more than just a talk.
Oh, come on. I'll show you where he is. Oh, watch your step. These deck plates get kind of slippery with oil sometimes.
Oh, sure.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Thurston. He's not working in the galley. I looked over the whole bunch.
I think we found him, Pagon. He's the man here in the engine crew with a name the same as the one on that wooden case.
He ought to get life, trying to make a clam bake out of us.
Well, that's Bornlin yonder, bending over that pump slide.
That's him, Mr. Thurston. That's God.
Yeah. Well, the rest of you better wait here.
Wait. He's seen us, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, look out. He's got a gun.
Korloff, drop it.
I'll drop it!
Get back, all of you. Korloff, stop.
Oh, he's running around behind that pump.
Yeah. Korloff, drop that gun.
Come in, Sergeant. You think...
Right into the slide valve.
Come on.
that pump, Mr. Thurston. Look, it didn't even slow down.
Let's go on deck, get some fresh air.
Boy, what a night, Mr. X. 1,000,000 stars.
For once, you didn't make an overstatement.
Hey, what's that glow in the sky? Way up ahead there.
Honolulu, I imagine. They're due to dock at midnight.
Oh, so that's why there's parties going on all over the ship. Hey, maybe we ought to go and celebrate too, Mr. Thurston.
Some other time, Pedro.
Oh, cheer up, Mr. X. Everything's solved now. And so what if that Karlov's dead? He had it coming. And that phony countess. Hey, what are you going to do about her?
Nothing.
Nothing? You mean you're not going to run her in?
It wouldn't do any good. I've got no evidence on her. She's beaten a lot tougher cases than this.
Oh, but you can't just let her get away.
Oh, I doubt very much she'll get away, Pagan. 10 to 1 she has a buyer for that stabilizer waiting for in Honolulu.
Well, maybe
She'll
so, but...
collect a good deal of money from him.
Yeah, well,
And
sure.
when he opens that wooden case and finds there's nothing in it but steel cargo wedges, well, I think he might be a little vindictive.
Yeah, I see what you mean. And in the meantime, we take the real stabilizer back to United States.
The real stabilizer, huh? Oh, it's a valuable piece of military equipment, all right. It's a good thing it didn't fall into the wrong hands. But the way this shaky world goes wobbling around off balance, I don't think the real stabilizer has been invented yet. Now, there would be a cause for celebration.
Our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall, will return in just a moment. If you suffer from pains or headaches, neuritis or neuralgia, you should discover what many thousands have known for years, that Anacin brings incredibly fast, effective relief. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Probably at some time you've received an envelope containing Anacin tablets from your physician or dentist. Thousands of people have been introduced to Anacin this way. Try Anacin yourself the next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You'll be delighted at how quickly relief can come. Anacin is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100 for your medicine cabinet. Ask for Anacin today. Now, here is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Those you heard in tonight's cast were Joan Banks, Will Wright, Peter Leeds, George Neese, Harry Lang, and Carlton Young. There's enough intrigue in next week's story to fill a book, and Ken finds himself right in the middle of it. And flat on his back, as usual, will be Leon Belasco as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
The Man Called X is the Friday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Transcribed for you by Cannon Towels, famous for color, for design, for durability. Among towels, America's #1 best seller. By RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music composed and conducted by Felix Mills. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to hear The Magnificent Montague with Monty Woolley, formerly heard on Friday, now brought to you as a Saturday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And until next week, same time and station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X.
William Bendick stars in The Life of Riley. Enjoy it on NBC.
Called X, tonight starring John Lund, who is taking over during Herbert Marshall's illness. The Man Called X is a regular Friday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. John Lund in The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. Here's a word from RCA Victor. 5 in 1. 5 superb instruments in one great combination. That's what you get when you invest in RCA Victor's new television, radio, phonograph combination, the Rutland. Yes, here in one beautiful cabinet, you'll find big 17-inch RCA Victor million-proof television. Television that brings you clear, bright pictures. Steady pictures that are locked in place by RCA Victor's exclusive eyewitness picture synchronizer. You'll enjoy the latest and greatest RCA Victor AM and FM radio, plus 2 superb automatic record changers for recorded music at all 3 speeds. Yes, 5 superb instruments. Yet, because you pay for only one sound system, only one cabinet, their cost is far less than what you'd pay for comparable console instruments. So when you invest in a television set, insist on the best. Insist on RCA Victor television. See and hear the Rutland and the many other fine RCA Victor television sets available now at your RCA Victor dealers. The news came over the press service teletypes early on a cheerful June morning. It was only one short paragraph in length, but its impact had immediate worldwide repercussions.
Dateline, Bucharest, Romania. Theodore Johnson, American businessman, arrested in Varsovia last week by Vladimir Boric of the Romanian Security Police, has confessed to being an American spy. Johnson's trial will be held in the People's Court in Bucharest 1 week from today.
And within 1 hour after the news broke, within the offices of the Bureau in New York City.
Something's got to be done about it, fast. Ted Johnson is as innocent as you are.
Sure, Bill, I know. But this involves the internal security of another country. It's not the Bureau's business.
Chief, it's the world's business. They forced that confession out of Johnson to whip up war hysteria against the United States.
I agree, Bill. I agree, 100%. But there's nothing we can do.
We can prove to the world that Johnson's innocent by getting him out of Romania.
What?
You know, Ted Johnson's wife tried to call Ken Thurston. With Ken laid up, I took the call. She told me Ted was in Istanbul, Turkey, on business.
Bill, as long as you're working for the Bureau, you've got to stay out of it.
Chief, you ought to read your mail a little more carefully.
Huh? My mail?
Yeah, one of your agents has just resigned. A fellow by the name of Bill Pringle.
Bill, you...
I'll see you around, Chief. That is, if you ever get to Istanbul.
Believe me, Mr. X, I mean Mr. Pringle, you're one plenty smart cook you're taking me along. There's nothing I don't know about that Istanbul place.
All right, Pagan. How about digging out the characters who handle the underground escape route from Romania?
That's a cinch. When it comes to the underground, Huh?
Yeah. There's an underground escape route in every country behind the Iron Curtain. For people who'd like a taste of liberty for a change. I want you to find out how they get out of Romania and into Turkey.
Oh, believe me, Mr. Pringle, it's as good as dead. I got friends who'll tell me anything. For a slight consideration, of course. Oh, shall we say, $100?
Okay.
Absolutely not. I wouldn't consider it for a penny less. Huh? You mean you'll pay?
Sure.
Well, okay. Okay. But why do you want to know about this escape route? We're not coming out of Romania.
That's right, Pagan. We're going in.
could not have come to a more perfect, a more wonderful person with whom to discuss your difficulties, my darling Mr. Pringle. I am Baron Laszlo Tagore at your service.
I'm glad to know you, Baron.
But of course, why should you not be? Now, why is it you have come to visit the magnificent Baron Tagore?
Well,
and I do so hope that it has something to do with money, my dear Pringle. I simply adore money. It has so many uses, you know.
Baron, I want to talk to you about Ted Johnson. I understand he was doing business with you here in Istanbul.
Ah, yes. Darling Mr. Johnson, what a ghastly thing to happen. So unfortunate, so sad, and so unremunerative to me.
What really happened, Tagore?
He was inconsiderate enough to have himself seized by the Romanian security police before concluding our affairs. I had not made a profit of even a single piastre out of him. It was really terribly inconsiderate.
Yeah, very. How did it happen he was arrested in Romania when his business was with you here in Turkey?
My darling Pringle, all I know is that Mr. Johnson came to me regarding certain silks and perfumes he wished to purchase. I would have made a huge profit on the transaction. But then, before giving me a check, poof, he vanished. So, we have disposed now of Mr. Johnson.
Tagore, we haven't disposed of anything. Now, look here.
Oh, how sweet of you to be so forceful. But you must realize that he will go on trial in Bucharest, confess his crimes in court, and be hanged. Poof.
Just as simple as that.
But of course, there is nothing anyone can do for him now. Not even the magnificent Baron Tagore. Please remember that, darling.
That's right, Mr. Pringle. If you want any dope about people escaping from Romania, the place to go is the Konaksim Cafe down at the docks, at table number 53.
Konaksim Cafe, table 53. Then what?
It's simple. Tell whoever sits down with you that you want to go fishing.
So, you are interested in fishing, Mr. Pringle?
That's right, Miss,
Call me Saria.
Okay, Saria. Right now, I'm looking for a guide. Know of any?
Well, there are all kinds of guides, Mr. Pringle. What kind of a catch are you after?
Oh, a big one.
Oh.
Like the one they landed near Varsovia last week. Name of Johnson.
The catching of such a prize is up to the fishermen. All that the owner of a boat can do is take him to the proper fishing grounds.
Well?
I will have my own boat ready to leave in half an hour. We are arriving at our destination, Mr. Pringle.
Arriving? I don't see nothing out there in the darkness but darkness.
The Romanian coast, Saria?
Yes, 13 kilometers southeast of Constanta. The coastline here is deserted. You should have little difficulty in making your way to the railroad.
Good.
The Constanta-Bucharest Express leaves at 9 in the morning.
All right.
From then on, it will be up to you.
Well, thanks for everything, Saria.
No thanks unnecessary. Just leave the boat at once. We are in constant danger every minute we remain here.
Sure. Come on, Pagan.
Oh, look, Mr. Pringle, why don't I just give you a letter to my cousin Vasily in Bucharest?
Oh, come on.
Okay. Oh, gosh. Only a fellow could catch his death of wet feet doing things like this. Oh. Well, I hope you're satisfied now. There goes that luscious cookie Saria with the boat. Oh, we've jumped right into the frying pan.
Hold it, Pagan.
Huh?
Somebody moving in that brush over there.
You there! Up! Up, I say, in the name of the people's government!
Shut up. Oh, he thinks we're over there. Let's get going.
This is Vladimir Bolek of the security police. I command you to halt at once!
Security police?
Yeah. Somebody must have tipped him off. Now they'll be on our tail all the way to Bucharest.
Oh, I should have my head examined coming along with you this way. How long do we have to stay on that board of this rattle-trap train anyways?
We'll be in Bucharest in a few minutes.
So we'll be in Bucharest. So what? It'll only make it easier for that Vladimir Borek to latch on to us.
Not if we can get to Mikhail Andescu first.
Huh? Mikhail Andescu? Who's he?
Ken Thurston and I worked with him in the resistance during the war.
Now, what's a friend of yours doing behind Iron Curtains?
The same thing he was doing then. If there's a prayer of saving Ted Johnson's neck, he'll know the people who can help us.
Oh, so who cares? Can they help us save my neck?
Good afternoon, comrades. As loyal patriots of the People's Republic of Romania, I know you will not mind sharing your compartment with a brother.
A brother?
Why, not at all. Come in.
Thank you. I would not trouble you this way, but I understand that two enemies of the state are traveling with us today.
Oh, I hadn't heard about this. What's going on?
Oh, there is nothing to fear. Naturally, those of us whose identification papers are in perfect order have nothing to be concerned about. Oh, but your pardon for not having introduced myself earlier. I am Vladimir Borek, head of the security police.
Security?
Of course. Two such loyal subjects of our great republic do not mind the slight inconvenience of showing me your identification. Merely a matter of routine. You understand?
Sure. I'll be glad to, Comrade Borek. I have my papers right here.
Oh, what did you want to count him for? Now he'll be sore on us, and I'll bet he's got plenty of stooges aboard with him.
That's right. So, come on, out this window, Pagan. Fast, while we still got a chance to find Andescu.
You sure this is that Andescu's house, Mr. Pringle?
They haven't taken it away from him, it is.
Huh. But there's nobody's answering. Oh, he must have gone to a movie or something. He must have...
Welcome, my darling Mr. Pringle. Welcome to Bucharest.
Tagore.
But of course, my dear person. Oh, what a wonderful pleasure it must be for you to see here the magnificent Baron Tagore.
Skip it, Baron. Where's Andescu?
Ah, yes. The poor, unfortunate Mikhail Andescu.
Where is he?
He was most indiscreet. How stupid of him to allow himself to be executed by the security police.
Executed?
Ah, but do not be sad. Is not the magnificent Baron Tagore here to greet you instead? And that must be most reassuring to you, is it not, my darling?
We will continue with The Man Called X in just a moment. Every day you hear more and more about an incredibly fast way to relieve the pains of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. It's Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30. Economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Ask for Anacin at any drug counter. Now, Act Two of The Man Called X, tonight starring John Lund, with Leon Belasco as Pagan Zellschmidt. Bill Pringle has secretly entered Bucharest in an effort to rescue Ted Johnson, who is being held for trial as an American spy. At the home of Mikhail Andescu, a member of the underground, they are greeted, however, by Baron Laszlo Tagore, former business associate of Johnson's, who tells them Andescu has been executed by the security police.
Yes, my dear gentlemen, it was most thoughtless of Mikhail to disappoint you this way. But the Baron Tagore shall do his magnificent best to make you feel at home. Please to enter and accept my hospitality.
All right, Tagore. Now, what's the pitch?
How sweet of you to ask, my dear Pringle, but there is no one I would rather speak about more than myself. First, however, I should like you to meet some of my friends. This is Anton Barshak.
Gentlemen.
And here we have the taciturn Leonid. And as for the last member of this most distinguished gathering...
Look, it's...
Yeah. How did you get here so fast, Sarya?
Well, then Vladimir Borek's men attacked to the landing place. I radioed to Laszlo. He flew over from Istanbul, picked me up, and we continued here to Bucharest.
Are you not most magnificently pleased, my dear Pringle?
Yeah. I'm beginning to think I am, Tagore. Maybe Andescu is gone, but looks like he left a pretty good organization behind him.
Yes. We helped you get into Romania, Mr. Pringle. We'll help you to get out.
With Ted Johnson?
What a superfluous question, my dear boy. But of course with darling Mr. Johnson.
That is where Johnson's trial will be held, Bill. In the People's Court, Stalinplatz 7.
Stalinplatz 7, huh? Looks more like a fortress than a court building.
It is. The headquarters of the security police are there. And it is where Johnson is being held prisoner.
Have you learned the name of the trial judge?
But of course, my dear Pringle. He is one Andras Principo, known to his most flattering enemies as the Butcher.
Principo, huh?
Unfortunately, we have been able to ascertain nothing detrimental about his service to the state.
Maybe not, but there's always... Pagan's cousin, Vasily.
Oh, but how would our dear Mr. Zellschmidt's cousin help us in this matter?
If Principo's ever been mixed up with anything crooked in Romania, you can bet your life a Zellschmidt will know about it.
We are here, my friend, Stalinplatz 7.
Good. It's now 10:15. The trial started. Pagan, a few minutes before they recess, at 11:55, have the car at the side entrance.
Huh?
It's your neck if you don't.
I'll be there, Mr. Pringle.
Well, how about it, Laszlo? Everything straight in your mind?
My beloved friend, I can already see the pained look upon poor, dear Judge Principo's face when he enters his chambers after a trying morning upon the bench. Magnificent.
All right. Let's go in.
I can now fully appreciate the wonderful enjoyment experienced by the man in the circus who places his head into the mouth of the lion. The Baron Tagore shall be forever indebted to you.
I'll take a rain check on that, Laszlo. Where are Principo's chambers?
That door with the security police guard standing in front of it. Needless to say, I'm quite relieved to see that he is one of our men.
Where's the side entrance?
In the short corridor that runs to the left.
Good. We should be able to...
What is it, my friend?
Look, that woman, leaving those offices up ahead.
Hmm?
Isn't she... Oh, I lost her in the crowd around that corner.
As much as it pains me, my darling Pringle, need I remind you that this is a time for affairs of action, not of the heart.
Whose offices are they?
The den of that most vicious of all the Romanian foxes, Vladimir Borek. Surely you do not wish to visit him at a time like this.
No. Just wondering why Sarya would want to visit him.
What? You believe that woman you saw was... Oh, no, my beloved friend. Sarya is making our final arrangements at the airport. You are mistaken.
You better be right, Laszlo, because if you're not, well, it's too late now. Let's go into the courtroom.
You admit then, prisoner, that you are guilty of the crimes against the state with which you have been charged.
I do.
You confess them freely of your own volition, without duress.
I confess them freely.
Very well. The accused will please state in his own words the actions that led to his arrest upon those charges.
I, Theodore Johnson, a citizen of the United States, was officially assigned the task by my government of entering secretly into Romania. My objective was to perform acts of sabotage against the People's Republic
and to learn what military and state secrets I could.
Incredible. Even to me, it is incredible.
I've seen them do it before. They make zombies out of their political prisoners. They always...
What is it?
Vladimir Borak, going up to the bench, talking to Prinkipo.
The fox and the butcher failing to observe the rigid protocol of the People's Court? A paradox, my beloved friend, is it not?
Well, they wouldn't be doing it unless there was a pretty strong reason. Oh, start heading for the door.
The proceedings of the People's Court in the matter of the American spy Theodore Johnson will now be recessed. Remove the prisoner.
Come on, let's get out.
I, Theodore Johnson, a citizen of the United States, was officially assigned to pass by the government of entering immediately.
Frankly, it is most distressing to me to be involved in such an undignified flight, but apparently your eyesight is keener than my sense of suspicion. That woman you saw leaving Borek's office...
Yeah, she was Sarya, and she's sold us out.
Of course, Sawyer sold them up, Prinkipo. Why are you so surprised? Did she not obtain Johnson for us so we could use him for our propaganda purposes?
But, my dear Comrade Borek, it all seems so incredible. A plot to kidnap me, to obtain the release of the American. How did they intend to carry out this fantastic plan?
They had not informed Sawyer of the details. That is why I made you halt the proceedings so abruptly. Here in your chambers under my personal protection, you will be quite safe.
Don't be too sure, Borak.
What?
Comrade Borek, these men...
Pringle.
Yes, my darling Comrade Borek. And you were the most foolish to attempt to reach for any weapons. This one of mine is equipped with a delicious silencing mechanism.
You cannot frighten Vladimir Borek. My men have this building surrounded. Without official passes, you will never leave here alive.
Thanks for the advice. We'll follow it. After we get through with Prinkipo.
With me, comrades? What is it you wish with me?
Your signature in this custodial release of Theodore Johnson.
Release?
It orders Johnson to be placed in your custody for further questioning before the trial resumes. Sign it.
But
Sign nothing, Prinkipo. They cannot get away with this.
Do you wish to know something, my darling Borek? Your voice is beginning to irritate me. As much as I detest violence, I'm afraid I must be...
Oh, comrades, please!
All right, Prinkipo. The release. Sign it.
No, I will sign nothing.
You should have thought of that in November of 49.
November 49?
Yeah. Ever hear of a man by the name of Vasily Zellschmidt?
Oh, Zellschmidt. What has he got to do with this?
He had plenty to do with you. And a black market operation in roller bearings. Maybe you'd like to explain to the Politburo how they wound up in Yugoslavia instead of the Romanian factories they were intended for.
I don't know what you're referring
There's
to.
another little item, June 1950. A shipment of industrial diamonds.
No.
That turned up in Western Germany instead of Russia. Does the Kremlin know what happened to your bank balance about that time?
You have no proof.
We've got a lot more proof than you have against Ted Johnson. The security police found a way to make him confess. I don't think they'll have too tough a job with you. Well?
All right, I will sign.
Help him into the car, Pagan.
I got him.
You're next, Prinkipo.
What do you wish with me now? What?
You're going to be our official passport out of Romania. Get in.
Oh.
Laszlo?
Yes, my beloved friend.
Good. All right, let's head for the airport, fast. The plane's all ready for us?
Yes, it is, however, a Russian built Tupolev 70. Perhaps I should have inquired earlier as to whether or not you can fly it without me.
It's their copy of our own C-47. I can fly it.
Oh, sure. Only how do we get past all the guards out there in that airport?
The same way we got out of Stalin Plot 7, Prinkipo. He's got the authority. And when it comes to using it or getting purged, we'll get past those guards.
We've been flying for hours already. When do we get to Turkey anyways?
We'll get there, Pagan.
But I don't like this flying in the clouds all the time. We could bump into something or something.
We'd bump into a lot more if we flew above them. According to the radio, every fighter plane in Romania is up looking for us.
Ooh, don't say things like that. You give me goose pimples. Maybe I should have stayed in Bucharest with that Baron Tagore. Hey! Hey, look! We're out of the clouds.
Yeah, there's the Black Sea. And that's Turkey, dead ahead.
Oh, Turkey. Oh, will I ever be glad to get down on solid firma. Ah, well, I guess we can relax now, eh?
Not quite.
Huh?
Look back, up there to the left.
Those planes, they're diving down on us.
Yeah, 2 jet fighters, Russian-built MiGs.
Ooh, we gotta do something.
Try hanging onto your hat. The first one's making his pass now.
Oh, I'm dead.
Not yet, Pagan. Give the second one a chance.
Oh, that did it. That did it.
Oh, relax, you idiot. They just hit our engines.
They were going to crash up into the Black Sea.
That's what I hope those MiGs will think. Then maybe they'll... Hey, yeah, they're heading back to Romania.
Hey, you mean we're not going to crash?
I'm going to try for a landing beside that Turkish destroyer down there. If we can make it.
Well, what do you know? We made it.
Yeah, looks like it, Pagan. And that destroyer will pick us up in a minute.
Citizen, United States.
Look that Mr. Johnson slept all through it. Oh, the poor guy. Boy, what they did do to him there in Big Romania.
Yeah, but he'll be all right once we get him back to the States. Too bad we can't say the same about the others.
Huh? What others?
The millions who are still behind the Iron Curtain. Prisoners of their people's republics. Drugged by propaganda. Tortured by their fears of the secret police. I wonder how long it'll take to make them well again.
Now, here to tell you about next week's program is our star for tonight, Mr. John Lund.
As Herbert Marshall would say, thanks for being with us. Oh, and by the way, my thanks to Will Wright, Lillian Baeff, Parley Bear, Frank Gerstel, Stephen Garay, Lamont Johnson, and, of course, Leon Velasco as Pagan Zellschmidt. Next week, Ken Thurston tangles with a grain black market in India. That's right, Mr. X himself, because next week, Herbert Marshall will be with you again. So join him, won't you, when he returns as the Man Called X. Good night.
The Man Called X is the Friday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. The Man Called X is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music by Milton Charles. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. John Lund may now be seen in the Paramount production of The Mating Season. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to hear the magnificent Montague with Monty Woolley, formerly heard on Friday, now brought to you as a Saturday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And until next week, same time and station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. William Bendick stars in The Life of Riley. Enjoy it on NBC. Now we present The Man Called X, tonight starring Joseph Cotton. The Friday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. By RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by Chesterfield, always milder, better tasting, cooler smoking, plus no unpleasant aftertaste. Joseph Cotton in The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. No matter what you now take for headache relief, we urge you to try Anacin for the incredibly fast relief these tablets bring the next time you're suffering from a headache. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So, the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin for this wonderfully fast relief. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin at any drug counter in handy boxes of 12 and 30. Economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. The city of Algiers, lying as it does on the borderline between Africa and Europe, is a city of continual tension between the old and the new, a place where the ordinary disagreements among men may flare suddenly into violence and sweep overnight from the desert to the sea. The sharp contrast between modern Europe and age-old Africa becomes most evident perhaps at the Algiers airport, where the gleaming stratoliners from France are loaded by Arabs dressed in loincloths and sandals, cut to the same pattern as those once worn in ancient Carthage. At the moment, one such plane with its cargo and passengers aboard moves out onto the flight strip and is quickly airborne and bound for Paris. Mile after mile, it wings westward over the rich coastal belt, climbing steadily. And finally, it turns into a long sweeping bank and heads out over the blue Mediterranean. Then, suddenly, where the plane was flying, there is nothing. Scattered pieces of blasted wreckage drop from the sky and fall into the sea. The streets of Algiers seethe with anger and hatred, and messages pour out by wire and radio to Paris, London, and New York. On a floor of offices high above Manhattan streets, the messages come flooding into the teletype room of the Bureau, where trained specialists take them line by line, decode and analyze them, and send them on their way. And eventually, at the end of a long hall on the same floor, the report from Algiers arrives at the office of the chief.
I'm sorry to have to pull you off that Bramby case, Joe, but with Ken Thirst on the sick list, well, you've worked closer with him than anyone else.
Well, all I know about it is what I got from the newspapers on the way up here, Chief, and that wasn't much.
We don't have much more ourselves, Joe. But Sir Hartley Manning was on board that plane. And that's reason enough to drop everything else.
Yeah, no, UN advisor on North African affairs. The only man who's ever shown a chance of bringing about some permanent agreement between the Arabs and the French.
Yeah. He was supposed to give his decision on the Arab farm loan in Paris today. That's why the lid's ready to blow off over there. You see, nobody knows for sure what his decision was going to be. And each side's blaming the other for his murder.
I suppose there's no doubt that it was murder.
No. The plane was literally blown to bits. It couldn't have been an accident. Joe, somebody put a time bomb aboard.
Well, one thing's certain, Chief. It's got to be solved fast, or there's no point in solving it at all. I know Algiers pretty well. One spark can start a blaze.
There's a plane standing by. It's ready to leave whenever you are.
I guess I'd better start.
Joe, there's one other thing. Don't know exactly how to say it. And I'd rather that Ken Thurston wasn't told just... Joe, I just got the full passenger list a little while ago, the victims of that explosion, and, well...
For what?
One of the names was Pagan Zellschmidt.
Pagan...
Yeah.
No.
I've always been pretty rough on Zellschmidt, but... Well, I'm sorry.
Take on. Well, all of us here in the Bureau have been pretty rough on him, and you come right down to it, underneath it all. Well, Chief, I'll call you from Algiers.
If you will be so kind as to sign the register here, Monsieur Kendall.
Thanks.
I do hope that you will find our services adequate. We are somewhat disorganized, you understand, because of the tragedy.
You mean Sir Hartley Manning's
Oui,
death?
monsieur, oui. He was staying here in the hotel. I watched him walk out through this very lobby on his way to the airfield.
Too bad.
Only Aben Ahmed was with him, and a boy who was carrying the large box which Monsieur Manning was taking with him on the plane.
Large box?
Oui, monsieur. I am told it contained wine from the Arab vineyards, a bon voyage gift from Aben Hamid.
I see. Tell me, who is this Aben Hamid?
I believe he is a leader of the Arab Union. He maintains an office somewhere in the Casbah.
Casbah, huh?
I beg your pardon. Are there any messages for me?
One moment, monsieur. No, monsieur, there is nothing.
Thank you.
Monsieur Garmetz here was the only lucky passenger on that plane.
Lucky?
Ah, yes, I was already aboard when a business call over the loudspeakers calls me to leave the plane less than 5 minutes before the takeoff.
You were lucky.
Very much so. I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Joe Kendall. I'm a new arrival, Mr. Gromitz.
Oh, well, in that case, welcome to Algiers, Mr. Kent.
Thank you.
Now, if you will excuse me, gentlemen, good
afternoon.
A very wealthy man, Monsieur Garmetz, most influential.
Well, now, if you'll excuse me, Hey, just a moment there.
What do you mean, just... Oh, oh, hello, Mr. Kendall.
Pagan. I thought you were dead.
Me? I never felt better in my life.
Your name was on the passenger list of that plane that exploded.
Oh, just an ugly rumor. Anybody that says I'm dead is nuts. Crazy, even.
Well, thank
I was
goodness
supposed to be on the plane, you understand? Only I run into an old friend of mine at the airport, and he tipped me off.
What do you mean, tipped you off?
Well, he said he had a hunch. I had no ought to take that plane, so I didn't. Guess he was psychic.
Yeah, that's one explanation. Do you know where he is now?
Not exactly. I know a couple of joints he hangs out in, though.
Well, find him, Pagan, and try to find out why he had that hunch.
But I haven't got time. I'm working.
Working? Be easier to believe you were dead.
But I am... I mean, working. I'm here buying Persian rugs for my Uncle Ahmed.
In Algiers?
All right, they're Algerians, so we get them cheaper. Who knows the difference?
Well, it's too bad you're tied up, Pagan. I figured it might be worth, say, around $100 to find out.
I'll have the dope in an hour. Where are you going to be?
Back here, probably. Right now, I'm going up to the Casbah.
Ah, going to see the dancing girls, eh?
No. I'm going to look for a killer.
Huh?
More tea, Mr. Kendall.
No, thanks, Aben Hamid. One's plenty.
Mr. Kendall, this exchange of pleasantries has been most agreeable. But this old one has the feeling that you have come to Aben Hamid with more in mind than a mere social visit.
And this old one has probably guessed what I have in mind.
One assumes that a man from the Bureau would be investigating the tragedy of Sir Hartley Manning's death.
And if I were, would you know anything about it?
Only that his death was also tragedy for my people. It is possible that the loan to the farmers may not be granted now.
Well, according to the rumors around the city, Manning had decided not to recommend the loan.
The rumors are false. Yes. Sir Hartley stated on the way to the airport that he had decided to urge granting of the loan with all the influence at his command.
I see. Aben, I'm told that you gave Manning an unusually heavy case of wine to take with him on the plane.
That is true, but I have no idea how the explosive was put aboard the plane, Mr. Kendall. But I assure you that the case of wine contained only wine. There would be no reason.
Now, Father, to take the money to Billy, and I... Oh, I am sorry. I thought you were alone.
It is well, Mara. This is Mr. Kendall, my daughter, Mara.
How do you do?
Mr. Kendall is investigating Sir Hartley's death.
You mean his assassination? I hope you find the murderer, Mr. Kendall. And I hope that when you do, the crowd in the streets tears him to pieces.
You must forgive her violence. Mara is a modern young woman in most ways, but her blood still remembers the glint of knives in the moonlight.
Yes. And I know where I would like to bury that knife.
Mara, stop it.
I'm sorry, Father. Mr. Kendall.
I understand.
But you see, hundreds of farms will go into bankruptcy. And then revolt, perhaps. And military rule, perhaps.
It's a grim picture, all right. Mass bankruptcy alone is bad enough, except for the person who profits by it.
Grommet.
Grommet?
He holds nearly all the mortgages on Arab lands, Mr. Kendall.
I see.
Oh, I will get it. Yes? Oh, just a moment. It is for you, Mr. Kendall.
No, thanks. Pardon me.
Yes.
Hello?
I've been hunting all over for you, Mr. Kendall. The hotel manager finally said to try this number.
Are you at the hotel now, Pagan?
No, I'm down at the harbor, but I'm going there. What are you doing so long up there in Casbah?
Drinking tea.
Tea?
Did you locate your friend?
Oh, sure. He says he's got the tip about that plane from his boss.
His boss?
Uh-huh.
Who does he work for?
Oh, some Arab character by the name of Aben Hamid.
Good evening, Mr. Kendall.
Oh, hello, Mr. Garnett.
I phoned your room a while ago, but you weren't in. I was wondering if you would care to have dinner with me.
Why, well, thanks. Glad to.
Good. Say, in about half an hour.
Oh, fine, I'll meet you in the lobby. 3, please.
Oui, monsieur. You're Monsieur Kendall, no?
Right.
I have just taken a friend of yours up, Monsieur Kendall.
Oh?
I think he's very sick or something.
Huh?
Something is bad wrong with him. Floor, please.
Thanks. The devil could... What? Pagan. Pagan, what was wrong?
Stop, Mr. Kendall. In the back.
Here, have a look. Oh.
Forgive me, Mr. Kendall, for getting blood all over your floor.
Now, easy now. I've got a doctor up here right away. Just lie back there. Pagan. Pagan.
We will continue with The Man Called X in just a moment. Here's a word from RCA Victor. The RCA Victor factory service contract is practical and reliable. As the owner of an RCA Victor television set, you can enjoy the protection of an RCA Victor factory service contract. You can depend on it to keep your RCA Victor television receiver in perfect condition at all times, in all ways. And you always are sure to receive prompt, courteous, and expert service by RCA's own factory-trained technicians. Think of it. Hours and hours of uninterrupted pleasure. No unnecessary expense for repairs or parts. And service is available with or without a contract only to RCA Victor television owners. So make yours an RCA Victor television set. And if you're planning on buying a new one, be sure to hear and see the incomparable Regency, a magnificent television console. It's America's favorite television, featuring a big 17-inch screen in a matchless setting. And inquire about RCA Victor's factory service contract when you buy the Regency. And now to continue with The Man Called X, tonight starring Joseph Cotton with Leon Velasco as Pagan Zellschmidt.
A plane explodes in midair over the Mediterranean, and Sir Hartley Manning, whose decision would have determined the fate of the Arab farm loan for North Africa, dies in the explosion, leaving his decision unknown. Algiers is seething with growing tension and the threat of violence. And now Joe Kendall returns to his hotel room to find Pagan knifed in the back and lying in a pool of blood.
Now let me clip the ends of this bandage. There. I guess that's about the best I can do, Mr. Campbell.
Still unconscious, Doctor?
Well, he seems to be stirring a bit now.
Wouldn't it be a good idea to move him to a hospital?
No, there's really no point in it. I'll be in room 110 if you need me, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Doctor.
Mr. Campbell,
Hiya, Pagan.
I don't really mind dying. You understand?
Huh?
But I want you to know that I'm sorry, Mr. Kendall, for all the bad things I've done.
What things?
Oh, I want you to forgive me. Ask Mr. Thurston to forgive me, too. You can even forget that $100 you owe me.
Now, that is repentant.
When you come right down to it, underneath it all, I'm your friend.
Yeah, I know that. Who was it, Pagan? Who stabbed you?
I don't know. It was dark. I know one thing, though. It was a girl.
A girl?
I could smell the perfume she was wearing. It was subtle, but exciting. Like voodoo or saboon or...
A connoisseur to the last.
Please. Your dear old friend is dying.
Oh, snap out of it, Pagan. You're all right.
Don't lie to me. I can take it. Yeah. The doctors said there wasn't even any point in taking me to the hospital.
Because there's no need to. That knife glanced along one of your ribs. You've got a bad surface cut, that's all. You're not going to die.
I'm not?
No.
Well, in that case, where's my $100?
Yes, the Arabs have always been their own worst enemies, Mr. Kendall, and this Manning affair has proved to be no exception.
How do you mean, Mr. Gromitz?
Well, I mean they antagonized Manning in every way possible, in spite of the efforts of some of us to get a favorable decision for the loan. And then when it became known that Manning would oppose the loan, they killed him.
You think, then, that the Arabs were responsible for the plane explosion?
I believe it is the only explanation that fits the fact.
Provided, of course, that the main fact you're referring to is correct, that Manning had decided to refuse the loan. As far as I know, that's only a rumor.
I can confirm it, Mr. Kendall. Yes. I talked with Manning here at the hotel only 2 hours before he went to the airfield. He told me he was turning down the loan.
I see.
I tried to reason with him, but it was no use. His mind was made up.
Mr. Gromitz, it would seem to me that your own interests might be better advanced if the loan were refused.
Because of mass bankruptcy, you mean? On the contrary, I have lost money on every foreclosure I have been forced to make.
And you claim to be as disappointed as the Arabs over Manning's decision.
Yes, but not disappointed enough to murder him.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Well, incidentally, the airline officials tell me that you had nearly 200 pounds of baggage on the plane that blew up.
Why, yes, I had to leave the plane so hurriedly that there was no time to remove it.
They also tell me you've made no claim for reimbursement.
Well, I've been so shaken by that narrow escape that Kendall, I completely forgot about it.
It's that little shack right ahead, Mr. Campbell. On this side of the fishing wharf.
And next to the cannery. Pagan, your friend seems to go in for atmosphere.
Oh, Billy is not particular.
Feely?
Yeah, that's his name. Why?
Because it's also the name of a man Aben Hamid's daughter mentioned. She was going to see him and give him some money.
Oh, that figures. Billy said he worked for Abenham.
Yeah, I know. Come on, let's go.
The part I don't get, Mr. Kendall, is how come some character wants to kill me? I didn't do nothing.
No, but you could do something.
What?
You could testify that you were warned ahead of time that the plane was in danger.
Yeah, but... Huh?
And the man who warned you probably knows who caused the explosion.
Oh, maybe Billy just had a hunch.
Maybe. Suppose we asked him.
We can go right in. Billy never likes his dog. See?
Well, you ought to know. He's your friend.
That's funny. Must have gone off somewhere and left all the lights burned. Hey, look.
Uh-oh. I guess we're a little late.
Somebody stuck a knife in Billy, too.
And they did a better job this time. He's dead.
But why did they kill
Why
him?
not? He served his purpose, and there was no use taking a chance on it.
Huh? Hey, what did you find?
A couple of bank drafts in his coat pocket. Signed by Evan Henry. Well.
But who's behind all this stuff? Blowing up airplanes, killing people?
Now, we've got two good possibilities on opposite sides of the fence in this business of the Arab farm loan. Aben Hamid and a man named Gromit. They both claim to know Manning's decision, and their claims disagree.
I got it. One of them is lying.
The question is which one? What was Manning's decision?
Well, I guess that's something we'll never know.
Maybe not, Pagan. But we can pretend to know. Oh, come in, Pagan.
Boy, for a lousy $100, I sure had to do a lot of running around. And me, sick man besides.
Did you get that rumor started?
Oh, sure. I'm an old hand at that racket. I planted it with the bellhops, taxi drivers, Arab guides. You know, the usual grape swine.
Exactly what did you plant?
Oh, just what you told me to. That before he went to the airport, this Manning guy had mailed the report with his decision about that Arab loan thing. Huh? And that the post office turned it over to you. And you're holding it unopened here in your room. Hey, are you?
Of course not.
I didn't think so, no, I didn't. Well, what do we do now?
Nothing. We wait.
You mean to see which one of those two guys tries to... Hey, there's a third one. You forgot about the daughter of Aben Hamid's.
No, I didn't.
It's after midnight. I don't think anybody's going to come here
Well,
at
you
all.
could be right.
Why I'm always getting myself mixed up with these messes anyhow.
Pagan, I often wonder.
Here I am, peacefully buying Persian rugs in Algiers, strictly legitimate, and what happens?
So you nearly got blown up in an airplane.
Oh, that was an accident. What I mean is, I run into you, and 3 hours later I get knifed in the back.
That's friendship for you.
A friend wouldn't make a wounded man sit up all night.
You don't have to. Go on down to your room.
You get stabbed again? That's the kind of dilemma I always get myself into when... Mr. Kent, that perfume.
Huh?
Smell it? She's here somewhere.
Pagan, you
All
may...
right, gentlemen, don't move. Put up your hands, please.
Fire escape, huh?
I was afraid you might be expecting someone by way of the door, Mr. Kendall.
Hey, it's that Groundwood's guy.
That's right. Who did you expect?
But that perfume, I thought... He wears it on his head.
I know. I noticed it at dinner. This is the man who stabbed you. Killed Bealey, too, didn't you, Gromit?
Certainly. After I had him tell your friend he worked for Aben Hamid, I wanted to make sure he wouldn't change the story.
And I imagine the explosives were planted in the luggage you left aboard the plane.
Of course, when Manning told me he was going to recommend the loan, I decided to eliminate him. It was really too easy.
But, Mr. Kendall, what about those bank drafts and Bealeys from Aben Hamid?
Interest payments on mortgages, I suppose, right, Gromit?
I really did not come here for a question and answer session, Mr. Kendall. I would like to have that report of Manning's.
Oh?
Now we're in for it. Mr. Kendall, if you knew he was that one, why did you let him come in here with a gun and
Because
get
I
the drop
wanted
of it?
him to admit a few things in front of witnesses.
Witnesses?
That's right. Come on in, Abenhamid.
You will drop that gun, Mr. Gromit.
I will drop nothing.
Watch him! He's going out the window!
Gromit, stop!
Don't try to stop me or I will up.
He slipped! Look! Oh, Mr. Kendall. He fell off the fire escape. He fell clear to the pavement.
Yeah. Well, it won't bring Manning back, Abenhamid. But at least there'll be enough evidence to ensure passage of the Arab loan.
May Allah be thanked. My people have a saying, Mr. Kendall, that he who steals the water from his neighbor's well will fall someday from a high place. Never have I seen the saying more amazingly fulfilled.
It's a true saying. He who steals the water from his neighbor's well. That's exactly what's going on today all over the world, stealing water from a neighbor's well, trying to win at somebody else's expense. And the water's always lost. Nobody gains. Why don't they dig their own wells?
Our star for tonight, Mr. Joseph Cotton, will return in just a moment.
And now, here's Bing Crosby with a word about vacations.
Oh, Ken, when you mention vacations, it brings a tear to me eye and a lump in my throat. Poor Uncle Herbert.
Well, what happened to your Uncle Herbert?
Uncle Herbert loves to fish. So on his vacation, he hied himself off all alone to a secluded spot way back in the woods. Poor Uncle Herbert.
He forgot his fishing pole?
He forgot his Chesterfield. So, friends, take a tip from me. Whether you're packing to take off for the weekend or for that long-anticipated vacation, pack a couple of cartons of those milder Chesterfields. When you take off on a trip like that, you like to go where you want and do what you want. So take along the cigarette that gives you what you want. Chesterfield.
Chesterfield gives you its famous ABCs. Always milder, better tasting, cooler smoking. Plus, no unpleasant aftertaste.
Yep, the country's first and only cigarette taste panel reported, of all brands tested, only Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. Vacation time, anytime. Take Chesterfields with you.
Now, here again is our star for tonight, Mr. Joseph Cotton.
As Herbert Marshall would say, thanks for being with us. And my thanks to Lucille Meredith, Will Wright, Stan Waxman, Polly Bear, and Harry Bartell. Next week, a flying trip to Indonesia. And, of course, Leon Velasco will be along as Pagon. So listen, won't you, when Herbert Marshall returns as the man called X. Good night.
Joseph Cotton may currently be seen in the Hal Wallace production Pekin Express. The Man Called X is the Friday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. By RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by Chesterfield, always milder, better tasting, cooler smoking, plus no unpleasant aftertaste. The Man Called X is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music by Milton Charles. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to hear the magnificent Montague with Monty Woolley, formerly heard on Friday, now brought to you as a Saturday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And until next week, same time and station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. Next, join Roy Shield on NBC.
Listen to Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X.
There was no warning, no presentiment of impending disaster. The papers headlined the cliché of another impasse at the United Nations. Radio commentators announced a new gangland murder, the firing of a football coach. There was not the slightest hint that the entire civilized world might be in terrible danger. And then a telephone started to ring in a certain New York City apartment.
Hello?
Ken, better get down to the bureau right away.
What's up, Chief?
Formula H.
I'll be right there. Sure there's no mistake, Chief?
Not a chance, Ken. It's Formula H, all right. The key to the most destructive weapon ever conceived by man. And a set of the microfilm is missing.
When was the loss discovered?
I got a call from Los Alamos 20 minutes ago.
Any idea who?
Take your choice, Ken. Sir John Saunders of England, Charles Gomar of France, Aline Najda of Belgium.
Good Lord.
Yeah. 3 of the world's greatest atomic scientists. All of them cleared to work with our top men. And all of them had access to those plans.
What's been done about them?
Washington just reported on a personal security search.
And?
No trace of the film.
No, there wouldn't be.
Well, what the devil are we going to do about it? We can't let those plans get out of the States. Why, Ken, if they fall into the wrong hands, the whole world could go up in smoke.
Chief, weren't the 3 of them about to leave this country for a scientific convention in Paris?
That's right. They were all set to take off at midnight from Washington in a chartered plane, but don't worry about that. We'll cancel the flight and hold them in custody.
Why?
Why? For Pete's sake, Ken. One of them's obviously using that trip as an excuse to get out of the country with those plans.
That's why I think we should let him go.
What?
Look, Chief. It's 100 to 1 that Formula H is on its way out of the States right now. None of the 3 has the plans on him. So what are you going to accomplish by holding them in custody?
Well, I don't know, but we just can't let them skip the country.
Why not? If I go along.
What have you got in mind, Ken?
They are not leaving Washington until midnight. That gives us plenty of time to make arrangements for me to take over as co-pilot on the flight.
Co-pilot?
I'll have until we land at Shannon Island to come up with something. Maybe learn which one it is or get some hint as to what's happening to that microfilm.
Oh, but you haven't anything to go on, Ken. Nothing to work with.
Got any other ideas, Chief?
All right. Let's go.
Hi there, Mac. You looking for somebody?
Yeah. Captain Bill Allen. Have I found him?
Well, you couldn't have done it better with radar, pal. You must be thirsting the new car.
That's right. Hope you don't mind the last-minute switch.
Oh, brother, there's been nothing but switches on this flight. We're going. We're canceled. We're going again. I've even filed 2 flight plans, one for Shannon and one for the Savoy Bar. No, Thurston, you don't bother me a bit.
Well, thanks, Allen. This our ship?
Yep. Fuel checked, cleared, and ready to go as soon as our 3 VIPs get here.
Just the 3 of them going along?
That's right. 2 of us and the steward will make a total of 6. We'll be flying light, high, and handsome. That's why I file non-stop. Hey, looky there. Seems as if the brain trust showing up. Hey, Thurston, I thought we were carrying electronic graybeards. Who's that streamlined jet jar?
She must be one of them, Allen. Dr. Aline Najda of Belgium.
Well, don't tell me she's got all that and brains, too. Wow, we'll be flying the beam tonight.
Are you all set to go, Captain?
Well, just let them get aboard, sir, and we'll be off.
Good. The plane's all ready. So if you'll all get aboard, Dr. Najda.
But of course.
Here, let me help you with that bag, Miss Najda.
Well, thank you, Captain.
Oh, think nothing of it, ma'am. Nothing at all. Oh, you button up after we're all aboard, will you, Thurston? I'll see our passengers are made comfortable.
Sure.
Passengers, did he say? That's a relief. For a moment, I thought Dr. Najda was the only one traveling tonight. See you aboard, Mr. Thurston.
You are certain that this plane is capable of making the journey, Monsieur Thurston? It does not seem very large or very strong.
No need to be concerned, Professor Gomar. We'll make it easily.
Perhaps. Still, it is such a long voyage and over water so much of the way. A boat would be so much safer, so much more... Oh, well, it is too late for that now, huh? Yes, sir? Well, as you say, the die is now cast. It has been cast.
Everything all right, Ken?
Okay, here, Chief. What about you?
Oh, they've been under constant surveillance. I'll guarantee not one of them is carrying the plans aboard.
What about Allen?
He's been checked. Not a thing on record against him. You're going on a wild goose chase, Ken. You haven't got a prayer of turning anything up. Why don't I take them all into custody before it's too late?
If I can't turn anything up, it's already too late, Chief. I'll let you know how I come out. See you later.
So long, Ken.
NC6X943 to tower. Ready for takeoff. Over.
Tower, NC6X943. The runway's yours. Let her rip. Over and out.
How do you make the altitude, Thurston?
10,001.
Course?
070 degrees.
Well, check and triple check. It's all a known how, as the man says. Nothing to do but relax from now on in.
Yeah. Suppose I go out, check on the passengers, and have the steward rustle up some coffee.
Yeah, you do that, Thurston. Only don't you get lost on the way. I'm reserving hand-holding privileges with that beautiful hunk of atomic fission for yours truly.
I'll let her know, Alan.
You just do that, Thurston. You just do that.
Nice takeoff, Mr. Thurston. If the rest of the trip is as pleasant, I'll be more than satisfied.
Thanks, Sir John. We'll try to keep you that way.
By the way, do you happen to have the time?
It's 12:35.
Thank you.
Everything all right, Dr. Najda?
Oh, it is indeed, Mr. Thurston, with but one exception.
Oh, what's that?
Well, traveling by airplane always stimulates me. And as I do not feel the least bit sleepy, I am certain that some coffee could do me no harm.
You will have it, Doctor? I'm going back to light a fire under the steward now.
Monsieur Thurston, some attention, please.
What's the trouble, Professor Goba?
That Captain Allen, he did not do as I wished. I told him I wanted my briefcase here on the seat beside me, and he has put it up there, where I cannot easily reach it.
Well, that's a simple matter, Professor. Yeah.
Medicine, sir. I have important notes, you understand. If anything should happen to the plane, perhaps I might be able to save them.
I wouldn't worry about it, Professor. You'll be in Paris before you know it. Hello, Pagan.
Boy, am I ever glad to see you, Mr. X. I've been sitting back here cooped up in this coop waiting for you to show. What's going on here anyways?
Didn't the chief tell you?
Nobody tells me nothing. All I know is that I was working busy in my Uncle Ahmed's elite haberdashery emporium, and this bureau agent walks in right in the middle of a 400 spade hand with double pinnacle besides.
Then you didn't see the chief?
He took me out of this airplane. I didn't see nobody, and he told me to stay in here until I heard from you.
Yeah, well...
But believe me, I would have walked right off this thing if I didn't figure you wanted my invaluable services.
Yeah.
And don't forget, we were playing double in spades.
Pagan, somebody on board this plane has got some missing microfilm. All knows where it is. I've got to find it before we reach Ireland, and you're going to help me.
Oh, sure. Now, what do you want me to do?
Hang around the passengers, drop a few remarks about scientific secrets, H-bombs, microfilm. Let them know you've got a few friends behind the Iron Curtain.
It's a cinch. Then what?
That's all.
That's all?
It'll be enough to start putting the pressure on. I'll handle the rest of it. Wait a minute. Something you wanted, Sir John?
As a matter of fact, there is, Mr. Thurston. That coffee you spoke about.
Now, the steward will have it ready in a minute. Anything else?
Yes, Captain Allen asked me to get you. He'd like to see you up forward.
Thanks for your trouble, Sir John.
Perfectly all right, Mr. Thurston. Perfectly all right.
You wanted to see me, Alan?
Not nearly as much as I want to see Miss Nuclear Fission in 1951 and 2 and 3. Why don't you take over here and I'll take over there?
Fair enough, Bill.
Oh, and you might bend your ears around that radio headset. Some friend of yours in Washington wants to yakety-yak with you for a while.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, now you just keep your Geiger counters handy, chillin'. Daddy's going to be radioactive tonight.
NC6X943 Thurston. Calling Washington 37. NC 6X943 Thurston, calling Washington 37. Come in, please.
Hello, Ken. All clear?
All clear, Chief. Talk up.
Ken, you're in trouble. There's something awfully wrong aboard that plane.
That's not news, Chief.
Well, this is. The Washington police found a dead man a couple of hours ago. Murdered. They just got a positive identification on him.
What about it?
He was an airplane pilot with the name of Bill Allen.
Come here.
May I have a word with you in private, Mr. Thurston?
Of course, Dr. Nasha. Please come in.
Thank you. I wanted to speak with you about the steward, Mr. Thurston.
Zell Schmidt, what about him?
He was talking to Charles Gomar a little while ago, using your name quite frequently. If I am not mistaken, he was linking it with a certain letter of the alphabet.
Is that supposed to mean something to me?
I would not know, Mr. Thurston.
Well, then why tell me about it?
Perhaps it is because I am a woman as well as a scientist. And like most women, my heart yearns for peace. Thank you for your time, Mr. Thurston. I hope I have not wasted it for you.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. Coffee time.
Come in here, you idiot, and close that door.
Oh, sure. Happy to oblige any old aeroplane pilot any old time.
Now, I had a visit from Dr. Najda a little while ago, Pagan. She told me you went up your old tricks again.
Well, once a salesman, always leave him laughing, you know. Well, here you are, Mr. X.
Did you learn anything out there?
Did I learn anything? Believe me, I learned plenty. You know, that smells so good, I think I'll have a cup myself.
Come on, let's have it.
Well, don't breathe it or so, Mr. X, but those three jokers out there, they're all spies.
What?
That's right. I heard them telling that Captain Allen all about it. All three of them were in that atom bomb place down in New Mexico, and you know nobody but spies can get in there.
Oh, fuck.
Well, that stays this good old Java, huh, Mr. X? Here's mud in your eyes.
Drop that cup, Pagan.
Yeah. Ooh. Hey, what's the big idea knocking that coffee out of my hand? I'm dying for a drink of that stuff.
You almost were dying for a fact.
Huh?
Yeah. Smell this coffee.
So what? It smells like coffee and maybe burnt nuts of some kind?
Yeah, bitter almonds.
But I didn't put any nuts in that coffee.
No, but one of our friends out there put something in it. Poison.
We'll return to the man called X in just a moment. The blood plasma reserved for the fighting men in Korea is exhausted. Unaccountably, donations have decreased sharply in the last few months. Now, this condition must not continue. The lives of our loved ones must not be lost needlessly. Our soldiers in Korea are giving their blood for their buddies. Can we do less? Call your local headquarters of the American Red Cross now. Make an appointment this week to give just a pint of your blood to save a life. And now, Act Two of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, with Leon Belasco as Pagan Zellschmidt. It is known simply as Formula H, and yet it holds the key to the most powerful, the most terrifying weapon ever conceived by man. And a microfilm set of the plans is suddenly discovered to be missing. Ken Thurston, acting as co-pilot, is aboard a transatlantic plane chartered by 3 international atomic scientists, all under equal suspicion of having stolen the missing plans. And now, in the pilot's compartment, Ken has just become aware of an attempt to kill him with poisoned coffee.
Poison?
That's right, Pagan.
But who? But why? Oh, but what?
Take your pick. There are 4 to choose from.
4?
Our pilot. He's a phony. The real Bill Allen was found a couple of hours ago by the Washington police. Murdered.
Oh, we gotta get out of here. We gotta get out.
Oh, sure. Go right ahead.
Sure, why not? We can...
Yeah.
But we're stuck up here in the middle of nothing with somebody who wants to bump us out. What do we do, Mr. Thurston? What can we do?
I don't think we'll have much to say about it.
Huh?
Listen to those engines. The ship's beginning to ice up.
What are you talking about, ice? There's plenty warp in here.
Take a look at those wings. The ice is piling up fast. Another 30 minutes of that and we'll spin down out of control.
We will. Ooh, ice, missing plans, poison coffee. That puts us right between the devil. Oh, no.
Well, palsy. Sounds like our putt-putts are playing knock-knock. What gives out there, Ice?
That's right. Building up fast.
Well, that lovely whistle Betaline Najda ain't the only de-icer we got aboard.
I switched on the de-icers half an hour ago. Something's wrong with them. They're not working.
Well, now that's a revolting thought. You got any suggestions?
There's an old deserted landing field this side of Gander, Newfoundland. The ferrying command used it during the war. And there's just a prayer we can make it.
Well, fair enough. I'll let our paying passengers in on the scoop, then come back and help you set it down. I got a hunch, though, that somebody aboard this flying chemistry class ain't gonna like the change in plans.
You know, Ellen, or whatever your name is, I was just thinking the same thing.
Nice flying, Thurston. Bill Allen couldn't have done better himself.
I don't know about Bill Allen, but I think you could have put it on.
Well, that friend of yours back in Washington tipped you off to the switch, huh?
That's right. Well?
Well, now, you can't chew out a guy for helping out a pal in a jam.
What kind of jam?
Too much elbow bending. When this flight was canceled the first time, he made for the Savoy Bar. He wasn't in no fitting condition when it was scheduled again, so I took over.
It won't wash. Allen's dead, murdered.
Are you leveling, Thurston?
Yeah.
Well, then I'll tell you what. Let's take care of the pay and freight while I think it over. Weather ought to clear in a couple of hours, and it could be I'll have something mighty interesting to talk over with you by then.
I knew that some disaster would overtake us upon this trip. Did I not say so, mes amis? Did I not?
Oh, it's not as bad as all that, Gomar. Can't you look upon it as an adventurer's lark?
I do not care for adventure in an ice-bound wilderness, Sir John. Only in a safe passage back to Paris. What is to be done now, Monsieur Thurston? I ask of you.
As soon as the steward and Captain Allen secure the plane, we'll head for that shelter hut at the end of the runway. We can light a fire and be comfortable in there till the weather clears.
Now, those are pleasing words, Mr. Thurston. What is more inviting than a roaring fire and good company while a storm rages outside?
Yes, very well, very well. If we have no alternative, let us be about it then.
Eileen and I will go with him, Thurston. We'll have the fire going by the time you get there.
Thanks, Sir John.
Oh, by the way, do you have the time?
Hmm? Yeah, it's 7:15.
Thank you. One of the penalties of exacting scientific research seems to be a nervous stomach. And pills have to be taken on schedule. Come along, Eileen, my dear.
All right.
See you later, Thurston.
Yeah.
Well, I got the sandwiches and the hot drinks, Mr. X. Tea, that is. So let's take a powder for that ramshack over there.
Where's Allen?
I haven't seen him. I guess he's still on board the airplane somewhere. Ah, but who cares?
I think we'd better care, Pagan. Come on.
Hey, it's cold on that board of that plane.
It'll be a lot colder here if he takes off without us.
Huh? Now, why would he do that?
We still haven't found the missing plans. And they're more than worth a gamble with a little ice.
Mr. X, he's not here.
He's got to be. Let's try the office.
Mr. X.
Yes.
Oh. But who? How?
This time the coffee gag worked, Pagan. Poison.
Captain Allen poisoned? But it does not make any sense, Mr. Thurston.
It makes plenty of sense to one of you here, Dr. Najda.
I'm not certain that I understand, Thurston.
That man wasn't Bill Allen. He was helping one of you get some stolen microfilm out of the United States.
What kind of nonsense is this, Monsieur Thurston? We are scientists of international repute. It is ridiculous to accuse one of us of stealing Formula H.
I didn't know I'd mentioned what formula was missing.
Well, perhaps you did not. But this kind of accusation, the inquiry and searching back in Washington, I but drew the natural conclusion.
Yeah.
You know, Thurston, I'm almost convinced that Gomar is right. If this pilot of ours was a Confederate and stolen microfilm, why would he have been killed?
There can only be one answer, Sir John. To prevent him from telling what he knows.
Is that guesswork, Dr. Nauja? Or knowledge?
Why can't we term it fundamental deduction, Mr. Thurston?
Maybe we would. If it wasn't for this.
Now, what in the world would that be?
A charm from a lady's bracelet, Sir John. I found it on the floor of the plane. Under the pilot's body.
Well, I presume you have some explanation for that, Aline, my dear.
Well, of course. The simple truth.
And that is?
Well, I noticed that charm was missing from my bracelet hours ago. I must have lost it aboard the plane, and someone else picked it up. For what purpose is now rather obvious.
The only thing obvious about all this, mademoiselle, is the identity of the guilty party.
Suppose we let the Newfoundland authorities decide about that, Professor.
But while she is free, all our lives are in danger.
They won't be for long. The weather's starting to clear now. Another hour and we'll wind up this little affair in the town of Gander.
Gander calling NC 6X943, Thurston. Gander calling NC 6X943, Thurston. Can you read me? Come in, please. Over.
Read you loud and clear, Chief. Glad to hear you got to Gander all right.
Sure. That Army jet got me here in plenty of time. But what's been holding you up? According to our plan, I expected you here hours ago.
Had a little trouble, Chief. Ice. Murder.
What?
Ought to land in about 30 minutes now. Have a private office ready for us. I'll tell you all about it then.
Here's the office, Ken. You want everybody in to talk things over?
It'll be simpler that way, Chief. Will you all step inside, please?
Certainly. Glad to oblige, Thurston.
I am sorry, monsieur, but I cannot say the same. All this officiousness, this delay, it's inexcusable.
Why should you object, Professor Gomar? After all, I am the one who is suspect at the moment. Come along.
Yes, very well, very well.
You want to take over, Ken?
If you don't mind, Chief, it won't take long. You all know, well, you know by now why we're here. One of you is suspected of espionage, of having stolen top-secret microfilm. Microfilm of Formula H.
Oh, then Gomar's guess was right, Thurston.
If it was a guess, Sir John.
I told you. I but drew a natural conclusion, monsieur.
So you did. And Dr. Najda told us she was innocent of the pilot's murder. Now, I'm wondering what Sir John has to say.
What I have to say? What about Mr. Thurston?
About your stomach pills, your wristwatch.
What?
A poisoned pellet can easily be disguised as an innocent pill. And I'm curious as to why a man who's wearing a watch is always asking the time.
I don't know what you're driving at, Thurston. Is there anything unusual about a man's watch stopping?
Not unless there's a microfilm concealed in the case that's caused it to stop.
Microfilm? Ken.
I told you I'd wind things up in Gander, Chief. You better take him away.
Well, I guess we put the wraps on this one all right, eh, Mr. X? I knew all the time it was that Sir John Saunders joker.
Oh, sure.
Sure, it was as plain as my nose. Hey, what are we stopping at the airplane garage for?
Our plane was put inside for repairs.
What? But I thought Professor Gomar and that Aline Najda were taking off for Paris in a little while.
They are. We have to switch planes for them. The de-icers on this one don't work. Remember.
Oh, sure. Hey, it's dark in here, Mr. X. Why don't we turn on the light or something?
It's light enough for our purpose.
Oh, that's right, yeah. It's, Hey, what is our purpose anyway?
Keep quiet and I'll show you.
But Mr. X...
Quiet.
Oh, but we've come to the end of this place. There's no plane in here.
The hangar's divided into 2 sections. It's in the next one. Through this door. There it is, Pedro.
Mr. X, look.
Yeah.
But what's going on there with that plane?
The plate covering the alcohol tank being removed.
What alcohol tank?
The one used to fuel the de-icers.
Hey, where's the alcohol?
That's why the de-icers didn't work. There's something else being taken out of that tank. You see it?
Mr. X, that's the...
Yeah. I'll take that if you don't mind, Aline.
Thurston.
The microfilm. Aline?
But it was Sir John. That is... Well, I thought you... Oh. So it was a trap.
That's right. We had to get proof. So Sir John played along with us. You had to feel safe enough to walk into it.
I see.
But the microfilm on the tank, how'd you know about that?
It figured, Playground. She had to get it out of the country some way. The pilot was working with her. And the de-icers didn't work.
You know you're not going to walk out of here alive, don't you, Mr. Thurston?
Mr. X?
Oh, put that thing away. The chief's got to hang us around it. You're all through.
So, for the time being, I have lost.
You lost a long time ago, Aline. When you decided you'd try to help destroy the world. Well, someday we'll find a remedy for what's wrong with you and a lot of people like you. We've got to find it. Let's pray that it's short of war.
And now, here's our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And my thanks to Lucille Meredith, Will Wright, Dan O'Hurley, Howard McNear, and Stacey Harris. Next week, well, who would dream that the icy slopes of the Matterhorn would hold the key to one of the most disruptive forces at work in the world today? And no, I don't mean Leon Belasco, but he'll be along on the trip to Switzerland as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music by Milton Charles. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. This program is directed by Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. And now, until next week, same time and station, this is Hal Gibney saying good night for The Man Called X. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. Listen to Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, adventure, intrigue, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X.
Attention citizens of Romania, Poland, Czechoslovakia. This is Radio Freedom.
Attention,
Citizens of Bulgaria, Hungary, Albania, this is Radio Freedom bringing you the truth from free Europe. The truth that you behind the Iron Curtain can never get to hear in your own country.
Attention, you workers in kaolin mines in Andrei. There is a security police...
For over a year now, Radio Freedom has been broadcasting from Luxembourg in Allied Europe to thousands of radio receivers behind the Iron Curtain, battling the big lie with truth, aiding the underground movements, telling the true story of the injustices, the imprisonments, the mockeries of freedom perpetrated in the name of the so-called People's Republics. But then, a month ago, the terror began to strike. In the home of a government worker in Sofia, at a meeting of underground leaders in Budapest, a party of refugees attempts to cross the Albanian-Greek frontier.
Here are the reports, Ken. Romania, Czechoslovakia, Poland. The same things happening in practically every country behind the Iron Curtain.
How long has this been going on?
About a month now. And if it keeps up, well, something will have to be done about Radio Freedom.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Chief. Radio Freedom's the biggest punch we can throw at the Kremlin, short of war.
Not anymore, Ken. Not since it stopped broadcasting the truth. Since it started to give advice that turns into a death trap for anyone falling for it.
Every one of these, the result of Radio Freedom broadcasts?
That's right.
Huh?
These people believed they were hearing the truth, took the advice that was given to them, and ran right into the waiting arms of the security police.
I
A few more weeks of this sort of thing, and we'll never get those people to believe what we say again. That's why we've got to yank that radio station off the air.
Well, we can't afford it, Chief. We've got to get the truth across, now, before it's too late.
But what other answer is there, Ken?
Suppose I let you know. From Luxembourg.
These letters of introduction seem to be quite in order, Mr. Thurston. But I am not quite certain as to the reason for your visit here to Radio Freedom.
I'd like some information, Miss Stepanek.
You mean concerning our operations here?
That's right.
Well, as you probably know, we are a group of refugees from Iron Curtain nations, interested only in helping those of our countrymen who are under Soviet rule. We are financed primarily by donations from the American people, and we broadcast the truth as we know it.
How much truth have we been broadcasting during the past month, Miss Stepanek?
It is rather noisy in here. Perhaps we can talk more easily in my private office.
Sure.
You are a governmental agent, Mr. Thurston.
You've read my letters of introduction.
They are not specific as to that point.
They're specific about the managing director of Radio Freedom giving me information.
Very well. You are interested in the broadcast that we have been having so much trouble with to the very people we are attempting to help.
What can you tell me about them?
Only this. None of those broadcasts has come from here, from Radio Freedom.
That doesn't make sense, unless you mean there's an outlaw transmitter operating somewhere.
Exactly. Someone in Western Europe is operating an illegal station, deliberately using the same wavelengths, the same format that we use on Radio Freedom. That station is the one that is broadcasting lies, confusing our listeners, ruining the reputation we have established for bringing them only the truth.
You've got proof of that?
We have caught the station on the air, have made recordings of actual broadcasts.
Does it have a regular schedule?
It can usually be heard around 8 o'clock at night.
Where's it located?
We do not know.
Haven't you ever heard of using directional antennae to locate a broadcasting transmitter?
I have.
Then what's been stopping you?
Mr. Thurston, what do you know about the Matterhorn?
Why?
The Matterhorn is a 14,000-foot peak of rock, snow, and ice in the Swiss-Italian Alps. There are a couple of shelter cabins on its slopes, nothing more. Yet our attempts at locating it tell us that the outlaw station is on the slopes of the Matterhorn.
Ah.
Yes, as you obviously realize, such a thing is a physical impossibility. In other words, the work of Radio Freedom is being destroyed by a radio station that does not exist.
Yeah. Well, you've been most helpful, Miss Stepanek. Thanks for your time.
You are leaving?
That's right.
But you have told me nothing of your purpose in visiting here. Why you came, what you intend to do.
Let's put it this way. Radio Freedom is organized to bring the truth behind the Iron Curtain. I intend to see that it does just that. Goodbye, Miss Stepanek.
Wonderful country up here, isn't it, Mr. Thurston? I don't think I've ever seen anything approaching the majesty, the regal beauty of the Matterhorn.
Have you been up here before, Professor Hartley?
No. This will be my first visit to Zermatt. But my business has taken me to many other mountains around the globe.
And just what is your business, Professor Hartley? It sounds rather adventurous and romantic.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Reader. I'm a weatherman, a meteorologist.
Visiting Zermatt on business or pleasure?
Oh, a little of both. The Italian government is establishing a weather station on the Matterhorn. They've asked me to check it over for them, make sure they've got it operating correctly.
An Italian weather station? But you are visiting the wrong side of the mountain.
That's where the pleasure comes in. I thought I'd do a little skiing and climbing before going to work. Is that your intention also, Mr. Thurston?
Something like that, Professor, yes. What about you, Mr. Reader? You up here for a bit of climbing, too?
You speak of the Matterhorn rather lightly, gentlemen. It is not a very wise attitude with which to approach one of the most dangerous mountain peaks in the Alps.
Well, that's hardly my understanding. Thousands of tourists have climbed it.
And many have died trying. The cemetery at Zermatt will attest to that.
Well, you make the mountain sound rather grim, Mr. Reader.
Well, perhaps that was my intention, Professor.
As a warning?
If you wish.
Why?
You are not professional climbers. At this season of the year, an amateur attempting the Matterhorn is facing almost certain death.
I take it you are a professional then, Mr. Reader?
I have made it a philosophy of life, Mr. Thurston, to be a professional at whatever I may attempt to do. Well, we have reached Zermatt, gentlemen. I trust your stay here will be a pleasant one. I'm certain it will be if you take my advice regarding the Matterhorn. Auf Wiedersehen.
Brought your bag over here.
Well, strange man, Mr. Reader. I wonder why he tried to confuse us.
What do you mean, Hartley?
Why make us believe he was a professional mountain climber when his business is connected with radio?
Radio? What makes you think that?
I noticed his baggage being placed aboard the train. He's brought a very complete shortwave radio outfit along with him.
Now, if you will please to sign the register, Mynheer.
Sure. There you are.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome to the Gabelhorn Hotel, Mynheer, sir.
Oh, thanks. Herr Eckhart?
You called me Eckhart?
Well, that's your name, isn't it?
What is it gives you that idea?
We've met before.
I do not recall it.
Sure you do, Eckhart. 1944, Italy, above Cassino. You were communications officer in the 8th Nazi Battalion. I interrogated you after your capture.
Oh, you are mistaken, sir. I have never been in Italy. I did not serve in the Nazi army, and my name is Abdul. Jörg Abdul.
All right, Abdul. Have it your way. The war's over.
Yes, the war is over. You will be in Zermatt long, Herr Thurston?
Long enough to do a little climbing. Can you recommend a guide?
Well, I usually recommend my own services as guide to special guests.
Good. Will you be free to make a climb tomorrow morning?
I shall be free, but the Matterhorn will not. There's a storm brewing.
The skies look clear enough to me.
One must learn not to judge by appearances in the Alps. On the Matterhorn, death often strikes without warning. The key to your room, Thurston? I shall have your luggage brought in.
Yeah. Thanks, Abdul.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
What the... Pagan!
That's right, Mr. X. Plenty glad to see me, I'll bet.
What the devil are you doing here?
What a question. I'm going to help you broadcast behind the Iron Curtain. Snatch. But it's just like I told you, Mr. X. There I was in Milan. That's in Italy, you understand.
No.
Oh, sure. And I was a little financially embarrassed for funds.
Yes, so you called me at the bureau.
That's right. Only you weren't there.
No, but Miss Brooks was. Hagon, sir, help
But
me.
Mr. X, can I help it if she goes for me and tells me things? Anyway, here I am and here you are, and... Hey, what's the thing you got hooked up there? Anyway, eh?
A portable shortwave receiver with a directional antenna.
It is? But why are... Hey, that's right.
What's right?
It's Tuesday night, around 10:30 New York time. Tune it in, Mr. X.
Tune what in?
Oh, that program I always listen to on NBC. Boy, what a screw-loose character they got on it. You ought to hear his accent.
Yeah. Right now I'm interested in catching a broadcast from the Matterhorn.
The Matterhorn? There is no radio station up there in that hunk of cold and ice.
Denise Stepanek
Attention.
says different.
Attention, citizens of Romania, Poland, Czechoslovakia. This is Radio Freedom.
Quiet. Here it is now.
Attention, citizens of Bulgaria, Hungary, Albania. This is Radio Freedom bringing you the truth from free Europe. The truth that you behind the Iron Curtain can never get to hear in your own country.
But that's not coming from the Matterhorn, Mr. X. That's that cornball station that broadcast from Luxembourg. I know the dame's voice.
So do I, Pagon.
Attention.
She's Denise Stepanek.
All Czechoslovakians
But that broadcast isn't coming from Luxembourg.
It's not? How do you know?
Listen while I change direction of the antenna.
On Route 5. Take alternate Route 2.
So it gets louder. So what?
Make your
So the
escape
directional
on
antenna is
alternate
pointing
Route
toward the
2.
Matterhorn.
Attention,
That's where the broadcast is coming from.
Oh, but how could that
Anton
Stefina
Gregor
Kuka
is
be
not
up there
an
in those
anti-communist.
mountains at night like
He is a
this?
Soviet
And where could there
Do
be
not
a
listen
radio
to
station up there
Anton
anyway?
We're going to find out tomorrow. We'll take this set up the mountain with us. The directional antenna will lead us right to the transmitter.
And then what?
Then we destroy it.
But that don't make no sense, Mr. X. Did you hear what it was broadcasting before this music?
I heard it. And I'll give 8 to 5 that if those people in Berlin and Czechoslovakia follow that advice, they'll wind up dead.
What?
That's why we're going to destroy that transmitter. Make sure that nothing but the truth gets behind the Iron Curtain from Radio Freedom. Watch it! How they came from out there on the terrace. Come on.
But it's darker there, Mr. X.
Come on!
Okay, okay.
Boy, that radio set's some mess, eh, Mr. X? Who did it anyway?
Whoever had those shots fired to get us out of this room.
So how can you find that phony radio station without this direction stuff to help you?
It's going to be tough.
Hey, maybe you could send to Paris or somewhere for another gimmick.
Take too long. We'll have to tackle the Matterhorn without it.
Now, what kind of a joke is that? You could wander around that mountain for weeks without finding anything but snow and ice. Or maybe snow. You better just relax for a couple of days or two, Mr. X.
Oh, sure. Hello?
That you, Ken?
Chief, what's up?
Plenty. We just got a report from Radio Freedom. Somebody's gone through their files. There's some top secret information missing.
What's Denise Stepanek got to say about it?
She isn't there. Nobody's seen her for 24 hours.
Huh?
But that's not important right now, Ken.
What is?
That missing information. It's dynamite. Used the wrong way, it means the end of underground movements in at least 3 Iron Curtain countries.
Then you can bet it'll be used the wrong way.
Broadcast with that fake Radio Freedom transmitter?
Sure. It's 100 to 1 they'll have it on the air tomorrow night.
So what are you going to do about it?
You know, Chief, that's a very interesting question.
We'll return to the man called X in just a moment. No one knows the extent of defense preparations our nation must make in the future, but we do know this. For this year of 1952, the bill for Army and Air Force construction alone is estimated at some $2.4 billion, and it's going up. Airfields, utilities, cantonments, radar stations, communications and navigational aids, fuel and lubricant depots. These are only a part of the long list of construction projects for defense. A typical radar outpost, just one of the many needed, costs in the neighborhood of $2.25 million. Now, it's easy to see that if America is to be strong in the men and weapons of defense, she must be strong financially. And that's where we can all help, through regular, automatic purchases of defense bonds through the payroll savings plan where we work, or the bond-a-month plan at our bank. Yes, defense is everybody's job today. Be sure your dollars are on the bond wagon. Every one you can spare. Now, Act Two of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, with Leon Belasco as Pagon Zellschmidt. An illegal radio station located somewhere on the icy slopes of the Matterhorn has been destroying the efforts of radio freedom to broadcast truth to the countries behind the Iron Curtain. And Ken Thurston is faced with the almost impossible task of locating that outlaw transmitter within 24 hours in order to prevent it from broadcasting information that would mean the end of democratic underground movements in at least 3 of the Soviet satellite nations. And now Ken is walking toward a climber's rendezvous area outside his hotel at the foot of the Matterhorn.
Looks like you're about to take a party up the Matterhorn, Updell.
That is quite correct, Thurston.
Pretty risky, isn't it? Making the climb at night.
My clients are paying me well, and I told you that part of my business was acting as a guide.
Well, you also said you wouldn't act as guide for me in full daylight. Something about a storm coming up, remember?
Oh, I must have been mistaken about that.
Yeah, you must have been.
Well, hello there, Mr. Thurston. I didn't know you were making the climb with us.
I'm not so far, Professor Hartley.
Well, there's no reason why you shouldn't join us. That right, Mr. Reader?
Unfortunately, I do not agree with you, Professor.
Why not, Reader? Don't you like my company?
I don't care for amateur climbers.
Yeah, I remember. Yes, you said that.
No, wait a minute, Mr. Reader. The route we're taking isn't too tough. The mostly flat ledges, the shoulder, and down the Ashell Jordan. I'm sure Thurston can make it with us easily enough.
Perhaps, but I never undertake to guide for a party of more than 2, Herr Professor. I shall be happy to accommodate Herr Thurston at some other time.
Oh, that seems to settle it, Hartley.
Are you coming, Professor?
I'm sorry, Thurston, but maybe you and I can make it in a day or 2.
Yeah, maybe we can at that. Good luck to you.
Thanks. See you later.
Yeah.
For you, Mr. Thurston. Boy, have I ever got the red-hot scooperoo, Mr. X.
What is it, Pagon?
Guess who just came into the hotel looking for you?
Denise Stepanek.
That's right, Denise Stepanek. How did you know?
Yeah, what's more important is how Professor Hartley knew.
Huh? How he knew what?
How to climb the Matterhorn. If he'd never been here before.
But it is as I said, Mr. Thurston. I came to warn you about the information missing from Radio Freedom's files.
Then why didn't you tell me 5 hours ago?
5 hours ago?
Yeah, when the last train arrived at Zermatt. What have you been doing since?
That's a cinch, Mr. Thurston. She was broadcasting from that radio station somewhere up in the mountains. We heard her.
That is impossible. I made no broadcast tonight.
Then what were you doing for those 5 hours?
I was trying to make up my mind as to whether or not I could trust you.
Uh-huh. What made you decide in my favor?
I realized I had no other choice. That illegal transmitter must be stopped from broadcasting tomorrow night. There is no one else to whom I can turn for help.
What a pack of lies, eh, Mr. Thurston?
Could be, Pagon, but we'll soon find out.
What do you mean, Mr. Thurston?
We'll give you a chance to help us smash that transmitter.
Then you do know where it is.
Oh, sure. You told me back in Luxembourg. Somewhere on the Matterhorn.
I don't get it, Mr. Thurston. How can we find any radio station on this mountain? There's not a thing up here, not even page board.
Cheer up, Pagon. I think we've got some pretty good guides.
Are you referring to that party climbing ahead of us, Mr. Thurston?
That's right, Denise.
Who are they anyways?
Updell, Reader, and Hartley. You know any of them, Denise?
I know. Do they have some connection with all this?
One of them must have.
What makes you think that?
That transmitter is going to broadcast information stolen from Radio Freedom. Somebody's bringing that information to it. And that part is heading for the Italian slope.
You are right. But there's nothing over there either. Only a weather station and a couple of shelter huts.
What was that, Mr. Thurston?
Somebody up there fired a couple of shots.
Shots? But what on earth for?
Listen.
Mr. Thurston, that noise. Where is it coming from?
Look up there.
An avalanche. It's an avalanche.
Yeah, the concussion from those shots.
But they'll bury us. What do we do? What do we do?
That ledge beneath the overhang. It's our only chance. Come on.
3 people buried alive out there, and you tell me there's nothing we can do to help them.
But there's nothing, Professor Hartley. Even if they survived the avalanche, that storm would prevent us from doing anything.
We got to the shelter cabin through that storm, didn't we?
We were merely fortunate, Hartley. Why tempt fate?
You're a fine one to talk, Rita. You realize that if you had...
Look, darling. The door.
Yeah.
Faster. Here. Give me a hand with her.
What? That woman first.
She's all right. Just shock and exposure. Close the door, Baker.
Here, just put her down on this couch, Thurston.
Yeah. There. That's better.
And you did make it. After that avalanche, I wouldn't have given a plugged nickel for your chances.
Well, the main body of it went past us. And the overhang of a ledge saved us from the rest.
You're most fortunate, Thurston. It's not often the Matterhorn spares a victim it has marked for sacrifice.
You know better than to blame this one on the mountain, Rita. The Matterhorn didn't fire those shots.
Are you accusing me of having deliberately started that avalanche?
You got a better explanation?
The true one. We could see the storm approaching from the Italian slope, while you could not. I fired those shots to attract your attention to the shelter cabin. I had no idea the concussion might start an avalanche.
Coming from a supposed expert on mountain climbing, that's a little hard to believe, Rita. Ah, but we'll skip it for now. How long do you think this storm will last, Abdal?
Perhaps 12 hours, perhaps 24.
24, Mr. Thurston.
Looks like we're going to be a little late.
How is the storm now, Mr. Selston?
No sign of a let-up yet, Denise.
And the time?
6 a.m.
And that transmitter goes on the air at 8 tonight. We have only 14 hours left, Mr. Selston. Only 14 hours.
Boy, listen to that thing outside. Isn't it ever going to stop?
Doesn't look like it.
Well, storm or no storm, I'm hungry. Must be time to eat lunch, eh, Mr. Thurston?
Just about, Pagan. Just about.
Well, I'd say the storm has finally quieted down enough for us to leave here, Mr. Updahl.
If there were daylight hours ahead of us, I would quite agree, Professor Hartley. But why risk traveling in for dark? It's already 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. Only 3 hours left. I suppose it does not make any difference now.
You could be wrong, Denise.
Might I inquire as to what you are talking about, Herr Thurston?
Mr. Reader, we might be talking about how long it's going to take me and Pagan to get back to Zermatt.
Why, you're not serious. Well, after all, Updahl's right. It's practically suicide.
Could be, Hartley, but you never know until you try. Come, Pagan, let's go.
What gives anyways, Mr. X? We've been wandering all over this mountain joint. I don't even see hide of that Zermatt place.
That's not surprising. We're on the Italian slope.
The Italian slope? But what are we doing over here?
There it is. Just ahead.
Huh? You mean that old ram shack?
It's a weather station.
Why do we want to go there for? No lights or nothing, and nobody's home.
Pagon, I have a hunch things will be different by 8 o'clock tonight.
How much longer do we got to hide out in this closet, Mr. X?
Just a few more minutes now. It's almost 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. You keep on talking like this was a radio station that was going on the air or something.
You know, Pagon, you might be right.
Huh? Hey, Mr. X.
Yes. Someone came into the next room.
But who? Why?
Quiet.
Hey, what was that?
The generator's warming up.
Generator?
There's a shortwave transmitter in there, remember?
Oh, that's right. But why does anybody want to...
Attention, citizens of Romania, Czechoslovakia, Poland. This is Radio Freedom.
Mr. X, it's the Denise Cookie out there.
Quiet.
Attention, citizens of Bulgaria, Albania, Hungary. This is Radio Freedom bringing you the truth from free Europe, bringing you the true story of what is actually happening behind the Iron Curtain. And tonight we ask you to listen more carefully than ever before. In just a moment, we are going to broadcast the most important message we have ever given you. Hundreds of people have lives may depend upon it, so please listen most carefully.
All right, Pagon, that's our cue. Never mind the rest of that message. You can stop right there.
First.
That's right. Sorry to interrupt your little broadcast, but you're all through.
But that is Professor Hartley. Where did that Denise Cookie go?
She was never here, Pagon.
But we heard her just like we did last night.
There was the recording machine. They'd make records from actual Radio Freedom broadcasts and play them back over this transmitter. Made them sound legitimate. Then Hartley and his pals would follow it up with their own version of the news. So, Hartley, looks like your little game is over.
Not yet, Thurston.
Mr. Ray! Don't try it, Hartley. All right, Pagon. Let's get him down to a doctor. Then we can start back home.
And now, here's our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And my thanks to Ida Reese-Marin, Ida Reese-Marin, Will Wright, Bill Johnstone, Tony Barrett, and Ben Wright. Next week in Casablanca, Ken runs into a combination of airfields, spy rings, booby traps, and broken necks that pile up more trouble for him than Leon Velasco, who'll be along, of course, as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music by Milton Charles. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. This program is directed by Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. And now, until next week, same time and station, this is Hal Gibney saying good night for The Man Called X. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Thank you for listening. Please like and subscribe.